Hello and welcome to this in-depth session on cloud and DevOps. Today we are going to explore the dynamic and transformative world of cloud computing and DevOps practices. These two domains are at the forefront of modern technology and have the power to revolutionize the way businesses operate and innovate. Cloud computing has reshaped the IT landscape by offering scalable, on-demand access to computing resources. It allows organizations to deploy applications, store data, and run complex workloads in the cloud, eliminating the need for extensive physical infrastructure. On the other hand, DevOps is all about fostering collaboration and synergy between development and operation teams. It's a cultural and technical approach that emphasizes automation, continuous integration, continuous delivery, and rapid deployment. By breaking down silos and automating manual processes, DevOps accelerates software development, improves product quality, and enhances the overall efficiency of IT operations. In this session, we'll not only explore the theory behind cloud and DevOps, but also will dive deep into practical implementations. We'll introduce you to the essential tools and practices used by professionals in the field. But before we begin with that, please make sure that you enable the subscribe button and bell icon so that you never miss an update coming from Intellipaat YouTube channel. We'll begin this session on a friendly note by covering introduction to Azure. Then we'll cover Microsoft Azure Services, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, and Microsoft Azure Architecture. Next up, we'll cover Azure Resources and Subscriptions, Azure Tags, CDN, and Azure Files Storage. Moving ahead, we'll talk about what is cloud computing and DevOps. Then we'll discuss different SDLC models. Once done with that, we'll introduce you guys to the version control. Next, we'll look into how does Git works, how to manage nodes on Jenkins, how to achieve version control with Git, and merging in Git. Later on, we'll cover difference between DVCS and CVCS, common Git commands and Git remote, Git commands and Git checkout, etc. And finally, we'll take you guys through the most commonly asked cloud computing interview questions. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without wasting any time, let's dive into the session.
Now let's see the roles and responsibilities that cloud and DevOps engineer have when they are working in a company. So first of all, let's see cloud engineer. Cloud engineer makes sure that the software that is developed is compatible for all the platforms like Windows and Linux. He also brainstorms creative cloud solutions for the company and for the profit of the company. Cloud engineer also secures all the information and sensitive information for any organization or a company. He also monitors all the strategies that is made by a team or in an organization to secure and how to make their product better. And finally, he is also responsible for updating any kind of software, firmware and drivers that comes up in a system or a network for an organization. Now let's see the roles and responsibilities of DevOps engineer. Now there is something called as automation cycle. So any new segment or any new changes or updates that comes up in automation cycle, that is handled by DevOps engineer. All the configuration tools that we use for all the automation is utilized by DevOps engineer. And any company that makes new software products, DevOps engineer makes sure that its maintenance and deployment is done very carefully. And he also monitors the overall cycle of a software development. Now, after doing all this, DevOps engineer also measures the performance of company goals and its outcomes. So what is the expected profit that company has to make and what exactly the company made, that is handled by DevOps engineer. Now, after seeing the roles and responsibilities, let's see what relationship cloud and DevOps engineer exactly have. So in other terms, cloud engineering is a subset of DevOps. DevOps consists of software architecture, software development lifecycle or SDLC. It also includes operations experienced people and a developer mindset as well. And apart from all these skills that DevOps engineer has, he also have a skill for cloud engineering. So a DevOps engineer also has a knowledge of cloud engineering as well. So that's why what I mentioned earlier, cloud engineer or cloud engineering is a subset of DevOps. Now let's see what exactly are similarities between cloud and DevOps engineer. First, we are going to talk about similarities. Now, in IT industry, there is a very high demand for cloud engineer and DevOps engineer. Because of this high demand, we have very high paychecks. When you become a cloud engineer or a DevOps engineer, you earn a lot. The exact salary structure I'm going to talk about in the end of the session. After this, as there are less number of people who are cloud engineer or DevOps engineer, you get a career growth. When you start in a company as a DevOps engineer or a cloud engineer, there are no managers that handle you. So when you keep on working on these industry, there is a career growth and you get a better promotion. You also have easy to get job. This is because many people don't learn cloud engineering or DevOps engineering, and that's why there's a lot of openings in the market, and that's why it's very easy to get a job in this industry. And finally, when you learn cloud engineering or DevOps engineering, it increases your value as an IT professional. Now, after similarities, let's see some differences that we have between these two. Now the first difference we have is cloud engineer is responsible for creating infrastructure and platforms that helps individual and businesses store and work with programs and data online. Whereas a DevOps engineer is responsible for software development, engineering to expedite the delivery of software applications and services. Now mainly we use agile methodology in creating and testing during the life cycle of a software solution. One more difference we have is the growth projection of DevOps engineer is very pretty high. That's approximately 24%. And in comparison to cloud engineer has a projection growth of 6%. Though these figures are based on industry estimations and actuals can be vary as well. Now when you become a cloud engineer and work in a company, the cloud admin will keep on working on new features and services that are constantly added. So as the industry is growing, the cloud technology is growing as well, and that's why you keep on working on new technologies on new day. While in DevOps engineering, we use small but consistent set of tools, which means we have certain tools that we use while working in an organization. Now let's see the salary of cloud and DevOps engineer. Now before looking into the main salary part, let's see what companies are hiring for cloud and DevOps engineer as of now. So we have companies like IBM, PayPal, SAP, KPMG, Intel, E&Y, Citrix and Banker Hughes, Motorola. Now as you guys notice that these companies are very big in the market and they keep on searching for cloud and DevOps engineer because they already transformed their business infrastructure into DevOps and cloud engineering. So if you guys want to start your career in cloud and DevOps engineering, these are the companies that you can target for and get into these companies. Now let's move on to the most interesting part, that is salary of cloud and DevOps engineer. Now a cloud engineer in USA on an average basis earns $91,409. Now this is the average value that we have. Usually people earn from $70,000 to $100,000. While in India, a cloud engineer earns 10 to 12 lakhs per annum. And while we look at DevOps engineer, we have almost similar value for the salary. In USA, on an average basis, DevOps engineer earns $94,214. Now, depending on the experience that you have, it may vary from $70,000 to $110,000.
So I'm trying to access the Jenkins once again. So in order to continue with that. Okay. So we are going to see some of the topics in terms of the Jenkins and how to access the Jenkins and the users creation and all. Then we will be seeing about the continuous integration and some advanced topics in terms of the Jenkins. Okay. So that is the, now it is, okay, this is the IP. This is my, this is my public IP. So 13.234 is my public IP. And I'm trying to access Jenkins here. Okay. So this is, I'm using the public IP and I'm using the exact port number, but I'm getting this connection timed out issue. So what might be the reasons? Okay. So that particular one, so they will be using the proxy or reverse proxy in front of the application. So even if you use a reverse proxy in front of Jenkins like Nginx and all, you can simply access only the port number. So what it will do means it will receive the request from the IP, and based on that particular request, it will redirect that to the port number 8080. Okay, so these kind of things. So they will be using either reverse proxy or load balancer. Okay, so either they will be using the reverse proxy or the load balancer. Okay, that is the key criteria. So that's why like you are not appending any ports with that. So your load balancer or a reverse proxy will take care of redirecting your traffic. Okay. Okay, team. So coming back to like I'm just like jumping into the concept here. So I'm just like logging into the console. Sorry, Jenkins UI. Superb. So this is the Jenkins UI here. So we don't have any idea on top of that. So that is what we are going to see now. So here you're having an option called new item. So in this new item only, we are going to create the jobs. Okay, we are going to create the respective CI jobs. So I'm clicking on this new item now. So I clicked on this new item here, and you are having this enter an item. Okay, this is the name you have to give. Under that, you are having different type of projects. So you are having freestyle projects, you are having pipeline projects, you are having multi-configuration project, you are having folder, and you are having organizational multi-branch pipeline and organizational folder as well. So as the initial step, I'm just selecting the freestyle project. So I'm giving the name as one freestyle demo. Okay, so I'm just giving the name as one freestyle demo. So mostly we will be using freestyle and the pipeline jobs here. Okay, so we will be using only these two things. So I entered into that new item. In real time, it's once again based on the requirement from your project. Purely the requirement from your customer or what is that? Your architecture thing. But most of the times we will be using pipeline and as well as the freestyle, because I have seen like both the projects in the same account or the same what is it? From the same customer. Okay, that's cool. So now I'm creating a freestyle project and I'm just like clicking on OK. Okay. Now this freestyle project will be created. So what is this freestyle project here means? So in terms of freestyle project, you have to configure all those things in the UI way. Okay. So I'm just like mentioning it as jobs. So if you see this freestyle, so you will be doing all those things in terms of the UI. But pipeline means you will be writing the code. Okay, you will be writing the Jenkins file. Okay, but in terms of UI, in terms of this particular one, we will be doing all those things in the UI. Okay. So here, if you see, you are having the different sections here. So general, source code management, build the triggers, build environment, build the steps, post build actions. So we will be seeing all those things in a one by one manner. So what is the general, and you are having some description as well. So in under general, it is a project specific information you can give and configure. Okay, so I'm just giving the description as this is a demo project. Okay, of freestyle. I'm just giving some random inputs to this random description. Okay. Now, so this one you can learn by your own. So whenever there is a requirement, okay, so whenever there is a requirement, you can learn this by your own, this particular options, because we are having that much of options in terms of Jenkins. The second one is the source code management. So what is the source code management means? It will help you to give the source code associated with your project. So like let us say we had this Maven, we had this Git, right? We had this Git clone kind of thing. The Git clone command we have executed, right? So instead of running this git clone command manually, if you give the if you just like enter only the what is that, like the git URL. See, if I select this, select git, see, you will be having the repository URL, and you can give the credentials. So the Jenkins will automatically clone that. Okay. But as of now, we don't need that. So just give me, as of now, we don't need to give this particular one. There's none. Okay. But you have to understand what is the reason of this particular section. Okay. So under general is there, and sorry, and you are having this source code management, and also you are having this build triggers. Okay. The third option. So what is this particular build triggers? So team, do you have a common could you give me the common meaning for the word called the trigger? So this particular job will be activated or will be induced or will be triggered from different options. Okay, so it will be like triggered from different options. So different options in the sense, so whenever there is a commit to the GitHub repository, this project should be triggered. This is one common scenario. I told this scenario already, right? So whenever you are triggering this particular option, right? So whenever you are pushing the code to, whenever the developer is pushing the code to the GitHub repository, the Jenkins job should be triggered automatically. So that thing we are going to configure here. Under this build triggers, we are going to configure. Then under that, we are, last we are having this build environment. So what is this build environment will do? So this is once again related with the build environment. Once again related with the project stuff here. So we can delete the workspace before starts. Like it is not that much of like important option in order to build or in order to trigger our job. Okay, so this is just a common what is it? I could say the project specific settings. Okay, the build environment is nothing but the common specific settings. Okay, now I'm entering into the main section, which is build steps. So under this build steps only, you will be mentioning what are all the activities or what are all the actions that this job should do. Okay, so that is what we will be mentioning. And so team, like now under this, we are having different kind of options. But now, what is the machine that we are using now? I mean, where this Linux machine got installed? Is it Windows or Linux? Use the execute shell command. Okay, I have to put the execute shell command. Okay, so now I'm selecting this execute shell and you have to give the command that needs to be executed. Just for the common understanding I'm giving. Okay, this is not the real or the actual project, but this is how we have to create. Now what I'm doing is that, let us consider we are just like doing the echo one. Okay, you know the echo command, right? So what this echo will do? So it will try to showcase that particular, it will show that particular output in the screen. Okay, so that is what your echo will do. So now what I'm doing is that echo hello world. Okay, normally we will start all those things with the hello world. So I'm giving this echo hello world. Okay, so this is I'm giving under the execute shell option. Then the next one would be the post build actions. So from the name itself, you can understand post build, which means you will be able to do that after the build. Okay, once this build activity has been done, after that you should perform some actions. So normally we will use this particular one to send the email notification. So email notification is already available here, but you can send the notification to Slack, Twitter, WhatsApp, Teams, Telegram. So you are having a lot of the chat options, right? Chat medium. So you can share the details to that particular one. But now you will have a question. I'm not able to see those options in this particular drop down. What is the reason and what is the solution for that? So I will definitely say, so you will be able to share the details to the Teams, okay, WhatsApp or Slack, but you are not having that particular option in the drop down. So how you will manage that? It's okay. So you have to add the plugins. So that is the input here. So you have to add the plugins for the respective tools, so that like that particular tool will be added to your this notification. So we will just like see that, like how to add the plugins and all. Okay. So I think like you are like trying this by your own. So if you are not having any, just like saving this option. And so how to execute this particular project? So that is the another question here. So you have to go to the option called build now. And if you click on this build now, like your project will be triggered. So if you see here, like whatever the project you are having, if you are having this option called build now, in order to trigger this, so it will be triggered. And how I can see those logs here? So you can enter into the respective build and you can view the console output here. So under this console output, you will be having this echo hello world, and finally you will be having this hello world option. So this is how your application will be built. Okay, this is just a hello world option I'm having. Okay, so now we are going to change, or we are going to integrate all the commands here. And now how I can trigger this build once again? Click on the build now. So the build now will create the builds. I mean, it will execute the builds, keep on running. And see, like you are having this green tick here, which is this success. Okay, console output, which is the success message here. So this is the sample project that we can create now. Okay, now, so what I'm going to do is that we are going to implement these 3 steps here: git clone and Maven build and deploy to Tomcat. But okay, so first step, what we can do is that first step, git clone. So you will be able to clone that because the git option is there. So team, have you seen any Maven option in this freestyle demo project? Have you seen any Maven object in this freestyle demo object anywhere in the configuration? Have you seen any Maven option in this stuff here? No, it is not there. So now what we have to do now? So Maven option is not there in the Jenkins. So how I can enable this Jenkins to get this Maven project? Yes, so in order to get the Maven, what we have to do is that we have to add the plugins. So how to add the plugins here? Go to the Manage Jenkins section. So please follow this particular one. Go to the Manage Jenkins. Under the Manage Jenkins, you are having a section called plugins. So under the plugins, you are having 4 options like updates, available plugins, install the plugins, and advanced settings. And now we have to search under the available plugins. So in this available plugins, you will be having the list of plugins available in the Jenkins market. So now what you have to do, you have to search for Maven. And what you are having here, Maven integration. So pick that and select the Maven integration and do the install without restart. Okay. So now your what is it like the stuff called installed successfully. Okay, your Maven integration successfully. Okay, your Maven plugin got installed successfully. This is how you have to install the plugins. Okay, so team, is this clear? This is not only for Maven. So whatever the plugin you want to install, you have to come to this particular screen and you have to do the available, you have to go to the available plugins and you have to search and you have to do the installation. This is how you have to do the installation of your plugins. Now I'm coming back to the dashboard and I'm clicking on creating the new item. And so team, are you able to see a new option related with the Maven now? Superb. Fantastic. So Maven project is there. Fine. Fantastic. Cool. So first what we have done, we installed the Maven plugin. Okay. So we installed the Maven plugin so that Jenkins will be able to integrate with the Maven. So that is well and good. Now Jenkins is just a master. Okay, Jenkins is not that kind of intelligent guy. Okay, so Jenkins is just an orchestrator. Jenkins is just a master. So we have to tell the Jenkins, right, where our Maven is exactly located. So do we have to tell this to Jenkins or not? Do we need to mention this to the Jenkins or not? So before executing the Maven build, what we have done, we installed Maven in the Linux machine and we verified with the help of mvn ---- version. Am I right? So the same should be done for the Jenkins as well, right? So we have to inform the Jenkins where my Maven is located. So that is what we are going to do now. So how I can tell this? Go to the Manage Jenkins section, and under this, you are having an option called Tools. So these tools section is responsible for mentioning the path of all the tools here. Okay, so here you are having the JDK, you are having the Git installations. Okay, so see, Git by default, it took the Git. Okay, that's why we don't need to mention about the Git. But if you see Gradle installations, it's empty, and it empty. Maven, it is empty. So what you have to do is that you have to come to this particular stage and you have to mention the Maven installations very clearly at this particular stage. So how you will know the Maven path here? You have to add the Maven. So how you will you have to mention the name and you have to mention the Maven home. So from where you will get this name, you can enter by your own, but what is the home path of our Maven? How we will get that? So how we will get that particular details? So you have to go and run this Maven ---- version. So team, what is the Maven home here? What is the Maven home here? So the path of the Maven is user share Maven. So team, this is not the default path. This path will change based on your machine. Okay, so whatever the machine you are using, or based on the installation step that you have done, this path will change. So you have to be very clear while giving this Maven home. If you are not giving the path correctly, your Maven application or your pipeline won't work. So team, any queries here? And whether I have to like, what is the reduce the down or bring the down gear, bring the, what is the fifth gear to second gear while taking the turn, or what is that, while reducing the speed. So these kind of tricks and the technologies you will be like learning during the experience whenever you are doing the hands-ons. So these are all the methodologies. These are all the requirements. This is how your Jenkins and Maven will work. You can bring your tricks and technologies, the tips, your own learning, or what is it, the learning that you might get from some blogs or okay team. So now I have added this particular Maven home path and I'm saving this particular option here. Okay, now what we have done, so we installed the plugin and we configured Maven. Okay, so now we configured Maven. So team, still I have not entered into the deploy to Tomcat. Let us complete this 1 and 2, then we will go for the third option. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new item. So the Maven item. So I'm going to use this sysfoo. I'm going to give the name as sysfoo. I selected the Maven project and I gave okay. Okay, so I just gave this okay here. Now, so this is the description I want to give. So this is the project for sorry, this is the job for this sysfoo application. Okay. So here I have to give the Git option. Am I right or not? Because the first option is Git clone. So I have to give the Git URL. Am I right? Is it clear to everyone? So what is the URL I have to give here? And team, like if you are not clear about this particular option, you can just like click on this particular this feature option here. So it will give you the exact details what you have to do. Okay, so here you have to mention the repository URL. So what is this repository URL? So your GitHub URL you have to mention. Okay, now I'm going to create a Maven based application. We are trying to achieve the Git clone and the Maven build in an automated way. So how we are going to achieve that? That is the step like we are going to deal with. So description I give, this is the job for sysfoo application. Then I need to give the source code because like from where it will clone that particular one, right? So we have to give the source code. Yeah. So here I want to build this particular project, right? So what we have to do is that we have to take the URL of this particular one and we have to enter it here. Okay, so once you enter the correct URL here, like your Git, the error will go away. That is the first point. Then, so team, now do we need this credentials or not? Do we need credential for this particular one or not? I mean, just share your answer in terms of yes or no. That's it. Yes, we need. Okay, so this is the public repository. So for doing the Git clone, have you used any credentials? Now, please tell me yes or no. For the clone option, for the cloning of the public repository, have you used the credentials or not? No. Then why I have to give the credentials here? This is a public repo. Then why I should give a credential? No, it is not required. Okay. Now we are done with the Git step. But let us see. If you are working in the organization level, let us say you are working in an organization. So there your organization will be having a private repository. So in that private repository, you have to give the credentials. Okay. So now what is the next step we have to do? So the next step is to mention the branches. So which branch? Okay, my code is available in the master branch directly. So master branch is there. So if you are having your code in some different branch, you have to mention the branch name very clearly here. Okay, or your code won't work. Team, is this clear to everyone? Or your code won't work here. Okay, so these are all the 3 options that you should consider. The next, I will be coming to the build triggers at the end, and we don't need this. It refers all the, whatever the files in the branches. It is a kind of wildcard. So if you're not clear about this kind of wildcards and all, you can just like click on this particular question mark and you can get an option there. Or you can get an, what is it? You will get lot of inputs from here. Okay, cool. So next I'm going to the, okay, we don't need to like worry about the build triggers right now, and also build environment right now, and also this pre-steps. Now we have to worry about the build option here. So what is this build option? So team, I already told Maven will work based on your pom.xml. Am I right? So Maven will work based on your pom.xml file. So here it is automatically taking the pom.xml, but we have to mention the goal and options. So what is the goal? What is the goal, and what is the goal that we have done? Have you know? What is the command that we have executed? That is what I'm calling it as goal here. What is the command that we have executed? That is what I'm calling it as goal. What is the command we have executed? So we executed this command called Maven package, and also sometimes we have executed the command called Maven clean. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give 2 goals here. One is clean and one is package. So team, why I'm giving this clean? Any idea why I'm giving this particular clean here? So team, why I'm giving this clean here? So clean will delete the target directory if any presence, like in prior, it will delete the target directory. That is why I'm giving this clean. Okay. And what is the purpose of package here? Packaging is for creating the war file or jar file. Yes, artifact. So are you clear with this particular goals and options here? Are you clear with the goals and the options here? We have to see other options as well, but as of now, just like save, I'm just giving the save. How to start my application? By clicking on this build now option. So now the build has been scheduled, and if you see here, you are having the build running, and what it will do, it will start downloading the, so whatever you have seen in your CLI, so we are having that. See, it is running the job. So now what it have done, it cloned the repository automatically. If you see here, it cloned the repository. See, cloning the repository GitHub, it have done automatically. Then it start executed the command of Maven. Then finally, it created the var file sysfoo.var. So team, any queries in these particular steps? If you're not having any queries, then we can jump into the next section. What are all the different options that you can do? So I can just like move to the next section here. Any inputs or any queries here? These are basically the commands separated by space. Yes, yes. You can even give a lot of options. I already told, right? So just go and click on that particular question mark. That will give you the syntax as well. Okay, so whenever you are having a query, I mean, which means you know the detail, but you are having some doubts on top of that. So simply just click on the option here. See, like specifies the such as clean, install or deploy. You can even pass a lot of options as well. So that is up to us. Okay. From whom we have to get these options? From whom we have to get these options, or from where we have to get these options? Okay. So now I will be adding another one more step here. Okay, I will be adding another one more step here. So it created a new, okay, it created a new application, right? It created a new application, I mean the war file kind of thing, right? So will you be able to download that particular war file now? Will you be able to download that particular war file in this particular step? If you see, go to the console. So build one has been successfully triggered. See, like now this is the first information we are getting, and who started this? Like this particular job was executed by admin. And what is the repository? So this is the repository. And what is the branch that they have used? So they have used the master branch. And if you go to this particular one, you will be able to see the POM file and as well as the war file for this. So this is how we can do. But still we can just like add an option here. So if you go to the configure section, okay, if you go to the, I mean, I'm just like entering into the configure once again. And now we are going to make use of the post-build actions. What is this post-build actions means? So we can mention this archive the artifacts. So what is this archive the artifacts stands for? So this archive the artifacts stands for, it will take the artifacts and we can use that artifacts to download and verify. So for those kind of purposes, we will be using this artifact. Okay, we will be using this particular option. And so team, what is our artifact here? What is the final artifact for us here in this particular name? I mean, it's sysfoo.var. So instead of mentioning the sysfoo.var directly, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to mention this particular regular expression. So what is this regular expression will do? It will search for all the current project directory, and it will pick only the file which ends with var. So is this clear? Is this regular expression clear to everyone? This is a regular expression. So it will check all the directories and it will pick only the file which is having this extension called var. Okay, so we are clear. Okay. Now I'm just saving this particular one and I'm building this. Okay, so now the same execution will be happening, and let us see what we are getting as an output. Initially we have not like seen this particular section, but here you are having a section here. So sysfoo.var, you can download this particular var file. See, I have downloaded that. So this is how you can download your var file directly. So team, any queries until this particular moment? Now I'm going to introduce you for the webhook concept. Then we will enter into the Tomcat one, because for the Tomcat we have to change a lot of the port and all. So then we will just like check that. So let me complete the webhook portion. Then we will just like go with that. So team, now what is the requirement here? Okay, let us say I have changed some code in this particular repository. Okay, I have changed some code in the particular repository. So will this project, I mean, how this project will be triggered? In a manual way or in an automated way at this particular stage? I'm asking about the current status. we have to do in a manual way, right? So, but that is not the kind of automation we expected. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to have this option called build triggers. So enter into the configuration and go to the option of build triggers. So under the build triggers, you are having multiple options. See, build whenever a snapshot dependency is built. This is a normal option that we don't need here. Okay. So what are all the things we are having? Triggers build remotely. So like from the remote script, you can invoke this particular job. Okay. So kind of from a shell script or the API kind of thing, you can invoke this particular script. This is one option. And the another option is when other projects are built, like that particular project will trigger this project. Let us say you are having project 1. So once this got successfully completed, this will come and trigger this particular project. Okay, so this is the build after other builds or projects. Okay, build after other projects are built. This one is the build periodically. So what is this build periodically means? We will be having the cron job, which means, okay, this project should be built for every 1 hour. Okay, so every 1 hour. So we can just schedule like this. This is kind of scheduling the project. So for every 1 hour, this should be executed. And the fourth one would be GitHub trigger. So what is this GitHub hook trigger? Whenever a change happens in the GitHub, this project should be triggered. So this option stands for this meaning. And the poll SCM means your Jenkins will go and check your GitHub on a timely basis. Okay, so your Jenkins will go and check the GitHub for the timely basis, whether any changes has been done or not. So team, out of these options, for our current requirement, okay, so we have to use this GitHub hook option in order to do this continuous build trigger. Okay, so how I'm going to do that, you can just like see this now. So if you see, when a Jenkins receive a GitHub push hook, GitHub plugin checks to see whether the hook came from the GitHub repository or not. Okay, so that is what it is going to do. So now I have selected this particular one. Okay, I have selected this particular one. So this is the first option we have to do. Okay, this is the first option we have to do. So GitHub hook trigger. Okay, here we have to pick this one, and you have to give save and apply. Okay, so now we have configured in terms of the Jenkins. Now you have to do the same thing in your GitHub repository as well. So come to the GitHub repository. Okay, so come to the GitHub repository and come to the settings option here, and under the settings you will be having an option called webhooks. Okay, so are you able to see that particular option, guys, like the webhooks? So you have to enter into the webhooks, and if you see, I have used like lot of what is that, like I use these kind of things for the previous demos kind of thing. Okay, I have just like used all those things for the previous demos. Okay, so how you have to do is that you have to use this particular URL in Git. Okay, so like this is the Jenkins IP and the port number. So let me put the syntax here so that like it will be easy for you to do that. Okay, so public IP and the port number. Okay, either public IP and the port number, but this syntax should be the same. So HTTP public IP and the port number, then the GitHub webhook. Okay, so this particular one should be clear. Then only your GitHub will be able to what is that? Trigger the job there. Okay, so now what is the IP here? Let me take and change the IP, or what I can do is that I will be creating a new one for all your reference. So just come to the webhook, click on add webhook. Okay, then take the IP here. So this is the public IP of this machine. So HTTP IP and the port number, then this particular phrase. So GitHub webhook. So this is what you have to perform here. And this should be like application X form encoded. And we don't need this secret here. We are not having any secret. And I'm just adding this add webhook. Okay, so I have added a webhook here. If you see, I have successfully added a webhook here. And content type. Content type means like how data from GitHub to the Jenkins. Now, if you enter into the webhook, there is an option called recent deliveries. Okay, there is an option called recent deliveries. So you can click on this recent deliveries. If you see, it is last ping is not correct. I mean, not correct in the sense we could not deliver this payload, failed to connect to the host. So your GitHub is not, I mean, your GitHub webhook is not able to connect to your, what is that? Connect to your machine. So Jenkins machine. So what might be the reason here? So I mentioned the port, I mentioned the IP, but your GitHub is not able to access that. What is the reason for that? Okay. So it's not about the credential. It is all about the security group that you have added. So team, now anyone can access this machine via port number. I mean, like only my IP can access this machine using this port number. Am I right or not? Only my machine can, even you cannot like open this. If you put this URL in your browser, you cannot open this particular page. You cannot open this IP and the port number, even though this is a public one. Even though this is a public, you cannot open this in your local machine. I mean, the machine which you are using, you can give a try. Okay, so that won't open. That is because your application, okay, I am blocking this from the centralized, I mean, this particular portion. So for the time being alone, what I'm going to do is that, so I'm just like changing the source as any. Okay, so I just like change the source as any. And if okay, these are all the changes I have done. I updated the security group to any, and I'm coming back to the webhook and I'm clicking on the redeliver option. So now it should get the green tick or green color. See what we got? It is success. So it is failure. I mean, initially it was failure. Now it is success. Most of the folks are trying simultaneously, so they won't be having any doubt. So that is fine and good actually. So now what is the expectation here? Now the webhook has been done successfully. So team, what is the, okay. So what is the expectation here? So whenever I'm doing some changes in the repository, my build should be automatically triggered. Am I right? That is the expectation, if I'm not wrong. Super. So please make a note of the number of builds. Okay, please make a note of the number of builds. So how many builds are there? So there are 2 builds already. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to, in terms of Ubuntu, you have to do some port forwarding and all. Okay. So I think like you are using this hypervisor kind of thing, right? Right. I mean, that is what we are calling it as mini Ubuntu or something. That is what we are having, right? Mini Ubuntu, or what is that? I forgot that name actually, but it will, yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux. Yes. So under the Windows subsystem for Linux, you will be like starting the Ubuntu. Yes. So in that case, you have to do the port forwarding. Just check like how to do that. You have to reroute the traffic, because your browser will be sitting in your Windows and you will be using an Ubuntu machine. Okay. So that's fine. Now I will be so team, please check. 2 builds are already there. I'm not clicking on build now here. I'm not doing anything here. I'm simply going and changing some files here. Okay. I'm just like going and changing some files here. Okay. So let us take which file I can change. Okay, I can change the web app. Okay, I can change the web app index.jsp. Okay, I will be changing the web app index.jsp. So from 0.0.8 to I'm downgrading this version. So 0.0.7. Okay, to the GitHub repository, your job should be triggered automatically. This is
just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and cloud computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
See, the software development is nothing but we will be gathering lot of requirements, or we will be gathering the requirements from the customer, and we will be converting that into a software. I mean the working software. That is what we are calling it as this software development. So we will be getting the requirements and we will be like completing that, or we will be creating that into a software product. So in order to create this software, okay, so team, software includes your mobile application. It might be Android, or it might be iOS, or your web application, or website, or desktop application, or your product. It might be microservices or monolithic kind of thing. Okay. So like we will be having a lot of things here. So in order to create the particular software, okay, so we have to follow some specific life cycles, or normally like these are all the life cycle stages we will be following. Okay, so these are all the life cycle stages we will be following. So these are all the stages that we have to confirm, or these are all the stages we have to work here. So one is requirements. Okay, so we have to take the requirements and we have to do the design, and we have to do the implementation, and we have to do the verification of that product, and we have to do the maintenance. So these are all the common stages that we will deal while doing the software development. Okay, these are all the common stages we will be doing while creating the software development. Deployment will come under your maintenance. And look, this is just a introduction to the software development lifecycle. So like we will see like what exactly the deployment means. So all those things, what is that in the upcoming slides. Okay. So here, if you see the requirements, what does this requirements mean? So it is this is the first phase. If you consider the requirements phase, this is the most important and the first phase here. And here we will be gathering the requirements from the customer. So what exactly they need. So whether they need the mobile app, or whether they need then what technology. Sorry, what are all the requirements they need in terms of this particular mobile application? What are the functionalities they need? So these kind of activities or these kind of information will be gathered in this stage. And also the team will check for the feasibility. So whether all those requirements can be fulfilled or implemented or not. So this is what the team will be doing here. Then after that, you will be having the design phase. So in this design phase, architects, the technical architects will come into the picture. So what the technical architects will do, based on the inputs or based on the requirements the team has received, right? So they will convert that into the technical specification. So technical specification in the sense, what are all the technology stack you have to use? Okay, let us say for this, actually, we are going to use AWS as the backend. I mean, which means the infra. We are going to use AWS as the infra. Then we will be having this, what is it, like other tech stacks. Okay, so we are going to use for the mobile app, we are going to use the Flutter and Dart for the development. So these kind of works will be done at this particular stage, which means at the design stage. So entire architecture of your application will be created by the technical architects. Then the third step would be the implementation. And this is where your developers will come into the picture. So what your developers will be doing, so they will just convert your plan or convert your design into the code. So which means like this is what I'm telling. So they will create the application based on the specifications or the architecture that they will receive from the design phase, the architect. Finally, they will be having this verification. So what exactly the team will do in terms of this verification? So what exactly we are doing here? So verification is nothing but you will be having a group of testers, and that team will verify or that team will validate your application. So whether the application is having all the functionalities or not as per the given requirement or as per the design. So whether it is having all the functionalities or not, or even if the functionality is there, whether it is working or not. Let us say your login button. So whether there will be a login and whether the team will check whether the login is working fine or not. So these kind of entire verification of your application will be done at this particular stage by the people called testers, QA, so quality assurance team or quality analyst team. So that is what like we will be calling it as QA team. Then finally, we will be having this maintenance, and maintenance is nothing but we will be deploying this code to the production. So production is nothing but your server. Okay. So we will be deploying this code to the server. Then we will be doing the maintenance of that particular application. So in terms of any issues, we will be like looking into that. We will be troubleshooting the issue. So these kind of activities we will be doing. So these are all the stages, okay, different stages of our software development. So team, I'm taking a pause here with this particular one. Okay. So if you are having any queries, please post it there in the chat, or if you are comfortable, so please post that as well. So no doubts or clear, go ahead. So something like that. So it will be easy for me to proceed. Yeah. So team, I'm taking a minute of pause. And that is once again based on the company that you are going to work. So if you're going to work in a service-based companies, then your work will be limited, which means as a DevOps engineer, your work will be limited. If you are working in a product-based company, you will come to know the end-to-end deployment, end-to-end information. We have just like seen the different what should I call it as different stages or the main stages of the software development. But how we are going to implement that particular different stages? So that is where we are calling it as SDLC models. So how we are implementing that particular different stages. Okay, so that we are going to see that in the SDLC models. So like now, like we are having a lot of models, SDLC models, but in this session, we are going to deal with these three models: waterfall model, agile model, and the lean model. So we are going to deal with only these three models for this particular time. Yeah. So I'm just jumping into the respective models here. So the first model we are going to see is that the waterfall model. And also this is the first development model. Okay, this is the first development model used for this or used for the implementation of SDLC. Okay, so okay, SDLC means software development lifecycle. Okay, so SDLC means, so it stands for software development lifecycle. Okay, so whatever the software or whatever the product you are developing, you will be following these methodologies, or you will be following these models. So without following these models, like we cannot like, what is it? We cannot like go ahead with our deployment or what is it, like the so-called development. So this waterfall model is the first model used by all the team members. Okay, all the organizations, like when they started to do the software development. Okay, so the main point here is that it will follow the linear sequential model of development. So linear sequential model, okay, the keyword is linear sequential model. So what is this linear sequential model? So first feasibility check will be there, then it will come to the analysis. From analysis, then it will come to the design. So once the design has been done, then it will come to the coding and unit testing and so on. What are all the disadvantages or what are all the problems with this waterfall model? Just, I mean, by seeing the image itself, you can be able to depict this depict this information. If there is an issue or if there is an error in the analysis stage, so what will happen to your final product? Let us say there is an error happened in the analysis stage in terms of your technical discussion. So what will happen to your final product? We are not having any option to do this. So entire things will be entire things will go on vain. That is the problem in terms of our waterfall model. Yes, no, we can proceed, but the thing is that if there is a small error in the analysis stage, that will be replicated in all the stages automatically. Then finally, you will be having this, what is that? Under the topic, okay, under this particular, the final product, so you will be having this, your final product will come with the defect, which means you won't be able to match the customer satisfaction. Okay. Yes, error become more. Yeah, exactly. So whatever the final product you are having, so you won't be having this at the error. Okay. So this is why we are not going for this particular Terraform. I mean, we are not going for this particular waterfall model. If you see, these are all some of the advantages. I totally agree with it. So we will be having the clear objectives. We will be working with the specific deadlines and no ambiguous requirements, which means the requirements will be very clear. So there will be no unclear requirements or there won't be any ad hoc requirements. And we will be having the well understood milestones. So we will be having like all the clear milestones here for our setup. And like our process and the results will be documented very clearly. Okay, so all the processes and the results will be documented very clearly in this particular section. So we will be like doing all those things like in a, okay, so these are all the advantages of waterfall. So then we will be having this disadvantages, like where we will be having all these disadvantages. So we will be having this, okay, your working product won't be available because it will take a lot of time to take this working product. Okay, so we will be having a lot of time to get this working product and we will be having this poor model. Okay. Okay, we will be having this, what is it is not applicable for okay, it is not applicable for the large or the complex projects, and as well as cannot accommodate the changing requirements. So we already discussed, right? So what is it? We cannot like take the ad hoc requirements and the risks and the uncertainty is very high for this. Okay, the risk and the uncertainty is very high in this particular case. So in terms of this waterfall model. Okay, super. So this maintenance of software means it's a common terminology that we are using. Okay, this is the common terminology that we are using in order for the deployment. So you have to deploy your application, like whatever the application you are developing, right? So you have to deploy that application, and that application needs to be maintained. Maintenance means you have to give the support to that particular application. So support in the sense, let us say you have deployed the new application. Okay, that is the new application. So sometimes the application might behave in a weird situation, like it won't have enough memory, or it won't have enough CPU, or it will throw some errors in the runtime. So who will take care of that? So those activities will come under your maintenance. Okay, and this work we are calling it as the role of SRE. No, okay. So we are calling it as site reliability engineer. Okay, so we are calling this as site reliability engineering. So what is this site means? Okay, so you are a site, you will act as a site reliability engineer. And what is this site refers to? Site refers to your, sorry team. So site refers to your application. So your website or your web app. Okay. So reliability means you have to take care of the reliability of that application. What does that reliability means? Your application should be up and running for 24/7. That is what, like, we are having this reliability. And engineer, you will be the person who will be taking care of the reliability of that particular application. So that is what we are calling it as SRE. So this is a new role that we are having, and this maintenance of software will be having that particular role. QA, fantastic. The testers will do that, exactly. So likewise, this maintenance of software, both DevOps and as well as the SRE people will come into the picture. So at this particular point of stage, you will just consider it as DevOps engineer. But in the real-time scenario, the DevOps engineer will deploy the application in an automatic way. But the support, the maintenance of that particular application will be taken care by the SRE people. So now SRE is out of scope. Okay, SRE is not mandatory here, but I shared with you for the real-time exposure. So that, like, it will be a new learning for all of you, right? So that's why. Yeah. So team, I'm just like moving to the next one. So shall I proceed to the next one, the agile methodology? Are we all good? Is it clear? Done, right? Superb. Thank you. Yep. So the next one we are seeing is the agile methodology. And team, this agile methodology is the most commonly and widely used model. So have anyone worked on this agile methodology in this particular call? So they might be developers or anyone. Have you worked on this agile methodology, or are you working in this agile methodology right now? So for feasibility check, it is taking 10 days. For analysis, it is taking 10 days. For design, it is taking 10 days. Coding and unit testing 10 days. Integration and system testing 10 days. So when I can see the final product, when the customer can see the final product, team, after how long the customer can see the final product? Let us say maintenance and deployment of software is taking 10 days. So after how many days the people will be, the customer will be able to see the final product? So 10 business days means it's exactly 2 weeks, because we won't include our Saturdays and Sundays, right? So we won't include our Saturdays and Sundays. So 10 business days means Monday to Friday and Monday to Friday, which means 2 weeks. So in this case, if you see the waterfall model, the customer needs to wait for 60 days to see the product. So team, is it okay to see your product after 60 days? Will you accept this particular methodology? Will you accept this particular methodology, this waterfall one? Will you wait for the 60 days to, see your product without any updates? No, the answer is big no. So that is why we came up with this model called Agile methodology. And what this Agile methodology will do, it will work in creating the shorter development life cycle. So we will be having this shorter development life cycle. So what is this shorter development life cycle means? So what is this shorter development life cycle? So team, I worked in this Agile a lot. So what is this shorter development life cycle means? We will be creating a sprint model. So we will be creating a sprint. So what is this sprint called as? So sprint usually go for 2 weeks. So 2 weeks means how many days in terms of IT terminology? Sprint usually go for 2 weeks. So in terms of IT terminology, like 2 weeks means how many days? Yep, simple, 10 days. Yes, 10 business days. So this sprint will go for 10 business days. So the first sprint, okay, this is first sprint. Okay, so we will be working on the first 2 weeks. Then sprint 2, the next 2 weeks. Then sprint 3, the next 2 weeks. Okay, so the terminology we are calling it as sprints. Okay, so we are just like calling this particular one as sprint. So in this first sprint, it will go for 2 weeks. That the entire team will work for 10 days. Okay, within the 10 days, this entire stuff will be concluded. So design will be done, coding will be done, the test and debugging will be done, the release and deployment will be done, and this priority request will be done. Okay, so in this 10 days, within this particular 10 days, these entire things will happen. So this is what we are calling it as shorter development life cycles. See, the shorter development life cycle. So we won't release all the features at once, but what we will do, we will be doing the incremental model of development. So let us say sprint means, okay, let me explain that. Sprint is the terminology. Sprint is a terminology which we will call or we will use to denote these 2 weeks. You can define any time period, but normally the sprint will go for 2 weeks. You can define any time period. Yes, sprint equal to 2 weeks. That is the normal, agile terminology. But based on your company's or based on your project's nature, the timeline will vary. But this is sprint is nothing but the a defined time to work. Is it clear to everyone? So next sprint, next 10 days, you will be defining the timing here. So let us say you are having 100 requirements. Okay, so let us say you are having 100 requirements. Okay, so 100 requirements in the sense you are having 100 requirement. I mean, totally you have to complete 100 activities or 100 tasks here. So will you be able to complete all these 100 tasks within this 10 days? Will you be able to complete all the 100 tasks in the 10 days? The answer is big no. So what the team will do means they will take the priority activities. So requirement 1, requirement 2, and requirement 3, then requirement 4. So for the first sprint, what the team will do means instead of all the 100 requirements, the team will consider only the requirement 1, 2, 3, 4, which will have the top priority. So based on this priority, the team will be working they will be working only these 4 requirements in this particular 2 weeks or 10 days. So team, is this clear? I'm taking a pause here. Is this clear to everyone? How they are working? So at the end of 10th day, what the customer will see? What the customer can see here? So a minimum product with the minimum features implemented. Next one here. So this is what we are calling it as agile methodology. And team, in most of the organizations, we are dealing only with the agile methodology. Okay. In most of the organizations, we are dealing only with the agile methodology. And now I'm just coming to the advantages here. If you see the customer satisfaction, so it will be like really good. We don't need like what is that, like a lot of planning, okay, a lot of time in the planning and all, okay, because like we are just like dealing with all the current what is it, like we are just like working in the sprint, right? For every 2 weeks you can just like do the planning. And this is another one important thing, requirements can be dynamic in nature, so we don't need to worry about this particular requirements, because we will be dealing with the ad hoc requirements. Then this is the another one. So we within the 10 days or within the sprint, so the functionality will be created and tested accordingly. So this is the concept of this agile model. I mean, advantages. The disadvantage here is that not suitable for handling complex dependencies in projects, because we are using this agile model to manage like all the complex projects, like everything in our thing, in our project, okay, even if it is a big project. Then the next one is the knowledge transfer. So initially it was there, this was one of the disadvantages, but now we have just like removed that by using the by implementing this everything as a documentation. So like everyone will be like good and at this documentation in this agile methodology, okay. And now I want to mention one point to this. Okay, so as we are in the DevOps, in order to become a DevOps engineer, so you have to be good at this particular things. Okay, so you should have a basic, or I mean, at this particular stage, you should have the basic Linux knowledge. Okay, so team just wanted to mention this as the new information, and you should be good in terms of doing the troubleshooting. Okay, so all the issues will be coming. Okay, you will be facing lot of new issues in your setup, so you should be good in terms of the troubleshooting. You won't get all the answers in the first go itself for your issues, so you should be very good in terms of doing the troubleshooting. Then the next topic, next thing would be the documentation. So whatever you are doing, or even if it is a small task, you should be very good in terms of doing the documentation. So this, apart from your technical knowledge, these knowledges will definitely help you to go up in your career, this troubleshooting and the documentation. Okay, so just wanted to add this for your understanding. That's it. Okay. So this is a void one, and this is also like a void one. And finally, like we will be having this, our success of our project, okay, depends upon the customer interaction. So how we are frequently interacting with the customer. So based on that only, we can define our success. Okay. Like routine process, yes. Can we target parallel activities in Agile model? Yeah, Abhishek, all the team members will be working here. Okay, all the team members will be working here. So your design, so like once they complete the design for the current sprint, they will do the design for the next sprint. So that's what I told, right? 100 requirements are there. So you have to take and work on that on the priority. That's it. So they will assign the priority for that. So once you complete the top priority, so you have to work for the next priority activities. DevOps engineers requires an agile model only. No. DevOps engineer is a different, I mean, it's a different stream. Without the agile model also you can work. But we are mentioning the software development model here. Rajesh, like your question is like not a correct one. So DevOps engineer will be employed in across all the things, even if you're not having any requirement. So this is not a valid one. That's what I told, right? So this point is not a valid one. So we are having this point as not suitable for handling complex dependencies and projects. This is not the valid one because you are using this agile for handling complex projects, complex dependencies. Even I have worked a lot on this. That's what I told, right? These 2 points earlier it was there, but now like these 2 points, but now like they have removed, I mean, what is that? The agile has implemented some new topics on top of that. So it removed this particular one. So that's what I told. It's a void. It's a null one you can consider. So even if it is in the PPT, then I cannot like go ahead with that. So I have to like tell the exact truth here. Okay. I mean, exact truth in the sense, exact reality, like how we are dealing with in the real time. Okay, team. So then we are having this concept of lean model here. Okay. So what is this lean model actually? So I'm just moving to the next topic. So lean model is nothing but it is just it came from the agile methodology only. Okay, this lean model actually came from the agile methodology, but the lean model came from the agile methodology only. Okay, so but like what is the main focus or what is this main focus here in terms of this lean model is that they will be ignoring the clutter, so the unnecessary information for the later, and they will focus on what is required now. Okay, so which means the lean methodology will work on these principles, on these 7 principles. So eliminate the waste and amplify the learning, means like increase the learning between the team and to the respective team member. And we will be taking the decision as late as possible. We will be doing the planning very clearly and we will be delivering as soon as possible. Okay, so that's like another one key point. And we will be empowering the team. We will be empowering the entire team here. And we will be building the integrity between the team members, and we will be seeing the holistic picture of the respective product. Okay, so team, this lean model looks like, I mean, we are having these kind of advantages, but all these things you will be able to see in the agile model itself, because now the agile model has, what is it, grown up to this particular level. Okay, so in most of the companies, and you can what is that, like above 95 to 97% of the companies at this current stage, they are going with the agile methodology, and the remaining 3%, it is based on their what is that, the budget, and it is based on their team and based on their work culture. So they are not going with this particular one. Okay, so but apart from that, every company or all the organizations are dealing only with the agile methodology and not even with the lean methodology. So this is what I just wanted to share here. Okay, so these are all the principles. Just take this for your understanding purpose. Okay, so okay, this is what we are having here. And if you see the advantages, yes, we will be having the same advantage as agile, and it will create a positive working environment across the company. And the customer feedback, like whatever the thing we are having, like we will be having only with this customer feedback, and we will be like limiting the waste. So that is what like we are having, right? Limiting the waste, which means what is that, eliminating the waste. So waste in the sense, like we will be saving the time and as well as for the budget, the money for that particular project. Then we will be having the disadvantages once again here. So for the lean model, so we will be having this largely dependent on the skill set. So which means you need a powerful team, you need a strong team there. Okay, so whatever the team members you are having, whomever, so they should have some good skill sets. And the next one is, we should not give any error here. So if any error happens, yes, that will be a bad for business and that will affect the entire name. And this is not only for the lean methodology, it is common for all the other models as well. And once again, this is similar to agile. Success of the project depends heavily on the customer interaction. So we will be like, what is it, like you have to interact with the customer a lot, and based on the customer's input, you have to, what is that, customize the product or deliver the product based on the customer requirements, whether the requirements were satisfied or not. So that is the point we are having here. If you see this particular one, so waterfall model, you are having, if you see the final product, the release is happening at the end of like all the stages, and you will be able to get the customer feedback only after releasing the product. But if you see in terms of agile, we are completing all those activities in one sprint. Then we will be starting the next sprint based on the input from the customer feedback. And the same applicable for your lean model as well. So where like we are eliminating, I mean, in addition to the agile, we are just like eliminating the waste here. So this is the small comparison between this particular one. So that is why either we have to apply or we have to adopt the agile or the lean model in order to get or in order to achieve this particular what is the customer support or the customer feedback, okay, in a quick manner. So this is the small comparison that we are having. Okay, so here the waste means either you can consider this as the time and as well as the budget. So you have to like allocate the budget to the team, budget to the technology. So if you are like doing the summarization, if you see like we are having this waterfall model, so it took a lot of time to complete. Okay, it took a lot of time to complete your requirement. So whenever you are giving the final product, the customer requirement will no longer the same. So they will have the different requirement, and you have to start working on the same thing here. But if you see this image, like the interaction between the customers and the software company is not good. The relationship is not good. But if you adopt the lean or the agile methodologies, so we will be strictly focusing on the customer feedback, because like we will be getting the customer feedback on every sprint, and the software will be like developed within the shorter development life cycle. And if you see the relationship between the customer and software company is good. Okay, so this is why we have to adopt the lean and agile methodologies. Okay, so how we can incorporate this lean and the agile methodologies even in a quick way. So that is where we need the DevOps. So why we need DevOps here? That is where like we need the DevOps. So why DevOps? So before entering into this particular one, so I want to hear from all of you. So what is coming to your mind whenever you are hearing this word DevOps? So just like share your idea, just either in one word or in a phrase or in a one sentence. Please go ahead. Okay, containerization, any word, whatever the word coming to your mind. Yeah. So please share that. The bridge for okay, fine. Combination of development. Okay, microservices. Okay, then development plus operations. Reducing man hours. Okay, to accommodate the frequent changes. Okay, Docker, Jenkins, Kubernetes. Okay, avoid conflicts in source code. Okay, pipelines. Superb. This is just like depicting the image. So the good relationship, if you see this is the good relationship between the customers and the software company. So why we are having the good relationship means we are following the lean and the agile methodologies. So what are the advantages in terms of the lean and the agile methodology? We will be focusing on the customer feedback. Okay, we will be focusing on the customer feedback, and we will be improving the software quality by using the sorted development life cycle. So this is what actually we have seen that. Now, why we have to bring the DevOps? So now that is the question that will be running in our mind. Okay, so thanks a lot for your responses. So now we will be like checking like what is the exact reason that we have to bring the DevOps here. Okay, so if you see this particular one, so team, what is the image? What is the meaning of this particular image which I have highlighted? What is the meaning of this image which I have highlighted? So there is a clash between the developers and the operations. Why there is a clash? That we are going to see. Okay, so why there is a clash? That we are going to see right now. Okay, so we will be like we are going to understand or discuss about the role of this particular developers and the operations. So normally, what is the job of a developer? So the normal job of a developer means the developer needs to develop applications, and the code, whatever the developed code, should be passed to the operations team. Am I right? So this is the work of a developer in an organization. Okay. And what is the role of the operations here? So this is not the operations one, the one which I have highlighted here. Okay. The first 3 lines, it is the work of QA team. Okay. So it is the work of QA team. So there is a small typo in the slide. So the QA team will take the code and they will test the code and they will provide the feedback to the developers in case of any bugs. Is it clear to everyone? Is this clear to everyone? So developers will develop the code and they will share the code to the QA. QA will test the code and they will just like share the feedback in case of any bugs, right? And if everything goes well, okay, if everything goes well, the operations team will upload the code to the server, okay, so that your code will be deployed to the server. This is the flow. Okay, this is the role of each and everyone, role of this particular folks. Now, where the exact issue is happening. So the developer tested the code in his or her own machine. Okay, so there the code is working fine. So what the developer is doing? Developer is forwarding that to the operations team. So which means from developer to operations. The same operations team deploying the code on their system, but it is not working. Okay, now it is not working. So what the operations team will do? The operations team will forward that to the developer. So the operations team will forward that to the developer, and what the developer will do? Once again, the developer will test the same in his or her own machine. There it will run. The same code will be running perfectly here. The same code won't run in the operations team's machine. So this is where your fight will happen. And this is what we are calling it as the wall of conflict. Okay, so we are just like calling this as the wall of conflict. Okay, so like there will be a wall in between developer and the operations. They will be like, what is that, pushing the code, what is that, here and there. So back and forth, they will be pushing the code. No one will be able to get the solution. Okay, so the reason I'm telling here, let us say they have developed the Node.js application. The developer has created a Node.js application. So let us say they are using this version 14 Node.js. So in the operations team, in the server, we are having version 11. So will this work here? The application got created with version 14, okay, will work in this version 11 or not? Yes or no? No, I need a definite answer here. May work or may not, then which means like as a DevOps engineer, we have to give the exact. So this is what I'm calling it as blaming game. Okay, so this is what I'm calling it as blaming game. So developers will blame the operations will blame the developer. But who will give the correct solution here? But what is the solution here? So now you understood the problem, right? So developer is working with one version. That version is not being supported by the operations. So this is the problem. Okay, cool. So this is where we are bringing the DevOps. Okay, this is where we are bringing the concept of DevOps to proceed further. Okay, so this is where we are bringing that. So we are collaborating both the teams, both the developer and the operations. And that is what we are going to. What is this DevOps? This is a small comparison between this traditional IT versus DevOps. So this is less productive and this DevOps is more productive here. Okay, so this is less productive and this is more productive. And we are having this skill-centric team in terms of this traditional IT, but in DevOps, we will be having the specialized silos team with good skill sets. And here you have to invest more time in planning. It is not the case for DevOps because like everything you have automated. So you can do all those things in an automated way. And it is difficult to achieve the target or goal. But in terms of DevOps, it is very easy to achieve the targets because we will be getting the continuous feedback and we will be having the frequent releases to the product. This is a small difference between the traditional IT and the DevOps one. So now we are entering into what is meant by this DevOps. We are having here. So it is a software development methodology. Okay, so it is a software development methodology. So that will improve the collaboration between the developers and the operations team. So whatever like we are having or whatever we are doing here, so we will be having this, the collaboration between the developers and the operations team. And also these tools are implemented using the various stages. Okay, these tools are implemented using the various stages. So we are going to achieve the collaboration. And how we are going to achieve the collaboration using various automation tools. Okay, we are going to achieve the collaboration between various automation tools. So what these automation tools are going to be implemented, so that we are going to see. So for each and every stage, we are going to implement or we are going to discuss some tools for this particular one. And as well as we are going to discuss about the different stages as well. So what are all the different stages in DevOps and also what are all the tools that we are going to deploy for this particular one. So that is what we are going to discuss today. Okay, so here we are having the DevOps lifecycle actually. Okay, so here we are having 5 different stages or lifecycle. Okay, stages I could say. So the first one is continuous development. So the continuous development comprises of planning and coding. So team, who will do this continuous development here? I mean, which portion of the IT or which group of the IT will do this development, the continuous development? The stage is continuous testing. So the continuous testing comprises of building the code and testing the code. So who will do this continuous testing here? I'm just like categorizing that. Who will do the continuous testing? So the QA team will do that exactly. And who will do the continuous deployment? Just don't bring the DevOps, but who will do the continuous deployment in our case? So the operations team will do that. And who will do the continuous monitoring? The same operations will do that. Okay, so this is a new terminology, I understand. So the same operations will do that. So these 4 stages will be working in a silos way. Am I right? So these 4 things will be working in an independent way. All these 4 stages will be working in an independent way, which means the the developers will do the development. Then the testers will start the testing by their own. Then the continuous deployment, the operations folks will do the deployment based on the code. Then we will do the continuous monitoring. All these stages will happen in a independent way, which means the silos way. But what this DevOps will do, it will integrate all those things using a concept of continuous integration. So all these stages will be integrated into a single pipeline, and this is what we are calling it as continuous integration. Okay, so this is what we are calling it as continuous integration. So team, any queries in this particular one? We are going to discuss about in detail about each and every stage. This is the work of DevOps. So like you are having the activities in a different stages, but the work of the DevOps is to bring or integrate or collaborate all the stages together in a single pipeline. So these activities, okay, so these activities are these will be carried out in an independent way. Is it clear for everyone? So developers will do the testing in an autonomous way, which means there won't be any link between your developers and the operations. Okay, and there won't be any link between the testers and the operations. So everyone will be working in an autonomous way. Okay, so autonomous way in the sense in an independent way. So they will complete their work, then they will deliver, which means they will inform the testers, hey, we completed the development, please go ahead with the testing. So once again, that is a manual way. So then once again, the testers will complete and they will inform the operation folks, hey, we completed the testing, so please do the deployment. Once again, a manual way. So what this DevOps will do, it will eliminate these manual activities and it will integrate all these stages together. That is what I'm telling here. So it's a theoretical statement. Okay, so I have not like entered into any technical statement here. It's a theoretical statement. Okay, so that is what we are having here, and that is what we are doing at this particular stage. Is it clear to everyone? So this is the sequence that has been provided to us. Okay, this is one of the pipeline that you can consider. Okay, so we have not like included any technologies here, but this is the kind of sequence you can consider. So developer will do the continuous development and the code will be stored in the version control system. Then it will kick the continuous integration that we have seen, and this continuous integration will perform the continuous deployment in the respective servers. So production server and in the testing server. And once the deployment has been done, so the continuous testing will be kicked off automatically. Then like the feedback will be shared to the developer via continuous monitoring. So this is the sequence. Okay, so team, now like it will be like this image will be a new to you because we have not discussed what is meant by this continuous development or what is meant by this continuous integration. So we have not like discussed about that. Let us discuss those points, then we will come back to this image so that it will be easy for us to track. So what is meant by this continuous development? So here the continuous development means we will be creating, or the continuous development means the team will be developing the code, the development team will be developing the code and they will be committing the code to the version control systems. So that we are going to see how we are doing that. So which is nothing but your Git or SVN. So we are going to use the Git for our use case, but you can just know the other set of tools as well. Okay, so we will be developing the code and we will be continuously committing that particular code to the version control system. We will be saving all our code, whatever the code we are developing, right? So that code will be stored in so it will be like uploaded to the Git or SVN. And after that, we will be using the tools. Okay, we will be using these tools like Ant, Maven or Gradle. Okay, we will be using these tools like Ant, Maven or Gradle for building or packaging the code into an executable file. So team, what is the need of this build or packaging means? your code will be in the human readable format. You have to convert that into the machine readable format, and that activity is called as building or packaging the code. Okay, so that activity we are calling it as building or packaging the code. So this is what we are calling it as continuous development. So this is what we are calling it as continuous development. So team, are we clear here regarding this continuous development? All those things in the what is it? In the demo format, in the working model. Okay. So next I'm going to the continuous integration. So what is this continuous integration will do? So we have discussed this particular point already. It will integrate the different stages of the DevOps lifecycle. Okay, so it will integrate the different stages of the DevOps lifecycle. So this is what we are having here. So it will integrate the different stages of the DevOps lifecycle into a single pipeline. That is what we are calling it as continuous integration. So this is where you will be implementing the automation of all the pipelines. So team, is this clear? So this is where we will be implementing the automation of all the pipelines. Okay, so this is what we are calling it as continuous integration. Then we are having this concept of continuous deployment. And what is this continuous deployment? If you see, like we will be like once the code is built, okay, once the code is built, the environment or the application will be containerized. We will be creating the containers and we will be deploying those containers in the respective server. So this is what actually we are having. So this is what we are having here in this particular stage. Okay, so this is what we are having in the continuous deployment. So we will be doing the containerization and we will be pushing that to the respective server. So this is what we are calling it as continuous deployment. So team, we are going to deal with configuration management here, virtualization here, and as well as the containerization. So team, we are going to deal or we are going to see the each and every concept as a separate tool. Okay, so we are going to do this each and every concept as the separate tool. Here containerization means converting your application code into the Docker image. That is what we are calling it as containerization. We are going to convert our application code into the Docker image. That is what we are calling it as your containerization. Okay, so team, now I'm moving to the next one, which is continuous testing. So what is this continuous testing will do? So normal team, like you know the meaning of automated testing, right? So in terms of automated testing, the testers will write the scripts and that script will be executed against your application, and that script will do all the automation test cases, like whatever the manual activities you are doing, like in an application. Let us say you developed an application, you have to verify the login and logout option. So what you have to do is, for the login and logout option, you have to, for the login and logout option, you have to like, what is it? You have to achieve this, like you have to enter the username and the password, and you have to click on the login button. So this is how you can test in a manual way. So the same steps will be automated with the help of continuous testing. So the team will be writing the script, and the script will be used in order to do that, and the script will be used in order to achieve that. So this is what we are going to use. Okay, so this is what we are going to achieve with that. Okay, so if there is no error, so like the application will be deployed. If there is an error, then a message will be sent to the developer. And this is what we are having here in this continuous monitoring. And what is this purpose of this continuous monitoring here? So we will be doing this continuous monitoring to monitor our applications. and monitor our infrastructure which we have deployed. So we will be using the continuous monitoring tools to collect the data, and then that data will be shared with the developers to improve the application. And it will not only monitor the application, it will monitor your what is it, infra as well. I mean infrastructure, and it will monitor your application as well. So these are all the different stages of your these are all the different stages of your respective DevOps. Okay, these are all the different stages. So continuous development and continuous integration, continuous deployment and continuous testing and continuous monitoring.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
The different DevOps tools that we are going to connect and check, like what are the different tools that we are going to use in this particular one. And also I'm going to showcase some different resources as well, so that will help you to gather more information on top of it. Okay, so now I'm just jumping into the session. So the DevOps tools, right? So as of now, we just discussed about the methodologies. We have not discussed about any we have not discussed about any tools or nothing. So we have not done that. So that is what actually we are going to do now. Okay, so we are going to discuss about the tools for each and every the tools which we are having for each and every stages which we have discussed. So first one, we are having this for continuous development. So for continuous development, we have seen what we are going to do in a continuous development. Then in that, we are going to use the tool called Git. So for this particular stage, we are going to use the tool called Git. So what is this particular Git will do? So it is a distributed version control system tool, where we will be using this for tracking our source code. We will be using this for versioning our source code and tracking our source code. So why we have to go for Git means we need to integrate, or we need to coordinate the work with multiple people. So that's why we are just using that particular Git. And mainly we are using this for management of the source code in our IT industry, but you can use this Git in order to track any sort of files. But here in coming to our scope, we are using this Git only to make use of our the source code management, whatever the source code the developer is going to create, or whatever the source code the tester is going to create, or whatever the source code as a DevOps engineer we are going to create, some YAML files, manifest files, playbooks, we are going to use this Git in order to store that. So this is the first tool as well we are going to learn in this particular DevOps session. Then the next one we are having is, by the way, this Git is an open source tool. You don't need to pay any sort of amount. Okay, you don't need to pay any sort of amount. You don't need to pay get any subscription, nothing. So Git is an open source tool. Then you are having this another tool called Jenkins. So this Jenkins is used to integrate, continuously integrate with all the other stages. So we are going to use the tool called Jenkins, and it is an open source automation server. Once again, it is an open source tool. So the prerequisite for this particular tool is Java. So it has been written on Java. So you need the JDK in your machine. in order to deal with this particular one. So what it will do, what this Jenkins will do, it will automate the non-human part, like whatever the steps or whatever the things like we have done, right? So it will help us to automate that particular one. Okay, so that is the part of this Jenkins here. So then I'm going for the third step, continuous deployment. And here continuous deployment, we are having two concepts. So virtualization and containerization. So configuration management. So for virtualization and containerization, we are going to use the tool called Docker. And for the configuration management, we are going to use the tools called Puppet and Ansible. So now you can have a question. So why there are two tools under configuration management? So here, what you are going to see, this Puppet will be a kind of self-study one that you are going to do the self-study by your own, and we are going to deal only with the Ansible at this particular stage. So we are going to deal only with the Ansible for this particular stage here. Okay. So that is the point in terms of this continuous deployment. Okay. So containerization is nothing but in a common tab, because we are having a separate topic for this. So containerization is nothing but taking your application and converting that into a image or a Docker image. In here, like we are going to deal only with the Docker. So I'm using that particular one. So taking your application and converting that into a Docker image. So that is the process of containerization. So like for this particular one, containerization, we are having a different, a separate module. So where we will be like discussing the entire or what is it? Like a core discussion. We will be having a detailed discussion during that particular module. Okay. But in a nutshell, it is kind of like creating the Docker image. Okay. You can consider that particular point. Okay. Docker image will be able to do that. Converting your application, whatever the application you are creating, and converting that into the Docker image is the part of containerization. So Puppet and Ansible, so these tools will come under the configuration management. Okay, so what is this configuration management mean? You will be deploying a server and you have to configure those servers in an automated way. Okay, so let us say you are deploying a server, you have to install JDK and other prerequisite software. So will you do that in a manual way? So if you do that in a manual way, then we cannot like achieve the 100% automation. So in order to manage that installation and the configuration of your server, your Puppet and Ansible will help. So that is what we are calling it as configuration management tools. So Puppet, once again, you are going to do the self-study, like there won't be any continuous testing. So we already discussed about that. What is this testing means? So we will be using this continuous testing in order to validate our applications, like whatever the applications we are creating. So we will be using this Selenium, continuous testing to validate our application. So what is the tool we are using here is Selenium. So Selenium is nothing but that is the testing framework where the QA people will be writing some piece of code, and that code will be executed against your application, against the application which you have developed. So that will give you so that will validate your application, whether all the functionalities have been created or not. So that is what we are having called as continuous testing. And for that, we are using this tool called Selenium. And once again, it is an open source tool. And now you can have a question. So this Selenium is also a self-study material or self-study one that you are going to do that, or that you are going to study by your own. Okay, so that is what we are having here for this particular Selenium. Finally, we are having this monitoring tool So here the team has mentioned about the Nagios, but we are not going to use Nagios in our setup. So we are going to use this elk stack for our learning. Okay, so we are going to get this elk stack, okay, for the monitoring purpose instead of this particular instead of this Nagios. So I'm just like repeating all those things once again. What are all the tools actually we are going to learn as a first step, and we are going to learn this GitHub in this along with this particular one as the first step. Then we are going to learn about this Maven. Okay, so these are all the tools actually we are going to learn. This is for the build tool. Then we will be learning about the Jenkins, and for the continuous deployment, we will be using this Docker, and also we will be learning about this Kubernetes, and we are having this Ansible in order to do the configuration management. So Selenium, yes, it's an once again self-study portion, and for the monitoring, we are going to deal with the elk stack. So these are the tech stacks that we are going to learn. Okay, so on this particular topic, introduced. If you see, developer will commit the code to the GitHub repository. This flow, developer will commit the code to the GitHub repository. GitHub will trigger the Jenkins. Jenkins will do the deployment in the respective servers with the help of Puppet and Ansible. Then in the testing server, your Selenium test cases will be executed. In production server, like the Nagios will monitor your application and it will deliver the feedback to the developer. So this is what actually like we are having. This is the pipeline that we are going to achieve. Okay, so this is the pipeline we are going to achieve, but this is a simple or the minimalistic pipeline, but we are going to like deal with some real application, and some of the tools are missing in this particular pipeline as well. Okay, so that is what actually we are going to achieve. Okay, but you are not going to write as a DevOps engineer, you are not going to write the Selenium test cases, that's for sure. Okay, if you're going to the real product company or the real service based company as a DevOps engineer, you are not going to write any test cases from Selenium. And also Puppet, it is not must to have, it is good to have, because in not all the organizations will be having the Ansible as the configuration management tool. Okay, sometimes sometimes the team will be having this Chef as the configuration management, Puppet as the configuration management. So at that time, if you are having some enough hands-ons on Puppet, it will be easy for you to deal with. This is the tool. This is the link that I wanted to share with you. So this is what we are calling it as DevOps tools periodic table. Okay, in chemistry, there is a periodic table with a lot of elements. I mean, a different set of elements in the chemistry, so that you might have like learned about in your schooling kind of thing. So similarly, we are having a DevOps periodic table, okay, where you can have the similar set of tools. Okay, so the tools which we are looking here is the minimal or the basic level of tools. Okay, basic in the sense the open source tool that good must to have. So the similar sort of tools you are having here. So let us say what we have done. So we learned about this Jenkins, right? We learned about the Jenkins here, but you are having Jenkins, you are having Azure DevOps, you are having GitLab CI, you are having Travis CI, you are having Circle CI, you are having Maven, you are having Atlassian Bamboo. So you are having this GitHub Actions, Code Build, Acuity, CodeFresh. So whatever the work that Jenkins will do, all these other tools will be able to perform that. Okay, so which means as a DevOps engineer, you should have this knowledge as well. Okay, so because like you cannot expect like all the organizations will be using the same tech stack. Okay, in my organization, like where I worked with Jenkins, I worked with GitLab CI, and now I'm working with GitHub Actions. Okay, so your tools will be like changing frequently based on the organization or based on the cost and based on the features. So you should be good enough to change yourself, or you have to accommodate yourself to that particular tool. So if you are not ready to learn that particular tool, yes, once again, that's why I told. So learn Ansible. The same process will be continued for your Puppet or for the tool called Chef. Okay, so based on the organization and based on the requirement, you have to learn the tool. And this is like another one point that you can just like, you can get some idea. Oh, so we are having these much of tools in addition to that. So that idea you can see, you are having Ansible, you are having Chef, you are having Terraform, you are having CloudFormation, you are having Consul, you are having Puppet, you are having a tool called Packer. So have you heard about this tool called Packer? So now you should have a clear-cut idea. So what is the actual work of DevOps, or what you are going to do? What is your actual goal here, right? So the thing is that there will be a developer. Okay, so team, like, please excuse me, like in this for this particular diagram. So this is, let us consider this particular image as the developer. Okay, so what is the actual work of the DevOps engineer? So here the developer will commit the code to the Git or the GitHub. Okay, let us say they will be like committing the code to the Git or the GitHub. Okay, so like there won't be any manual work. So the only manual work here expected is committing the code to the GitHub repository. Okay, committing the code to the GitHub repository. So we are having that. So apart from that, every activity should be automated. So the first one is, what is that? Getting the source code from the developer. So from this particular place, you have to jump to the, your pipeline should go to the Maven build. So it should build your code. Okay, so that is the second step. Then after building the code, you have to scan your code. Okay, you have to verify or validate your code, whether you are having any vulnerabilities or bugs or not. So this will be done with the help of, just for your understanding purpose, I'm telling. Okay, this will be the third stage. Then the fourth stage will be, we will be doing the integration testing. So where we will be like using the testing, we will be using the different frameworks like Selenium, JUnit, so these kind of things. Then after that, we will be storing our binaries into a tool called Artifactory. So that is what we are calling it as stage number 5. So Artifactory, we will be storing that. Then we will be taking this, sorry. Then we will be taking this binary, this particular Artifactory, from here to this particular server. Okay, so from here to this particular server. So, we will be taking this application from the Artifactory and we will be deploying that in the respective server. So it may be test or pre-prod or production. So who will help you to do that? Means like the configuration management tools will help you to deploy that or achieve that. And we have seen these stages, like totally there are 7 stages here. So now you should have a question. So you are telling like everything should be automated, everything should be automated. So who will control these process? Like first the control should go to stage 1, then control should go to stage 2, control should go to stage 3, control should go to stage 4, stage 5, stage 6, stage 7. So who will manage that? So that is where your continuous integration servers will comes into the picture. In our case, it is Jenkins. So Jenkins will be managing all those activities. So this is a typical pipeline. Okay, this is the typical pipeline that you have to create. So here the tools might change. Okay, the tools might change here, and as well as your your pipeline steps will change. Okay, so we cannot expect the same pipeline or same set of tools in all the organizations. So that I'm clearly mentioning here. So it is the work of the DevOps engineer to create this kind of pipeline, to configure each and every tool and to secure each and every tool. So the image which you are seeing here is the role of DevOps engineer. So it's not only stage 6. So the entire thing, except what is that? The writing the Selenium code, the entire work will be in the plate of DevOps engineer. In addition to a music director, there will be a person who will be having this kind of stick kind of material in his or her hand, and like what is that? That guy will point the respective players, right? So first, like he or she will, that particular person will point to the keyboard. Yes, he will give the signs, the control. So at that particular time, what is that? Like he will point the keyboard players, and the keyboard players will play the music or kind of thing. Then the point or he or she will point to the respective violinists or drums player kind of things. Have you noted that in that particular orchestra? Okay, Jenkins won't do any work, but Jenkins will do the orchestration. Like it's a manager. Yes, it's a control manager. So like it will control your entire flow. That's it. So let us say you are having a requirement in order to do some basic activities. So you have to do the scripting in the in the show called pipelining. So once again, it is based on the requirement. So in my experience, like I did the scripting along with the Ansible playbook. So Ansible was not able to perform some activities in the respective old IBM server. So I wrote the scripting. So I triggered that particular script with the help of Ansible. Okay. Yep. So team, we are all good. So this was the tool that we are going to learn for the day as the first step. So which is nothing but your version control. Okay. So why I need the version control here as the first step at this particular moment. So what is the actual purpose of this version control is? We have discussed a lot on this. From the name itself, you can understand it will help you to control the different versions of the file. So which means it is a system that records or manages the changes to the documents or the computer programs. Like leave the computer programs. The only thing is that the documents. So it will record and manage the changes to the documents. And what it will do, like it will help us to track the changes. Okay. It will help us to collaborate with multiple people. Okay. It will help us to collaborate with the multiple people when you are working with the same project. So here also I'm having an analogy. I need to like share this analogy here. So there is a file called secret.txt. Okay, there is a file called secret.txt. So it contains some confidential information. Okay, so what you have to do is that the requirement is to update some 100 lines in this file. What you will do, what you all will do at this particular stage. Okay, we'll edit and add. Will you edit the file directly, or what will you do? So I already told that the secret.txt is having the confidential information. So the requirement is to update the 100 lines. So what you will do? So will you open and edit the file directly, or will you do any other work before that? My question is that will you okay, perfect. So we will be taking the backup of this. Okay, then you will edit the file and you will edit the file for that 100 lines, right? So this is what we will do. Am I right? So for this, we will be having this secret called secret1.txt. We will be having like this secret1.txt. Am I right? This is what we will do. Okay. Now I am getting another one requirement here. Okay, I'm having another one requirement here. So update some 200 lines in this file as the second requirement. So what we will do? Update 200 lines in the same file as the second requirement. I mean, after some day. So what we will do here? versioning. So take the backup, right? Yes, take the backup and name it as secret1.secret2.txt or whatever it may be, and edit the 200 line, right? Now I have to roll back to the previous version. So now you are having two versions. You can easily manage and you can easily roll back to the previous version. But if you are having 100 versions, how you will roll back, how you will do the rollback, or how you will go to the respective version? Is it possible, first of all, if you are doing all those things in a manual way? Now we are not using any automation here, so that's for sure. So I'm just like asking you, so is it possible to do that? You are taking the versions, okay, you are taking the versions. I'm not denying with that fact, but is it possible, or is it an easy way to do that? The answer is big no. That is why we are entering into the version control system like Git. Okay, so this is the case here. Now coming back to this, the problems before the version control system. So what are all the problems we had before the version control system? So this is the typical real scenario, team. So you can just like make a note on that. So the developer A get the only version control tool. We are going to learn some other, see some other tools as well. But in this course, we are going to learn only the Git, not the other tools. So here, if you see, we are having a developer A. Okay, so developer A creates the software and starts the company with the software. So it's a very straightforward one. So developer A actually wrote the code and created a company with the software. Okay, now the company grows, right? The company grows and developer A hires more people to enhance the software. So like the more people are nothing but, so they are developer B, developer C, and developer D. So these three folks are actual stuff here. Okay, so these three folks we are having this people here. So developer B, developer C, and developer D. Okay, so what we are having here, okay, what we are having at this particular stage is that, so developer A will be sharing the source code. Okay, developer A will be sharing the source code with all the people, with all the developers. See how developer A will share the source code with developer B, either via mail or drive or any sort of application, because we are not having the version control here, right? So developer A is sharing the code with developer B and developer C and developer D. And if you see, what is the version of the code that developer A is sharing? It is version 1. Okay, it is version 1. So developer A is sharing the version 1 code to all the other developers. Okay, so now developer B is having version 1, developer C is having version 1, developer D is having version 1, and your software is running with version 1. So are we all clear with this particular scenario, or are we all clear with the particular step here? What is happening here means developer B enhances the feature. Okay, developer B enhances the software feature by updating the code. Okay, so by updating the code and submits it to the developer A. Okay, so which means developer B created version 2 and it was shared with developer A. So now what the developer A needs to perform here? So developer A received version 2, and what the developer A will perform here at this particular stage? So developer A will verify the changes manually. Okay, there is no automation here. So verify the changes manually, and if it looks all well, then the developer A will update the code of the software to version 2. Okay, so team, still developer C is having version 1 and developer D is having version 1. Only the developer B is having version 2. So are you seeing any collaboration, team collaboration between these, I mean, at this particular stage? But is it a correct one? So how the team should operate? How the team should operate? Could you please tell me? So if developer B is having the version 2, the developer C and developer D should have the same piece of code. Am I right? They should have the same piece of code here. So version 2, if you are introducing a new piece of code, and the developer C and developer D should have the same piece of code. Am I right? So it is not working here. Superb. You got the problem here. Now, once again, now it's the turn of developer C. So developer C finished the work. Okay, developer C finished the work, and developer C is giving the version 3 code to the developer A. So what this developer A will do? So developer A once again will manually verify the feature and manually integrate that with the version 2 code. Then he or she will deploy that to the software version 3. Am I right? The same manual steps the developer A is doing whenever the developer A is receiving the new version of code. So now this developer B is having version 2 and developer C is having version 3. This developer D is still having the version 1, but developer A is having version 3 of code here. Is it clear to everyone? Is it clear to everyone? Now I'm moving to the next step once again. So now it's the turn of developer D. So version 4, once again developer A will manually verify that, and developer A will manually integrate the changes with version 3. Then it will be deployed to the software. So now we can check this. So where we are having the collaboration here? Do we have any collaboration? So developer B is having version 2, developer C is having the version 3, and developer 4 is having version 4. Developer A is also having version 4, here version 4. So now like you are having 3 developers, so it is very easy for you to deal with. So let us say you are having 20 developers in your team. So how you will manage this? So next one. So developer A is developer A is on leave on that particular time. Okay, let us say on that particular day. So what will happen to this? Will you be able to perform any deployments on that day? If the developer A is not available, will you be able to perform any deployments on that particular one? Yeah, like definitely, like we cannot like achieve the rollback. So these are all the problems in terms of the version. I mean, without the version control. See, versioning is manual, that we have seen, and the team collaboration was time consuming. Yes, there was no team collaboration, to be very frank. Collaboration was happening only between the developers and the developer A, and no access to the previous versions. This is what I told, no access to the previous versions. And so multiple versions, you are dealing with like multiple version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. So this will take a lot of time space here. So that is where we are having this version control. So if you are implementing a version control system, the versioning will be automatic. Yeah, that's cool. And the team collaboration is simple. Yep, that will be like that we are going to see. And easy access to the previous version. Yes, we can quickly go to the rollback mechanism, and we can save only the modified code here. Okay, so we can just like store only the modified code and in this particular thing here. Okay, so it will also like give some space to store that. Okay, so these are all the advantages we are having here. Okay, these are all the advantages we are having here in terms of version control system. Types of version control system that we are having here. So that is what like we are going to see now. So there are 2 types of version control system as of now. So one is central version control system and another one is distributed version control system. Okay, so one is like centralized and another one is called distributed. And from the image itself, you can easily understand So like in terms of centralized version control system, all the developers or all the engineers, I could say, so they are contacting the remote repository for all the activities. But if you see the distributed version control system in this on the right side, if you see, like the engineers are contacting the local repo first, then only they are just like going to the remote repository. So there are two components you have to understand here. So remote and the local. So team, like in your point of view, so which one is okay? So here, if you see the centralized version control system, so you will be having only one single copy of code in the remote repo, which means the central server. We will be having only the single copy of code. Okay, we won't have like not that much. We will be having only single copy of code in the central server. And what they will do means they will have to commit the changes to the remote repository always. So whenever they want to commit, okay, whenever they want to commit a code, they have to contact the remote repository. So team, committing is nothing but like whatever the changes we are doing in our file, right? So we have to save that particular file. Okay, so we have to save that particular file. So that is where we are having, okay, we have to save that particular file. So we have to save, I mean, that particular saving of file is called as committing. Okay, so committing that particular code to the remote repository. Yes, committing means submit, save, record, upload. So you can get like, you can take like whatever the meaning you want. Okay, so we will be like doing all those things, I mean, in a demo. So once we get into the demo, you will come to know about the steps. Okay, so this is for the centralized version control system. And the second one is this distributed version control system. So in terms of this distributed version control system, so what we are doing is that, so we are managing, okay, we are just like managing all the other works as well. So we are just like managing some other activities as well. If you see the code here, sorry, not the image here. So you are having a remote repo, and as well as we are having the local repository. So which means like we don't, okay, so like we don't need to, the developer don't need to contact this remote repo for all the activities. So first they will clone the copy, okay, clone the copy of the main repository. This is the main repository, and they will clone the copy to the local system. And in their, okay, in this local, this is just an exact clone. Okay, this remote repo is just an exact clone of this local repository. So whatever you are having in this remote repo, you will be having this in the local repository. So whenever you want to work, so the developer or the engineer will be working with this local repository, and finally at the end of the day, they will be like pushing that to the remote repository. So this is the flow that this is the flow the developer will do. So if you see this also copies all the past versions of the code on the local system too. So that's where the developer need not to be connected to the internet for all the activities. So let me, so this is how your distributed will work. Okay, this is how your distributed version control system will work. Okay, so we will be having a local repo, and we will be dealing with the remote repo on top of that. Okay, so this is the point that we are having here. So this is the point we are having here at this stage. Clone means pulling. Yes, clone means actually copying the code. Yeah, correct. You are right. I mean, whatever the points you have posted is right. So this is the work of your centralized version control system and distributed version control system. Okay, so these two are all the two things which we are having here. And what is the difference that we are having here? So difference between the DVCS and the CVCS. This is something like it's for us, like it's a little bit like important in this case. So we will be having this. Okay, we will be having this. So everything except pushing and pulling can be done without internet connection. Okay, so which means for pushing and pulling only, you need the internet connectivity. For other set of activities, you don't need the internet connectivity. Okay, so that is one point you can mention here. Okay, so except everything, so pushing and pulling, you need the internet connectivity. But guys, what is meant by this pushing and pulling? Any inputs? I mean, analogy. Pushing means uploading. Okay, pushing means uploading. What is meant by this pulling? Here, pushing means uploading the code to the remote server, and pulling means downloading the code to the what is it? Downloading the code to the local. I mean, your local machine. That is what we are calling it as pushing and pulling. I'm going to the next point here. But in terms of centralized version control system, so we have to contact, I mean, we have the dedicated internet connectivity to each and everything. So we have to like, we should have this, what is the dedicated connectivity to each and every operation. So that you are clear, right? Because you are not having any local repo. Okay, so you are not having any local repo in between. So that's why you are having all the, okay, for each and every activity, you need the internet connectivity. Okay, then this is the first step here. And the second one is that, so every developer will be having the full version history of the local hard drive. Okay, so every developer will be having the full version history in the local drive, because you are cloning the repository. We don't need to have that. We don't need to have this particular one. Okay, so we don't need to have this particular one in terms of the centralized version control system. Okay, because you are going to work directly with the common server, right? But in terms of distributed version control system, like you will be cloning the code. And here, committing and retrieving will be faster because your data is on the local drive. But here, committing and retrieving will be slow because you need, it is happening over the internet, and you need that kind of bandwidth to accommodate. Okay, you need that kind of bandwidth to accommodate the same, right? And also you are having this, it is not good for storing large files. Okay, it is not good for storing large files here. Okay, that is not possible here. I mean, you can store, but it is not good, okay, to store the, let us say, the binary files. Okay, so binary files are nothing but your images and your videos. So these files, we are calling it as binary files. So those things actually, like we can, I mean, we won't be storing that in the GitHub repository, Git distributed version control system. But at the same time, like you can store those large files in the centralized version control system. So this is what the CVCS, centralized version control system. And then finally, you will be having this, like if you are having lot of commits, so downloading them will take a lot of time. But in terms of this, what is the centralized version control system, it won't, because you are not downloading any files here. Okay, you are not downloading any files in this centralized version control system. So in distributed version control system, multiple versions available, right? So multiple versions in the sense, like what you are calling it as a multiple version. So that I want to understand. What scenario we will use the centralized repo? Centralized repos were introduced first before the distributed version control system. And nowadays, most of the organizations are using the distributed version control system only. Okay, so these are all the examples of centralized version control system. So one is Subversion and another one is Helix Core. So these are all the examples of centralized version control system. Okay, and we are having a small input like related with the. Okay, we are having this small version like related with this small input related with the SVN. So SVN stands for subversion. So that is like first point. So SVN stands for subversion here, and in this particular subversion, it is an open source tool. It's an Apache subversion, and it is an open source tool, by the way. And we are having this open source license where you can like utilize that, and it is based on the centralized version control architecture. And the development got started by 2000, and it was available in 2004 to the public. Still, like some of the companies are using that, but they are going to migrate that from the subversion to the Git. So this is what actually like we have to learn out of this subversion. Okay, so these are all the disadvantages. Yes, so you need a constant internet connectivity because it is based off the centralized one. Then version history is not downloaded or maintained on the local system. So in local, there won't be any local repository for this. And it will be slower than the DVCS because for every change, you need the internet connectivity and you have to solve the conflicts manually. We will be having we will be getting like a lot of issues like while committing. So all those things needs to be resolved in the manual way. So these are all some of the examples of DVCS. One is Perforce, and the next one is Git, and the third one is Mercurial. And now we are going to see only in terms of this Git. So we are going to deal only with this Git right now. Why the Git is so popular? So because of its easiness, and you can easily use that particular Git. Okay, so that is also a possible one. So you can easily learn the Git actually. Okay, so like this is one of the popular tools that we can use. Okay, so but apart from that, like we are having the Perforce and Mercurial and all, but in most of the organizations you will be having this Git as the primary tool. Okay, then next topic is like it's just like what is that? Yeah, simple definition related with the Git. So that is what actually even we have seen like already. So it's a version control system, so which we will be using to track the changes in the computer files. Okay, so computer files in the sense like whatever the things like we are creating, right? So the source code kind of thing, and also the coordinating work on those files among multiple people. So this is where your version control system, so your distributed version control system will comes into the picture. And primarily we will be using this for the source code management, but you can use this for keep track of any set of files. This is what actually we have seen in prior as well. And this is the logo of this Git, and this is the official site of Git. So if you see this particular one, gitscm.com, so this is the official site for the Git. Okay, so that is where like you can see like all the things here. And yeah, so this is where it's important here. So the Git life cycle. So how we are going to achieve this particular one? Okay, how we are going to achieve this particular one? So you will be having the working directory here. Okay, you will be, these are all the different life cycle stages of Git. So your file will be in the working directory, then it will be moved to the staging area, then it will be moved to the commit section, commit area. So you will be having the file in the working directory, it will be moved to the staging area, then it will be moved to the commit section. So this is what we are having. Okay, this is how we will be propagating our file. Okay, these are all the life cycle stages that the Git will take. Okay, so I'm moving to the next one. So we will just like have a small the first thing is this working directory. So what is this working directory here? So the working directory is nothing but you will be having a directory, so where your project resides. So project in the sense you will be having the source code inside that particular directory. Yes, ultimately you will be having the source code in any one of the directory, right? So we are calling that one as working directory. And the next one is the project. Okay, this might be this particular directory may or may not be tracked by the Git, because like Git needs to track your directory. Okay, so like this directory is called, I mean the directory with your source code or with your project files is called as working directory. So we have to make this working directory to be tracked by our Git. So how we can achieve that? By using the command called git init. So team, a common query to everyone. So do I need to execute this git init always? I mean, every time I want to make a change. So could you give an input for this? So git init, I'm just like executing in order to make my working directory to be tracked by the Git. But let us say I'm doing one change. I'm doing a second change. I'm doing a third change. So for these 3 changes, do I need to execute this git init 3 times? Do I need to like execute this git init like 3 times here? So we don't need to do the git init multiple times. Git init should be done only once. So that should be the takeaway. So now this particular one, so this git init, you are okay. What is git init? We will be doing, and whenever you are doing the git init, a hidden git folder will be created. Okay, so this is another one point we have to consider. A hidden git folder will be created in this particular case. Okay, so team, this is what we are calling it as working directory. Then we are having this concept of staging area. Okay, so then we are having this concept of staging area. So what is this particular staging area means? So it is a temporary area in between your working directory and the commit. So you have to, initially you should have all the files in the working directory. Then your files will be added to the staging area. Okay, so how like it will be added to the staging area? So like we have to specify the files to be tracked by the Git. So initially we made the directory to be tracked by the Git. Now in the staging area, we have to make the files to be tracked by the Git. So that is where we will be using the staging area. So how I can make the files to be tracked by the Git? Using the command git add. So team, now I'm posting the question once again. So for a requirement 1, I have created one file. For requirement 2, I have created another file. And requirement 3, I have to create the third file. So do I need to run this git add all the 3 times? Whenever I'm creating a new file, do I need to like run the git add all the 3 times? Make your Git to track your files. So tracking means like you are creating this file as a new one right now, but how your Git will know? So whenever you are creating a new file or whenever you are updating the existing file, you have to execute this git add. Then finally, the last step is that the commit. So once you are having the files in the staging area, so now we can move that to the commit. So that can be saved to the repository. And how we can achieve that means like we can achieve that with the help of a command called git commit -m message. So whenever you are executing this command, a new commit ID will be defined for this particular commit. So whenever you are executing this command, so you will be getting a commit ID. You will be getting a new commit ID here. Okay, so this is what we are having.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IITM Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
So we are having the program workspace, so where you will be having all your project files or the source code. You will be converting that into the Git initialized working directory. Then what we are going to do is that then we will be moving that to the staging area. Then you will commit that to the Git repository. Okay, so this is the flow. This is what like we are going to achieve in all the, or this is what we are going to follow in all the cases. So any queries in this particular stage? Like, do you have any queries in this particular stage? Program workspace is the area where you will be having, it's a directory. It's a directory that you will be having the project source code, like where you will create the file. First of all, let us say a common file. So at last inside any directory, right? You will be creating a file, some file, anything, like it might be a source code, it might be a text file, but like where you will be creating. So at last you will be creating under a common, any directory. So that directory is called as program workspace. Okay, that particular is called as like the directory. Okay, and okay, so this is the flow that we are going to like achieve. Okay, the same. So you will be converting the current directory. So you are see, do you have any symbols here? You are having the same directory, but your directory will be tracked by the Git. You will make your directory to be tracking by the Git. Okay, so it is in the same directory, same location. If you see the demo, you will come to know about that. A common question to all of you. So here this Git lifecycle is happening, and where it is happening, in which machine it is, this all these stages are happening, or all these steps are happening in which machine? In which means your local laptop or desktop. I agree. Now I'm having a question. Okay, yes, that is correct. So all these things will happen in your local machine, which means, let us say the current machine which I'm using, or the current laptop like which you are using. So that is where you will be having. But how we can collaborate with the teams? Now a question. So this is the question now. So all these files, okay, whatever the files you are creating, it is in your local machine, which means inside your local machine. So how you will enable the access, or how you will share these files with the respective team member, or how you can collaborate with the team member? That is what the answer. Yeah. So this is how, like, this is the answer you are having now. So you will be having all the files in your local repository. So this is what we are calling it as local repository. And from the local repository, you have to push the code to the remote repository. So what is the remote repository that we are having here? So we are having this remote repository, GitHub. So this is why I have asked all of you to create the GitHub account by yesterday. Okay, so we will be creating all the files. Then we will be pushing that particular file to the GitHub repository, and there we will be enabling the team collaboration. Okay, so this is how like we will be doing. Okay, because like I will be able to explain all those things after the. So now I'm just like starting with this command. So just okay, yeah. So I have launched I have entered into the AWS console. So now I'm going to create a EC2 instance, and I'm going to use that EC2 instance to perform all the demos here. Okay, so I'm in the EC2 console and I clicked on launch instances. I'm going to give a common name to this particular one. Okay, so I'm just like giving a let us say Git demo server. Okay, so I gave this particular one and I picked the Ubuntu image. Okay, let us see this. I picked the Ubuntu image. Then instance type, I'm going with T2 micro because it is under the free tier eligible. Then key pair, as of now, I don't need the key pair. So I'm just like proceeding without the key pair. Then the same thing. So like security group like 000. Then I'm just like giving the launch instances. Okay. So team, this is how like I will be like using, and we are going to using this Ubuntu based image. Okay. So we are going to use the Ubuntu based image for all our demos and all our hands-on. So you can just like, I hope like you will be, you have attended the session to what is it? Create the AWS account and EC2 instance and all. Am I right? So let it complete the initializing stage so that like we will be able to like open that, or even without the initializing stage also we can open, but like it will take some time for that to load. So let's wait for the status check to be completed. Then we will connect to that particular machine. Then we will start exploring the options. You can do this. Okay, let me clear this. This Git will work in all your Windows, okay, so Linux and Mac. Okay, so if you are not having the, if you are already like aware of the Linux, so you can use your Windows machine or Mac machine to install and do the Git related commands. Okay, but like in this particular training, so I got this input that I should do all those things with the Linux based instance. So I'm not having the Linux based instance in my machine. So that's why I have created the Linux based instance from the AWS console. So any queries here, it is not a server. I just named it as a server. It is just a normal machine. You can do that. So I don't want to like, what is that? I want to accommodate like all the people. So that's why this is the input which I have received from the Intellipaat. So if you guys are like not interested in creating an EC2 server, considering the timing, so this is the only input that I got. So this is how I can go at this particular stage. Because like if you see like these things will be like based out of Ubuntu. So that's why I created an EC2 instance and okay. Whatever the Git commands I'm going to use in this demo, you can use those commands in Windows, Linux or Mac. Okay. So I'm mentioning one more point. Linux knowledge is mandatory for the DevOps engineer. Okay. So now I'm just like connecting to the machine. So any queries until this particular stage, you can use Azure virtual machine. You can use VirtualBox to that's what I told. So whatever the machine you are comfortable, go ahead with that. But that's what I'm not restricting like anyone to use you should use only this AWS EC2, not like that. Okay. So I'm connecting to this instance. Okay. So we will be like looking into the demo, like starting from this particular one. Okay. So now we are just like entering into the demo for the Git. Okay, cool. So we got the access to Ubuntu. Okay, so this terminal, and now like we are having this particular machine here. So now what is the first step we are going to do is that let me document that each and every step here. It won't be under the QA. Let me copy and paste it here from some place. Okay, these are all the discussions actually we had. So the first step, what we have to do is that we have to check whether you are having the Git or not. So how to check whether you are having the Git or not in your machine? Any inputs? How you will verify whether you are having the Git or not? Any inputs? Yeah. So which Git you can use, or even you can type Git version. Okay. So I think like this machine is already having the Git, I guess. Okay. So this machine is already having the Git, but no issues. Like we will see how to install the Git here. Okay. So now like let us consider this is a fresh machine. This is a new machine. Okay. Okay. So in fresh machine, let us say we are having a fresh machine. So how we are going to do the installation? So we have to go to the Git. You can use any blog you want. Okay, you can use any blog you want. but I just wanted to like show this from the what is it, like from the official site. So this is the site here. And team, like one more point I will be like telling here. So git SCM and downloads, and if you go to the Linux and the Unix, because like we are based out of Linux and the Unix, right? But if you are dealing with Windows or if you are dealing with Mac OS, please go to the respective URL, and here you will be having the Linux and the Unix. And what is the machine that we are having right now? What is the machine that we are having right now? I mean, what is the machine that we have created right now? So we have created Ubuntu machine based out of Linux. So I have to use this command. So apt-get install git. Okay, so apt-get install git. And also team, as a DevOps engineer, you should improve your knowledge in terms of, or you should improve your skill in reading and understanding the official documentations. Okay, so you cannot expect all the things in your in any of the blogs. Okay, you should accept, I mean, you should enhance your skill in reading and understanding the official documentation. Okay, so now this is the command we are going to use, apt-get install git. I'm going to use this command. So apt-get install git. So now this command is being executed. Okay. Okay. So now it is throwing the error. So what I have to do is that I have to convert as a user, I mean root user. So how to convert as the root user here? So yes, sudo su hyphen. So if you see, like initially I was in this Ubuntu user. Now I become the root user. The command is sudo su space hyphen. And now if I give this apt-get install, so like your git will be installed. So in my case, my git is already there. So now it is not installing anything. But if you are not having the git, if you execute this command, the git will be installed automatically. Okay, so the same applicable for your Windows and the same applicable for your Mac. So you have to do the installation. And also I'm telling, this is one of the core requirement to become a DevOps engineer, because the team will give you the tool only. Okay, the team, I mean the program team, I mean let us say the project where you are working, right? So they will inform only what tool needs to be used. So it is the responsibility of the DevOps engineer to do the installation of that particular tool. So in order to do the installation, the DevOps engineer needs to like deal with the official documentation. Already having the latest version of Git, no issues. So if you are having the latest version of Git, yes, please go ahead with that. I mean, we don't need to install anything here. So that's what team. So whenever you are running this command, you should get a Git version. Okay, so if you are not getting the Git version, go to the official documentation page. So just pick like whatever the machine you are having, either Mac OS or Windows or Linux, pick the respective option to install and do the installation. So this will enhance your self-study as well. So whatever you can use any machine, Mac OS or Windows or Linux. So just enter into that and do the installation, and after that just confirm whether you are getting this Git version command, I mean response to this Git version or not. If I have a Windows local machine, would it be different than Linux machine? Yes, it will be different from the Linux machine. I already told, right? Your Git commands will be same. Your Git commands will be same in Linux, Windows, Mac. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to deal with the new directory. So this is what like we are having, right? So like this program workspace. So I'm going to create a program workspace here. So team, like now, I mean, we are going to use Linux for all the other demos as well. So it is better to learn Linux. Okay, it is better to learn Linux for you as a self-learning, and even in terms of the assignment, I will be like mentioning that. So please learn Linux. That is what like my suggestion from my end. So I'm going to create a program workspace here. So the command to create that means mkdir. So the command to create that particular one is mkdir. Then the one which directory I'm creating is git demo. I'm creating the directory as git demo Intellipaat. So this is the directory I'm creating. So now our git demo Intellipaat is the program workspace. So our git demo Intellipaat is the program workspace. So now I'm entering into this particular directory. So it is just like creating the directory, creating the new folder and entering into that particular folder. So the command is the command is cd git demo Intellipaat. So this is the command. So I have created the new directory and I have entered into the respective directory. So team, any queries here? So I created the program workspace here, which is nothing but our common. Okay, superb. So now what I have to do is that I already told, right, what is this program workspace? So program workspace is nothing but it will have the source code and it will have the program related files. The project related files. Am I right? So for that, what I am doing is that I am creating two files here. So how I am creating a file? So this is first file. This is a shortcut to create a file in Linux. Okay. So I'm creating two files called 1.txt and 2.txt with this content. Okay. This is first file and this is second file. So 1.txt will contain the will contain the content called text files with this respective content. So are we clear here? Are we clear at this particular stage? So these two files are called, we are calling these two files as the project file. Now we are entering into the real stage. So now what we have to convert? We have to convert our program workspace, right? Program workspace into the git initialized working directory. So how I can convert my working directory? So what is the first you will be having the working directory, then staging area, then commit. So how I will be converting my working directory here? What is the command I have to use in order to convert my working directory into the git working directory? So the command I have to use here is that git init. So whenever you are creating a new directory, so in order to convert your directory into the git initialized working directory, so you should use the command called git init. Okay, so you should use the command called git init. So whenever you are executing this command called git init, so you will be getting a message called initialized empty git repository. So which means like we have initialized the empty git repository here. So now we have converted our normal directory, normal program workspace into the git initialized repository or git initialized working directory. So like this. So we converted the program workspace into git initialized initialized working directory. So any queries at this particular stage. So we have used the command called git init. Okay, we have used the command called git init because these are all the basics and these are all the important to understand the git. Okay, so team, now we are comfortable with this git. Okay, so git init has been done, right? So the next stage, what I'm going to do is that I have to enter into the staging area. Okay, so I have to enter into this staging area here. Okay, so this, okay, like the first step is that git init. So we have initialized that particular directory. So which means if you see this particular one, so navigate to our project folder, enter the git init command to initialize the git repository for your project on the local system. So then now we have done this git init we have done. And how we can, the next step is to add our files to the staging area. So the next step is that we have to check the status of the files. See, if you, I'm just going in a step-by-step manner. We have to check the status of the files, whether they are being tracked by Git or not. So now we have to track, okay, or we have to check the status, whether it has been tracked by Git or not. So the command is git status. So what is the one you are seeing here, guys? Like what is the message that you are seeing here? What is the message that you are seeing here? Is it tracked or untracked? Is are these files tracked or untracked? So the files are untracked here. See, the files are untracked here. So untracked here in the sense, which means your files are not being controlled or not being, these files are not under the visibility of your Git. So only your directory is under the visibility of your Git. Your files are not under the visibility of your Git. So what we should do in order to track these files? What is the message? What is the command we have to do to track these files? See, now, since no files are being tracked right now, we have to stage these files. Okay, we have to stage these files. If we stage these files, then we will be able to get these files will be tracked by your Git. So how we can stage these files? You are having the hint in the screen itself. Use git add file name to include in what will be committed. So I'm going to use git add dot. So team, why I'm using this dot means I'm having two files to be untracked. Okay, I'm having two files to be added. So if I use this dot will take whatever the files you are having in the current directory. Okay, so the command which I have to run is git add 1.txt and git add 2.txt. So I'm having two files, so I can easily run commands like this. But if I have more than, let us say you have updated like 20 to 25 files. So is it a feasible solution to type this git add 1.txt, git add 2.txt, or git add 3.txt? So is it a wise decision? No. The answer is big no. So that's why what I'm doing is that I am doing this git add dot. So what this git add dot will do means it will add all the files in the current directory. So I'm executing that. So now I'm once again executing the git status. So team, now see the tracking status. Now see the tracking status. So initially you got this red color code from the git, but now see what is the color code we are having. Now it is telling changes to be committed, which means your Git started to track your files after giving the command git add. Initially, you had this untracked files, but now you see changes to be committed. So this is what the tracking, this is what we are calling it as staging area. So this is what we are calling it as staging area. So the command which we have executed is git add. Okay, superb. So now what is the next step we have to do? So final, okay, I'm coming back to the pipeline. We created program workspace. We made that as a git initialized working directory. Now we staged the files in the working directory to commit. Now what is the final stage? I have to commit that to the repository. So I have to commit those files to the repository. Okay, so that is what I'm going to do. So how I'm going to achieve that particular commit? So I'm going to use this command called git commit. Okay, so I'm going to use this command called git commit -m, and in that I'm going to use the commands. Okay, git commit -m. So in this particular one, we are going to use the command. So whatever the you need to give the meaningful messages here. So what we are doing now, actually, what we did here. So we created 1.txt and 2.txt, and we are committing that particular one. Am I right? So I'm just like mentioning this as added 1.txt and 2.txt. So this is what I'm doing here. Okay, so the message which I'm just like telling is that, so this is the message file, git commit -m 1.txt and 2.txt. So now your files will be committed. So now your files will be committed, and it will be it will be uploaded, or not uploaded, it will be committed to your local repository. Okay, so team, now we created the program workspace. So like we entered into the git initialized working directory, then we have just like staged the files. Now then we have just like committed to the git local repository. So now what is the next stage, guys, in our step? Like what is the next stage? What is the next stage as per our thing? So we have to push that to the GitHub repository. So that is the next step. Yes, we have to push that to the, we have to push that to the GitHub repository. That is the next stage. So how we are going to do that? Okay, that is the steps. Those are all the steps we are going to see. So this is what we are having here. Okay, so this particular point I want to mention here. So whenever you are doing a save, okay, so whenever any project, it might be any project with any file. So whenever you are doing the commit, okay, so whenever you are doing the commit, or whenever you are, saving the file inside, or using the Git, like there will be a commit ID. A commit ID will be generated. Okay, a commit ID will be generated here. So that is the first point you have to take. Okay, then whenever we are updating the content in the particular directory, let us say here we had only 6 files here. Okay, whenever we are adding a new file, here we are having 7 files, and whenever you are committing this particular new file addition, a new commit ID will be generated. So the concept here is that whenever you are committing your file, a new commit ID will be generated. So that is the point I want to mention here. Okay, so now coming back to the screen, and if you see, like if I give this git log, I'm introducing a new command called git log here. So what are all the details that you are able to see here from this git log command? Team, could you please like verify and check that? Let me clear. Let me execute. Yeah. So now it will be useful. So what are all the details that you are seeing or that you are getting out of this git log command? So please list that particular one out. Okay, so commit ID is there. Fine, I totally agree with that. And what is the next information that you are having? So you are having the author. So who did the commit? Okay, who did the commit? Yes, we are having the commit ID. Who did the commit? At what time they have done the commit? With the exact timestamp and also the commit message. So team, now tell me, if I use Git, whether I will be able to track the changes or not. So it is, I mean, just confirm that using this particular information, is it possible for me to track the changes, like who did what? Am I able to answer this question using this Git functionality? Is it possible to do that? That is my question. So how they are doing this versioning? So this is what we are calling it as versioning. Now coming back to our PPT. So the point here is that whatever the commits you are doing, it will bound to a branch. Okay, so this is the point. So whatever the commit you are doing here, it will bound to a specific branch, and all the new commits will be specified to this branch. So now, what is our branch here? What is our branch that we have used right now? What is the branch? What is the branch that we have used here? By default, your branch will be master. So this is the default branch. This is the default branch of your Git. So by default, it will have the master branch. The next point, the branch always points to the latest commit. The main point here, the branch always points to the latest commit, and that will be denoted using the pointer called head. Now, once again, I'm going back to our screen. So how many commits we are having in our current branch? How many commits are there in the current branch? So then what is the latest branch? Only one. So then there is only one commit, which is the latest commit. So that's why your head is pointing to that. Are you able to relate the PPT content and the this one? I mean the content which you are having in the screen. So your head will be pointing to the latest commit always. So we are having only one commit here, which will be the latest commit. So your head is pointing to that. That's it. Okay. Now I'm moving to the next one. So the default branch in the Git repository is called as master. We discussed that. That's why like the master branch is getting created. Okay. So now I'm stopping here. I'm stopping here till this particular moment. Then we will discuss about why we need the branch. All those things we will discuss whenever we are entering into the branch option. So I don't want to confuse here. Now coming back to our portion, the local repository. Now I have to push this to the GitHub repository. Am I right? So now we are in the local repository. We have to push this to the remote repository. So now what we have to do is that we have to find, or we have to create a repo in the GitHub. So how you can create the repository in the GitHub? This is the GitHub page. So I'm clicking on this new button here. So new, and it will be asking for creation of this repository. So I'm just giving it as the same thing. So Intellipaat July demo. Okay, I'm just giving the name as Intellipaat July demo because this is July, right? And you can give the description, like it's an optional one you want, and you can make your repo as public or private. But as of now, I'm going with the private one because public one, because private is for in order to store your sensitive data on the project related one. So now it would be good like if I go with the public one, then click on create repository. So now a new repository will be created. This is where like we will be having the repository. And once you create the repository, there are three options here. So 1, 2, 3. So team, which option we have to use for our current setup? So please read the title and let me know which option I have to take for this particular current setup. Okay, clear? Because we have done this. Okay, we are already having the repository created and we have to push that particular one. So we are already having the repository created here. So that's why we have to do that git remote add origin. Okay, so that is the one we have to do. So git remote add origin. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take this particular message. So git remote add origin and I'm running that to my repository. So git remote add origin. So what is the purpose of this command is you are having the local repo and you have to inform your repo, which means, hey, local repo, this is the remote repo URL you have to push. So whenever I'm doing the git push command, you have to send the data to this particular URL. So this is what we are doing. So git remote add origin. And so team, what is the, let me take this command and I'm posting it here. Okay, under the Q&A section, because we have to discuss some point here. Okay, now you might be having this question. So what is the purpose of this command? So git branch -m command. So why we are having this exclusive command here means initially GitHub used to have this master branch as the default branch. But after some time, during the recent days, GitHub changed its default behavior to main. So that's why this is an optional step actually. Okay, this is an optional step. Either you can run this, but you can skip that. That is also a step one. But what this command will do, this will rename your branch name. So what is the current branch name we are having? What is the current branch name we are having? What is the current branch name? So how you can understand that, how you can find that whenever you are executing the command called git branch, it will display the current master, current branch. So I'm executing this -m main. What it will do means it will rename your branch. It will rename your branch. See, initially it was master. Now it is main. So it will just rename your branch. That's it. Okay. So I'm adding this command as well. So git branch we have done and we added this git branch -m main. Okay. Now coming to this line number 55. So please see the line number 55. So git push -u origin main. So team, what is this main? So the exact syntax is whatever the branch name you want to push, you have to give that name. So what is the branch name we are going to push here? What is the branch name we are going to push here? We are going to push the branch main. So the name should be origin main. Okay. So now I'm going to take this command. Okay. I'm going to take this command and I'm going to execute this push here. So git push -u origin main. So it is asking for the username. So just enter your username there. Then it is asking for the password. So enter your password. Okay, but we got an error. So we ended up in an error here. Whenever we are using the username and the password combination. So what is the issue here? Anyone? Any hints? So any hint here? So why like this particular one got rejected? Because this is the reason. So support for password authentication was removed. So the username password combo we cannot use. So the point here is that username and the password. So you should use the username as it is, like whatever the GitHub username you are having, but you cannot use the password which we are having. We have to use the personal access token. Okay, so we have to use the personal access token for the same. So this is what we have to use. So personal access token we have to use. Okay, so we have to use the personal access token. So instead of the username and the instead of the password, we have to use the personal access token. And now, okay, are we clear until this particular stage? So adding the remote origin and changing the branch name and trying the git push command. So are we clear at this particular stage? So how you can create the personal access token by your own. So team, that is the kind of password. So you have to save that. You have to store that in a perfect manner. So click on the token. Okay, click on this particular profile settings page, which you will be having at the right top. So go to the profile settings and go to your settings option. So click on your profile, go to your settings, and under the settings, you will be having this option called developer settings. So go to the settings, then from that, go to the developer settings. Okay, so go to and create the developer settings. So inside this developer settings, there will be an option called personal access token. So this is what you have to follow. So you have to follow this particular steps. So GitHub, then settings, developer settings, and then your tokens, personal access tokens. And inside that, you have to create this personal access token. So there are two types of tokens, fine grind and the tokens classic. So fine grind is in beta stage. So we can go with the generate new token classic. So new personal access token classic, we are going to create that particular one. So you can give the name, whatever the name you want. Okay, you can give that. Testing, it is on the second level of testing. So I'm just giving the name as Intellipaat demo. Then the expiration date, I'm setting it as 1 day. Okay, I'm just like setting this as 1 day because like I'm going to show this token in front of all of you. So that's why I just selected by tomorrow so that the token will be expired by tomorrow. Okay. So now I'm just like selecting the repo as well. So you have to enter the name, just select the expiration date, then select the repo scope. Okay, repo scope is enough here. Okay, so now then generate the token. So token classic, enter the name, and under this repo, and just generate token here. So it will be a token will be generated, and if you see, make sure to copy your personal access token now. You won't be able to see it again. So you have to copy and save it in a secured place because you won't be able to see that particular token. Okay. So if I go out of this page, you won't be able to see that. You won't be able to see that particular token anywhere. You have to regenerate the token once again. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. So now we are good. We are here with the personal access token. So we are having here, and what is this? July. Okay. So I think like this is the updated 12 minutes ago. So we are not having any files here, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to execute the same command git push origin main, and I'm entering the username, and instead of the password, I'm going to enter this token here. Okay, instead of the password, I'm going to enter the token here. Then like if you see, like it pushed the code successfully. And if you go and do the refresh of this page, your code will be there. So 1.txt and 2.txt. So this is how you have to push your code. Now where your team collaboration comes means you will be able to access this repository. So can anyone please try and let me know whether you are able to access this repository or not? This is how the team collaboration will work. Okay, so this is what the team collaboration I have called. Okay, now we are good here. So now whatever the changes we are doing, it will be directly in the main branch. Okay, so team, now what we have done is that we have seen the command until this particular stage. Okay, so your local repository is synced with the GitHub repository, git push origin master, then git remote add. So we have seen all those things. Now I'm going to tell you the exact need for the branch. So now we are going to see about the branching strategies. So why do we need a branch here? Why do we need a branch at this particular stage? So team, normally, if you are working in an organization, your master or main branch will be having the production ready code. Okay, so production ready code in the sense code without any bugs. Okay, so it will, the master branch will be having only the code, okay, only the code without any bugs or without any errors or issues. So the code will be tested a lot and will be merged to the, and will be there in the master branch. So in that case, is it possible? I mean, is it okay if we allow all the developers to commit all the code to the master branch directly? In that case, so the code which is in the master branch will be tested multiple times and it will be finalized. It will be a finalized code. Okay, but you are going to do some feature enhancement. So is it possible? Is it okay if we allow the developers directly to deal with the master branch? So the master branch or the main branch should be a secured one. So we should not allow the developers to commit the message directly to the master branch. So in that case, what we should do? That is another question. So in that case, what we should do here, right? So we should do the branching strategy. In that case, what we will do means we won't commit all the changes directly in the master. We will be going with the branching strategy. So what is this branching strategy means? So whenever there is a enhancement, let us say, see, developer has been assigned enhance this code by adding feature A. So how you can add the feature A? So like in a separate branch, so the developer will create the new branch from the master branch. So master branch will be there, and from the master branch, the developer will be creating a new branch here. And using that particular branch, the team will work. I mean, the developer will be working on that feature A branch. Then they will merge that. Okay, finally, they will merge that. So now I'm having a question here. So the developers are working in this particular branch. So will this affect the master branch? If anything goes wrong in this feature A branch, will this affect the master branch? Yes, that is an isolated one. That is an independent one. So that is the concept of branching. That is why we have to do the branching. And now you can ask a question. Okay, so we are performing all the changes. When we will merge that to the master branch? So once the code is finalized, tested, and ready, we can merge the feature A branch to the master branch. Okay, so we can merge the feature A branch to the master branch. So this is how your branching strategy will work. So team, now tell me if you are against of this theoretical concept. Now we are going to deal with the branching strategy. Now you should be able to differentiate between the local repo and the remote repo. Remote repo is your GitHub, and local repo is just your EC2 instance like which we are having. Okay. So how you can identify the current branch and the branch name by running the command called git branch. So now how we can create a new branch here? So the command name is git branch name. So feature A. So this is how you can create the branch name. Okay, this is how you can create the branch name. So git branch feature A. Okay, so I'm creating a new branch here, feature A. So how I can view that? So git branch. So team, now please tell me how many, what is the current branch I'm sitting now? So the color code and the asterisk like in front of this. So this defines the current branch, the one which I have highlighted now in the screen. Okay, super. So now I have to switch to the feature A branch. How I can do that? So the command is git checkout the branch name. So now what is the message we are getting? Switched to the branch A. Okay, so switched to the branch A. So we created the branch and we switched it to the branch. Now if you run git branch, so what is the current branch that we are sitting now? What is the current branch that we are working now? Okay, cool. Now a common question to all of you. How many files will be there in main branch and how many files will be there in feature branch? How many files were there in main branch and how many files will be there in feature A branch? Okay, main, I will be taking 2 files. Okay, main, yes, we know that in main actually we had 2 files, 1.txt, 2.txt. And what about the feature A? What about the feature A branch? Okay, so let me give ls-lrt and let us see what is happening. So feature A branch will be having 2 files. Okay, so how means your branch, okay, whatever the branch you are creating, it will consider the actual branch which we are working as the source branch. So source means whenever you are creating a new branch, it will copy entire content from the source branch. So in that case, your main will be having 2 files and your feature will be having 2 files. So this is the concept. So team, are we clear here? Are we clear with the setup? So whenever you are creating a branch, so please understand it will clone or it will make use of your current branch as a source. So how many files you are having in the current branch, it will be copied to your source branch as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Actually, we have done. So we created a repo and we pushed that main branch to the GitHub repository, and we have created a new branch in this particular one. Then we are going to push that to the respective GitHub repository. And if you see here in this repository, I'm having only 1 branch. If you see the count here, you will be able to see the count. So we are having only one branch here. Okay, not like multiple branches. We are having only one branch. But this is our, now you are having main and feature A. And in feature A, how many files we are having? We are having 2 files only. Okay. So why we are having these 2 files? Because we cloned the repo from the main branch. Okay. So we cloned the repo from the main branch. So that's why we are having this particular value with us. Okay. So we cloned this branch from the main. That's why we are having this only 2 files here. So what we have to do is that we have to create a new file here. Okay. So how I can create a new file? I'm using the same shortcut. Okay. So this is third file. I'm using the third shortcut. So 3.txt. So team, now what I have to do? So now I have created a new file. So now what I have to do? Can you guide me? So I created a new file here. Now what are all the things I have to do? So let me put the Git status first. Just for our understanding purpose. Okay, sorry, that is a typo. Okay, see, untracked file. Yes, so we are having the untracked files by the Git. So in order to make my files to be tracked by the Git, what I have to do? Like you are having the answer in the screen itself. So use git add to track. Okay, so use git add to track. So this is the option I have to use. So I'm using this git adding, or after moving this to the staging area, I have to move this to the commit section. So what is the command to give the commit? So git commit -m. So you can just mention the added 3.txt. So now how many files you are having in the feature A branch? How many files you are having in the feature A branch? Clear. If you are having that clarity, that is well and good. So you will be having 3 files in the feature branch and 2 files in the main branch. So now what I should do? I should push this to my remote repository. So I should push this to my remote repository. So the command is git push origin, then the branch name. So what is this branch name here? Feature A. So this is the command we have to do, or we have to execute for pushing this new branch. So team, any queries here? Token. So I'm just like entering the username and the password as well. So now there will be a new branch here. If you see, there is a new branch got pushed here. So that is what we are having. So like we will be having 2 branches in the repository. Okay, so we will be having 2 branches in this repository. So just give me a minute. Okay, so now we will be having 2 branches in the repository. This is how we can push the branch to the respective repository. So team, do we have any queries in this particular step? Like if yes, please do let me know. Can you just like explain the connection to Ubuntu just for GitHub? No, it's not about the connection between the Ubuntu and the GitHub. Okay, so you can use like anywhere you want. Okay, you can just like pick anywhere you want. So what you have to do is that you have to create the repository. Okay, you have to create the repository. You have to add this to your local repository. Okay, you have to create the remote repo and you have to create the local repo. You take this particular URL from your remote repository and add it to your local repository. See, once everything is ready in our local, we can start pushing our changes to the remote repository. So copy your repository link and paste it in the command. So whenever you are having this changes ready in the local repository, you can execute this command git remote add origin. So this is the connectivity point for your what is the GitHub and your this one. What is that? The so-called machine. I mean, the local repo and the remote repo. Then you will be doing this git push origin branch name. That's it. When I push the file, it is added to the same branch. Yeah, you will be, then you might have created that commit in the same branch. You have to switch to the what is that? Branch in the local repo. We can use the GitHub desktop tool. PPT is under your LMS, and I hope you all are having the access to the LMS. How much storage you can use the GitHub desktop tool, but while giving the interviews, the team will be asking the questions directly in the Git command, not in the GitHub desktop tool. So it's up to you. If you are comfortable with the commands and if you are confident enough with the commands, please use that tool. No issues with that. So nothing is going to happen. But these are all the basics. And how much storage available in the GitHub for free account and for large size file, any limitation? Sandeep, like it's not about, you are having some repositories limit. You cannot like create that much of like repositories. That I'm not sure about that. So I would suggest you to like check with the official documentation of GitHub, because you are having the free account, right? I mean, even I'm having the free account. So you just like check directly in the GitHub official page. That would be the clear point of contact. Okay. So this is the command to switch to the branch. So git checkout. So whatever the branch name you want to switch, so please give the name here. So this is the command to switch to the branch in your leisure time, or else this is how like the problem will be happening. Okay. So I'm once again restricting this particular point. So then it's up to you, and but don't what is that, come up with the issues in the demo, so that will affect others' time as well. Okay, so team, now we have seen some of the commands, like how to create the branches and how to, what is it, like take this particular one always. So now I'm going to introduce a new command called git clone. Okay, so now I'm going to like introduce a command called git clone. Okay, I want to introduce a command called git clone. So what this particular git clone will do? Okay, so let us go with this scenario. You have joined the company. You have joined the company by today. Okay, so the team, I mean, you will be having a team, the development team already in. They will be working in your company already. So they will be working on the repository and they will be having some piece of code in the GitHub repository. So how you will bring that remote repository to your local system? So that is where you will be using this particular command called git clone. So this is where you will be using this command called git clone. So you will be taking this particular command and you will be running this command, and it will create a folder with the repository name and it will download all the repositories. So for that scenario, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get away from this particular directory. Okay, I'm going to get away from this particular directory. And what I'm going to do is that I'm having only one directory here, right? So I came out of that particular directory. So now what I'm going to do, let us consider I'm new to this organization and my all code are available in this repository, this Intellipaat July demo. So how I can bring this to my local repository? So the command you have to run is git clone, then the URL. So how you can pick the URL? Either you can pick the URL from the address bar or for the easiest option to do that is that there will be a button called code. Okay, there will be a button called the code in this particular one. So just click on this and you will be having an option called clone or open with GitHub desktop or download zip. So here under the local, we have to pick the HTTPS option. So select the copy this particular URL and you can just like paste it here. So now what it will do means it will download our repository. So if you see ls-lrt, there will be a directory with the repository name. And if we enter into this particular one, you will be having the respective code here. This is the purpose of git clone. Okay. What's the purpose of branches? So yesterday we have discussed this particular point, why we went to the branches. So the reason for this branches is that you cannot or you should not directly work with the main or the master branch, as that will have only the production ready code. Okay, as that will have only the production ready code. So we cannot, it is not possible, or it is not, sorry, it is possible, but we should not directly merge the code with the main branch. Okay, sorry, we cannot directly update the code in the main branch. So in order to avoid that, we will be creating a new branch and we will be performing all the changes. Then we will be merging the changes with the main branch. That is the purpose of this particular one. So if you see, we are having the master branch. So instead of updating directly into the master branch, we are creating the new branches here, feature A branch, and from there we are going ahead with that. So see, like we are just doing all the changes in the feature A branch, then we are merging that. Like once we confirmed whether our changes are working fine or not, then we will be merging that with the master branch. Because the reason is that the first reason is the secured one. Secured one in the sense, let us say your developer is doing something and the developer might be testing something, and that testing might break your feature, might break your working application. So I cannot push that I cannot use that in the master branch, because everyone will be using my master branch, right? So that's why master branch or the main branch should be the protected one, and your feature branch, you have to do all the changes in the feature branch. Hope this gives you the clarity. Any inputs here? Yes, definitely 10 branches will need to be created. So the team won't allow. We will be implementing a lot of restrictions for the master or the main branch. You cannot simply push the code to the master branch in a real-time organization. If the organization is allowing to push directly to the master branch, then it is not the well architected one. For every change, it's not only with the developer. For every change, the team will be going with the branches only. For every change, each and every change, even like if you are making a typo or you are clearing a typo, so you have to go with the branch. That is the expected scenario. So in real times and all, you will be working directly with the branch, not with the main. Not with the main or the master branch. Okay, so team, I'm just like jumping to the next topic for the day. So are we clear? Are we all good with this git clone command? Okay, now a question will rise in your mind. Okay, there is another command called pull. Okay, there is another command called pull. Okay, so what is the pull? What is this need of this pull command means? It is to pull the latest changes from the repository. So guys, you have to understand the difference between the pull and the clone. So clone is the, okay, so clone you will be doing only once. Okay, so clone you will be doing only once, but pull whenever you are starting your work. Okay, so whenever you are starting your work, so you have to do this pull. Okay, so git clone you will be doing only once, but this git pull whenever you are working with the code. Okay, whenever you are start working with the code, you have to run this particular pull command. So see, if you see this particular one, the git pull command is used only for pulling the latest changes from the repository, and and this command will work only inside an initialized git directory. So please understand, so it will work only inside the initialized git directory. So it is not possible to work, or it won't work with the normal directory. And the scenario here is that already told, right? So when you are already working in a cloned repository and you want to pull the latest changes, so that is where you will be using the pull. So the thing is that, let us say you are working with this Intellipaat July demo. Okay, Intellipaat July demo, this particular repository, and the team members has pushed some codes to this Intellipaat July demo in next 1 or 2 hours. So you need that particular change as well in your repository. So what you will do at that particular time, you should use this git pull. Okay, at that particular time, you should use this git pull. Is it clear to everyone regarding this git clone and git pull? So on a day-by-day basis, on a daily basis, you will be using all these commands. So like, I mean, someone told about this GitHub desktop, right? Even you are free to use that, but you have to know the basics. Then only like it will be easy for you to proceed with that particular implementation and all. Nothing will happen. So like if okay, let us say I'm doing this git pull. Okay, so the command is git pull. Okay, I'm inside the, let me enter into the Intellipaat July demo. So that is the newly created one, right? So 1.txt, 2.txt. So I'm going to do this git pull. Okay, so the command which you can use the git pull is either you can use git pull and the URL of the link, or you can pull the respective branch itself. So git pull origin main. You can pull the respective branch itself. So even if you run multiple times, nothing will happen. So because there is no update to the remote repo. So if there is a remote, okay. So team, if there is an update in the local repo, what is the command you will use to update the same in the remote repo? Please understand the question. If there is a change, if there is an update in the local repo, what is the command you will use to update the same to the remote repository? Git push, very simple. Apply the same concept there. So there is an update in the remote repo. You want to bring that particular change to your local repo. What is the command we have to use? Super. So this command actually we have seen yesterday. So git branch, name of the new branch, and this command is to use to delete the branch. We have not seen this particular command, but if you use this uppercase D, so hyphen uppercase D, so like we will be having this branch name, so it will delete the branch which you have created. Okay, so whatever the branch you are creating, right? So this command will be used in order to delete that. Okay, this command will be used to delete that particular one. Okay, and also we have seen this command yesterday itself. So how to check out? I mean, check out in the sense nothing but how to switch between the branches. Okay, so this is the command we have to use. Okay, then the last command for this day is that git log. So it will just like display the whatever the what is that like the commands or whatever the commits we are doing, right? So it will be having that particular one. So git log command. So we have seen like all these commands, most of the commands yesterday, and we have seen this git clone, pull, and all by today. Okay. So the next command for this, okay, I'm just like taking a pause here with this particular one. So if you are having any question, please do let me know. Okay, cool then. Yeah. So then I'm moving to the next topic. So the next topic here is that no, it's not about memorizing. It will come to your if you are keep on experiencing this, you will know about that. Experience, hands-ons. For your question, the answer is you have to work by using these commands. You have to take the hands-ons continuously. That's it. Or I don't know about some memory techniques and all. Very sorry. If we clone the remote report to local, it copying the only main branch data or all branch. So Sandeep, like that is, I mean, for that also you are having a command in order to bring all the branches. So the main intention is that based on the requirement, you can pull all the branches. Okay, you don't need to pull mainly it will do only the main branch, because like the main branch will be having the latest code. That's why I told main branch will be having the latest code and the protected code. Okay, which means the production ready code, the clean code, because you will start working by using your clean code as the base, not some what is that, some untested or code with error. You won't use that as the base. But if you want to bring all the branches to that, yes, the answer is you are having a command to bring that. I think git fetch will help you to do that. There is a command called git fetch. So that command will help you to do that. But the reality is that you will be start working on your requirement based on the code which you are having in the main branch, not in the other set of branches. Not that much of like important, but because like I have not seen this command has been used in the real-time environment. Okay, so the command which we are going to see, even like I have not seen this in our working environment where I'm working. So here the requirement here is that the command name is git stash. So what is this purpose of this git stash means? So like we want to save our work without committing the code. Let us say whenever we are creating a file, we have to commit the code, or it will be showing as an untracked file kind of thing. Okay, that is the expectation, or that is the point here. But if you want to you don't want to commit, but you want to save your work for the temporary purpose. So how we can do that? So that is where we are having this command called git stash. Okay, that is where we are having this command called git stash. Okay, so now I can just go ahead with the demo here. If you see, just a minute, we can go ahead with the demo here. So how many files we are having here now? So 1.txt and 2.txt. And let me create the third file and let us see what is happening. Okay, so let me create the third file here. Okay, so echo, this is third file 3.txt. Okay, so I have created the third file. Now, if I put this git status, it will be showing like untracked files. So in order to remove this particular change, what I should do, I mean, in order to like, I don't want to see this message. So what I have to do here as the normal step, or the step like which we have learned already. Yes, I have to do the git add, then I have to do the git commit. Yes, even if I do the git add, it will be in the changes to be committed stage. Am I right? So how I can change this, or how I can move this particular one without committing this 3.txt. That is the requirement. So that is where you are using this command called git stash. Okay, so that is where you are using this command called git stash -u. Okay, so this command, I don't think so like we are using a lot in the working or in the real-time working environment, but yes, you can. What it will do means it will help you to save the working state. Okay, it will help you to save the work in progress or working state of the current repository. Okay, so now if I give ls-lrt, you will be having only 2 files. But if I put this git status, so it will, your change, I mean, whatever the change you did, so that was not reflecting in your git status. So your change, your work in progress change has been saved by the stash command. So team, is this clear? So let us say you are working on a code and you don't want to commit that code. You want to commit that code like after some sort of work here. So how you can do that means this is how you can do. I mean, by using this stash, you can do. But how you can come out of this particular thing? So let us say you want to bring this 3.txt back to your repo. How you can do that means you have to use this command called git stash pop. Okay, so this is the command you can bring. So git stash pop. So now like you will be having the untracked files. Like even if you run the git status, you will be having the untracked files here. So this is the requirement, or this is what we are calling it as the change or git stash. So any queries here? If you are having any queries, yeah, so please do let me know, or we can go to the next one. Once again, I'm telling, so we are not using this command a lot like other commands, but other commands you will be doing a lot in your day-to-day basis. That's for sure. If you are going to your whatever the, I mean, okay, once again, if you're going to a product tech-based company, so you will be like doing all these things on a daily basis. Even you are a DevOps engineer. Okay, even you are a DevOps engineer, you will be doing all those things. So team, any queries? Like I just want to get hear some inputs from all the other folks. Okay, how can we know that one developer has done stash when he is on leave? No, he will be doing that on only the local repo. It won't be reflected to your remote repo. It will be done only in terms of his or her own local repo. If it is not, I mean, if your if your application is, I mean, if your code is not touching the remote repo, if your code is like inside the local repo, then what is the problem for us? I mean, what is the problem for others? Right. So you are having your all files in your local repo. You can do whatever the thing you want in your local repo. So that won't affect others' work. Can you give some real-time project example, please? So regarding this stash, that's what I told, right? So the stash, actually, we are not using that much of time in the stash. I mean, that much of time in the real-time use case. No, I think Soumya, this question is like entirely not related with the current scenario, I guess. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, whatever the question you have posted is not related with the current scenario. Am I right? Or yes. So please post this question at the end. So during the comment discussion, then we will discuss about that. So I don't want to like, what is that? Deviate from the topic right now. For example, if you unstack the file in the stash, how to see that stash file? This I have not having any command here because like I have not like worked that much on this particular stash. Okay, so team, are we clear here? So shall we move to the next one? So team, shall we go to the next one? Okay, cool then. Superb, that's cool. So the next important command. So team, like this command, you will be using a lot in your day-to-day activity or a lot in your day-to-day stuff. Okay. So what does this thing means? Okay, let us say, let me put this. Okay, git status. Let me add this git add and git commit. Okay, so -m added 3.txt. Okay, so we have done this particular one. So now we are having this. If I go to this git log, there are 2 commits. Am I right? There are 2 commits right now in my GitHub repository. Am I right? There are 2 commits in my repository, and I did this commit wrongly. I did this commit wrongly. Okay, I have done the I did this commit in a wrong manner. So what should I do now? So I want to like, what is the change this commit, or I want to like what is the move out of this commit. I don't want this commit. So what we have to do is that is where the option we are having this git revert. So what we will be having means, let us say the real-time scenario. Let us say the real-time scenario. So this commit is having all the working piece of code. Okay. And in this commit, you changed something and your entire application is down. So what you will do? So we are not having the time to troubleshoot or debug that. So in that time, what we have to do? We have to bring the working code to the application. So in that case, we will be using this git revert. So now what does the command mean? See, git revert commit ID, then that will go there. So now what is the command? So git revert. Okay, let us say how many files you are having. You are having 3 files. If I put this git revert and the commit ID, if I pick this commit ID and if I paste and do the revert, so now it is reverting to the previous commit. Okay, it is reverting to the previous commit. You can enter the data here. Okay, you can enter the data here. Now you can do this git log. Now you will be having 3 commits. Okay, now you will be having 3 commits here. So one is the actual commit which you have done, and you have added the 3.txt and you have reverted the previous commit. And now, like if you see, like you will be having how many files you will be having? You will be having only 3.txt because I wrongly took this particular commit instead of this commit. Okay, so like, okay, how many files we have added in this particular commit? We have added 2 files in this particular commit, right? So when I'm reverting that particular commit, whatever the changes you have done for that particular commit, that will be removed. So that's why my 2 files got removed out of this initial one. No, so we origin, like please note that is an origin. Origin means we have downloaded from the like repo. We have downloaded it from the remote repo. Out of 2 files, we can revert only one. Sunil, it is based on the commit ID. Okay, it is not about the number of files. That is based on your commit ID. Okay, so in that particular commit, even if you mentioned or even if you worked with 100 files, the entire 100 files will be removed. Okay, it's not about the file. It is all about your commit IDs. So please repeat it once. Okay, superb. So what is this purpose of this git revert is that, let us say you have done some commits, but like the code which you have deployed, okay, code which you have used for that particular commit is not correct. So you cannot delete. I mean, if you go and delete that piece of code in your file, that won't be reflected in your repository, right? So how you will go back to the previous version? That is the question. How you will go back to the previous version? So initially I was in this particular version. So I want to revert this. Revert in the sense I don't need this particular commit messages or commit details. So to how I can do that? So the command is that git revert and the respective commit ID which you want, which you don't want, or which you want to revert, the respective commit ID. So this git revert will do that particular step. So it will remove that particular commits. Commits in the sense, whatever the things you have done in that particular commit, that will be removed. Whatever the commits you have done in that particular commit, that will be removed. The commit revert will be reflecting in local and remote repo, both correct. So we have, okay, have we pushed this particular changes to the remote repo? Have we pushed these changes to the remote repo as of now? No. So it will be in your local repo. So whatever the things you are doing, that will be in your local repo only. So whenever you are doing this git push only, that will be reflected to your your remote repo. So that's what I told you. You can do like whatever the things you want in your local repo. Okay. So team, I'm expecting that others are also good in terms of all these topics, right? So whatever the topics actually we have used, and yeah, so we are done with this git revert, right? So now I'm going to use this git diff. So team, this git diff will be like really a useful one. Okay, this git diff will be really a useful command whenever, okay, let us say you have done the changes in the same file. Okay, 2 commits. There are 2 commits. You have done the changes in the same file. Okay, let me do that. Let me do that real-time scenario. Let me do the real-time scenario here. Okay, we are having the 3.txt. Let me edit the 3.txt here. So I have added some more content to this file 3.txt, and I'm adding this git add dot, and I'm committing the same thing here. Okay, so updated 3.txt. Okay, so now please tell me based on this particular one, so which is the actual commit of 3.txt and which is the updated commit of 3.txt. There are 4 things, like let us say 1, 2, 3, 4. So just let me know the numbers associated with the 3.txt commits. 3. Yes. So 1 and 3 are the commits associated with 3.txt, because if you see updated 3.txt and added 3.txt. Okay. So this is what we are going to do. So now what I'm going to do is that I want to check the difference, because here also I have worked with the 3.txt, and in this commit also I have worked with the 3.txt, but I don't know what is the comparison or what is the difference between these two 3.txts, I mean versions. So there I'm using this command called git diff and pick the commit ID. Okay, git diff, it will compare the difference between two commit IDs. Okay, so if you see, if you see this, so in the first one we have added, okay, so this is the addition to this command that we have added in this particular commit. Okay, and in the first commit, like we have not done anything. So in this part, okay, see, like it included the deletion of this I mean 1.txt and 2.txt as well, and it has shown the clear comparison between the 3.txt. So this is how it will show the exact difference between the two commit IDs. Okay, it will show the exact difference between the two commit IDs. So this will be very useful in the real-time scenarios whenever you want to check the comparison between the files which you have created. Okay, if you have worked on the same set of files, it will be very useful for you to take that. These commands, yes, definitely you will be using in your day-to-day activity. That's for sure. Okay, so you will be using this on a day-to-day basis. That's for sure. I'm just like copying the command and I'm pasting that in the notepad. Okay, definitely you will be using these two commands in your day-to-day basis. So you have to take the hands-ons at least once in order to understand this flow. Okay, you have to take hands-ons at least once because like now I have explained in the real-time scenario like whatever like we have to do, but you have to do the hands-ons once again by your own. Then only we will be able to take this particular, or you will be able to understand the exact flow. Okay, so without taking the hands-ons, yes, it's really difficult to take that. So team, with this, actually, like we have completed the basic steps here. Okay, so now, so the command is rm-, but rm-rf is the deadliest command team. So you have to use that particular command very cautiously. Okay, so now I'm having this git demo Intellipaat. So now I'm having a question. So now I'm having two branches here. Okay, the one which I'm going to like to do is that. So in main, I'm having two files, and in feature A, I'm having three files. Am I right? So in main, I'm having two files. In feature A, I'm having three files. Am I right or not? Or do you want to like showcase that as well? So in this repository, we are having two branches. One is feature A and one is main. And in feature A, I'm having three files. And if I check out to, okay, if I check out to main, I'm having how many files? I'm having two files here. Let me go in this way. It will be like easy, okay? And I'm having three files here. Okay, so this is the scenario. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this particular scenario? Main, it's having two files, and feature A, it is having three files, right? So what we have to do is that we have to merge that with the master branch. Sorry, main branch. Let us say I have to merge this feature A with the main branch. So how I'm going to do that? That is the scenario we are going to see. So there are two ways to achieve that. One is git merge and another one is git rebase. Okay, one is git merge and another one is git rebase. So first we will be seeing what is meant by this git merge. Okay, so git merge is nothing but here how we are going to merge this particular one. Let us say I already told, right? You will be having, okay, so you will be having all those things in, okay, you have created a new file which is 3.txt and that should be replicated to the main as well. Okay, that is our expectation. So that is what we are going to achieve with this git merge or git rebase command. So what we are going to do is that, see, if you want to apply changes from one branch to the another branch, so it might be from any branch to any branch, but we will be using the merge command. Okay, we will be using this one called merge command. Okay, so then we are having this option. Okay, so it should be used on the remote branches as well. So this is another one criteria you can use, but you can implement this for any branch you want. Okay, so you can just like implement this for any branch you want. So what it will do means it will create a new commit. Okay, it will create a new commit as a result of this merger. Okay, as a result of this merger, it will create a new commit here. Okay, it will create a new commit as a merger of this particular two branches. Okay, so that is what we are having. Okay, so the syntax is git merge source branch. Okay, so here okay, let me, okay, so this is how your branch will look like. Okay, if you do the git merge, this is how like it will do, and we will see about that. So do we have any queries here? So this is to merge or copy the changes from one branch to the another branch. So whenever you are doing that, it will create a new commit. So that is the point actually they are talking about. It will create a new commit. I'm proceeding with the next step. So let us see, this is how we are having. So the master branch is there and the feature A branch is there, like just similar to our use case, like which we have seen. So what it will do means if we create or if we use the git merge command, yeah, new commit will be created. So these dots are nothing but these round dots are nothing but a new commit. Okay, these round dots are nothing but a new commit. So whenever you are using a git merge, so a new commit will be generated or a new commit will be created. So that is what they are trying to convey from this particular image. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take this particular hands-on now. Okay, so now like I'm in the, okay, now I'm in the main branch and I'm having only two files here. Okay, I'm having only two files in this particular stage. Okay, so what I have to do is that I have to merge the feature A branch with main. So if you do this git log, we are having only one commit here. Okay, we are having only one commit. If I merge the, okay, this is the command git merge feature A. So you should give the branch name here. So git merge feature A. So now like in the main, now I'm still in the main branch. So how many files I will be having here? I merged feature A branch with, see, I merged, okay, where is the image? So I merged feature A branch with main branch. Now how many files I will be having in my main branch? That is the question. So if I give ls-lrt, it will be 3 because I already told this 1.txt and 2.txt is the same. I mean, both the files are same. What is that? Between both the branches. So the only new file is 3.txt. So only that file will be added here. So, and also, if you see the Git log, a new commit will be created. So this is what actually they told in the PPT. So it will bring the files and also a new commit will be created. In case if 1.txt, the versions, the source branch will override the existing version. So there you will have a merge conflict. Particular one as well. So you are having 1.txt and 2.txt, right? So here 1.txt and 2.txt, and you are having 3.txt. So this 1.txt both are same. Okay, so there is no issue with that. So whatever the extra files you are having, that will be merged with the main. Is it clear to everyone? That will be merged with the main. But if you have changed something in the 1.txt, okay, so here the content in 1.txt will be different and this 1.txt will be different. So there you will be getting an error. That is what we are calling it as merge conflicts. We are having a session for that merge conflict. In order to deal with the merge conflict, we are having a separate session. You have to do that in a manual way. The one word answer or one statement answer for your question is you have to deal that in a manual way. Okay. So now like we will just go in a flow. Okay. So this is how your Git merge will work. Okay. Now we are going to deal with the Git rebase. Okay. So we are going to deal with the Git rebase here. Okay. How we are dealing with the Git rebase for this particular one. Okay. So now this is alternate method. You will be using both Git merge and Git rebase in all the places. Okay. You will be doing like in all the sections as well. Okay. So this is an alternative for your Git merge command, and we will be using this on the local branches. Okay, we will be using this on the local branches here, and it won't create any new commit, but Git merge will create new commit whenever it is required. But this particular the so-called this Git rebase won't create any new commit. Okay, so this won't create any new commit for the day. And the thing is that your history, okay, your two branches, like whatever the branches you are checking, you will be having the common commit. Okay, you will be common commit here. Okay, so you will be having a common commit. It won't create that much of like deviations. This Git rebase won't create that much of any deviations. That is what like the team is trying to convey here. Okay, one now. So I mean we can go to the demo of this Git rebase. Okay, so this is the rebase. Okay, this is the command. So we are having the master and we are having the test branch here. Okay, so like we will be merging this test branch with the master branch. Okay, so we will be like merging this with the test branch to the master branch. And what is the command we will be using means git rebase source branch. Okay, so git rebase source branch, what it will do means it will be looking like this, like in a one-liner. So instead of this one, instead of a new branch, it will be like it will be associated with the same step itself, the commit. Okay, so it's like the commit will be there won't be any new commit. So that is what actually the team is trying to convey here in this particular step. So if we see a demo on this git rebase, we will come to know about that. Okay, so I'm just like jumping into the demo with the okay, I'm just like going for the demo now. So team, is it okay in terms of this git rebase? This is once again I'm giving the recap of this. This is an alternate command. You can use this on the local branches. it won't create any new commit. Okay, it won't create any new commit. So that is the beauty of this particular one. So this won't create any new commit here. Okay, so team, shall I enter into the demo for this? Let me, what I can do is that I will be creating a new branch for this. Okay, so how I can create a new branch? I'm going to show you a shortcut. So team, how I can create a branch and how I can switch to the branch? Could you share the commands over the chat? Is this right? Line number 38 and 39. Is this right? Line number 38 and 39. Yes. So I'm a lazy guy, so I don't want to type these much commands to do that. So you can do both the things in a single command. So the command name is git checkout -v. So whatever the work you are doing in these two commands, you can be able to do this with this command, git checkout -v. Okay, so I'm going to use that. Git checkout -v. So the branch name would be rebase branch. Okay, the branch name would be rebase branch. I'm creating that from the main branch. So now you will be having 3 files here. Okay, you will be having 3 files in the git rebase branch. Okay, now what I'm doing is that I will be, okay, I'm going to create a new file. Oh, sorry, I'm going to create a new file in the master branch just for the demo purpose. Okay, so git checkout main, sorry, not master, it's main. So so git status. Okay, so we are nothing to commit, it's clean. So now I'm going to add a new file here. Okay, so echo, I'm going to add a new file here. I'm just like adding the whatever the steps like we have done, I'm just like adding it as a step here. So git checkout rebase demo, I have done this. Now I'm switching to the main branch, git checkout main, and there I'm going to edit, add a new file. I'm going to add a new file here. So how many files you are having in the main and how many files you are having in the rebase.txt? And in rebase.txt, I'm having 3 files. Okay, so I will showcase that to you. So ls-lrt, this is main branch. If you see, this is main branch. And if I check out to rebase branch, okay, so there you will be having only 3 files. See, in main you are having 4 files, and in rebase branch we are having 3 files only. Now I have to merge these details with main to the rebase branch. How I can do that? What is the command I have to use this here? Git rebase the source branch. So what is our source branch here? From where we are going to pick the changes? We are going to pick the changes from the main branch. So the command is git rebase main. So see, successfully rebased and updated. And if you put this git log, okay, so now like a single commit has been done for, no new commit has been created here. So that is what the purpose of this rebase. So now if you see, you will be having 4 files into your respective rebase branch. So team, both merge and rebase will work in the same way, but the only thing is that we are just like making use of the different set of the so-called the methodology to work with. That's it. Okay, so this git merge and git rebase will do the same steps here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
See, we have seen till this merge, how to do this merge with the branches, like the different set of branches and all. So this is what actually we have seen on the, till the last. Today, the remaining topics we are going to see about this merge conflicts and the other topics as well. So we have completed till the common commands. So this git diff, and also we have seen how to do this merging and all. So we have seen that. And today we are going to see about this merge conflicts, like how to avoid this merge conflicts and how this merge conflicts will occur. So these things actually we are going to see. So let me put the to do that. So we are going to do about this merge conflicts. And we are going to talk about this PRs, and we are going to talk about this Git workflow. Okay, and also we are going to talk about the forking. So these are all the topics which are pending in terms of Git, and we are going to see those particular topics. So first, I'm starting with this Git. I'm starting with this merge conflict. So what is this merge conflict will do, and what is meant by this merge conflict actually? So here, this merge conflicts will occur when we try to merge two branches. Okay, so please understand the keyword here, two branches with the same file. Okay, so two different branches, but you are updating the same file, but by two different developers. Okay, so two branches, but the same file, but you will be having two different developers. So that is where your merge conflicts, that is why your merge conflicts will occur. Okay, so this is the keyword, and we are going to simulate this particular setup in our case. So here, if you see, we are having two developers. Okay, so let us say developer A and developer B. So they cloned the code. They created a new branch from the master branch. So developer A is working on feature A branch. Developer B is working on feature B branch. So is this clear to everyone? So this particular the setup. So we are going to mimic, or we are going to like take the same setup in our same setup in our case. So this is the initial file. Okay, this is the initial file, which is nothing but function.c. They are just like calling it as function.c here. So this is the initial file here. And how like they are doing is that developer A completed the work. Okay, so whatever the coding like developer A wants to do, so he or she completed that, then merge that with the master, which means pushes the changes to the master. But now this is the code. Okay, now this is the code which is in the master branch, and this is the code which is in the feature B branch. So team, are you seeing, or are you able to find any conflicts between the code? So developer A coded this particular portion, and developer B coded this particular portion. So now tell me, what is there any conflicts? No, difference is there. That is what. Okay, difference is there. I'm just like asking, same file, please understand, same file, this is in the master branch, and it is having the function to, this particular code, and same file, it is in the feature B branch, and it is having this particular code. Now, this is where your merge conflicts will occur. So if you try to merge this with the master branch, your merge conflicts will occur. So this is the concept of this merge conflicts. Okay, so this is where you are having this merge conflicts. The team, are you clear at this particular stage? So like what we will be doing means we will be having the master branch. Okay, so this is not feature A, this is a typo. This is feature B branch. So your master branch will be having some different code, the one I'm highlighting now, and your feature B branch will be having some different code. And whenever you are merging that with the master, because finally you have to merge that with the master, you will be having an error. Okay, finally, whenever you are pushing that, see, whenever like you are pushing the feature B branch to the master, we will be having the merge conflict. And this is the problem of the merge conflict. The developer B finished his code and pushes the changes to the master branch. The merge is unsuccessful with a conflict message. So this is what I wanted to share with you. So on a high level, I'm just telling. So whenever you are just, okay, your master branch is having this particular code and your feature B branch is having, I mean, let us consider this is the master branch and the code which you are having in the feature branch is some different code. And if you see, the code is different here. Okay, the function 2 and here you are having function 3. So apart from that, everything is correct. Okay, this initial code are same and this initial code, this particular portion of code is same. So whenever you are merging this particular one, because you are working on the same file, but you are having two different content, you will be having the merge conflict. So this is the process of merge conflict. Is this clear? So two different branches working on the same file with two different content. That is the concept of this merge conflict. So if I do a simulation, if I do this kind of like simulation, you will be able to get that, like how to overcome this particular one and all. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new directory with this concept of merge conflict demo. Okay. So I'm going to create a new directory of merge conflict demo. Okay. So I have done that and I have entered into the merge conflict demo. I'm entering into the merge conflict demo as well. Okay, this is the new branch. New directory I'm using to create the merge conflict demo. Okay, so please follow each and every step, team. So if you are just like missing that, then once again, like that will be a chaos. Yeah. So now what I'm doing is that I'm initializing this with the initial git init. Okay, so I'm just like initializing this directory as the git init option. Okay, so now I'm having this git init and the next thing would be I have to create the file. So what is the file I'm going to create means I'm going with the same file name. So this is what we have used, right? Function.c. I'm going with the same file name. Okay, so echo, I'm just like, what is it? Nano, I'm opening the same file for your reference. Okay, nano function.c. Okay, so just for our better understanding. And what is the file content we are having? We are having this main. Let me try to copy this. Okay, I'm not able to copy this. Okay, so let me type this. Okay, so main, just for your understanding. So initially your file is something similar to this. So I'm having this function 1. So initial code. So this is function C. Okay, this is what we are calling it as function C here. Okay, so this is the file I'm having, function.c. So now what I'm doing is that I have edited the function.c. Okay, we have created and edited the function.c. Now I'm going to commit this particular one. So git add and git commit. Okay, I'm in the master branch here. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create two new branches. So what is that particular branch name? So git branch feature A. So I'm going to create like two new branches, git branch feature A and git branch feature B. So I have created two new branches exactly. So feature A and feature B. So what, team, like what is the content that will be available in both the feature A and the feature A branch and feature B branch? So what will be the content available in this feature A and feature B? Is it similar to master or not? Function.c, that is fine. But I'm asking whether it will be similar to or similar to the master or not. Yes, so it will be similar to the master. Now, what I'm doing is that I am switching to the feature B. Okay, I'm switching to the feature A branch. So how you will be switching to that? Using the command checkout. Okay, you will be using the command git checkout feature A, and you will be inside the feature A branch. So now what we are doing, consider now developer A is working. Okay, consider now developer A is working on this. So developer A is opening the function.c, and what the developer A is doing, developer A is adding that particular piece of code. Okay, developer A is adding the what is that? Let me put this. Developer A is adding the function to code here. Okay, so let me copy and paste. Okay, so function 1 is already there. Now developer A added this particular code. So function 2, developer A added function code, and here developer A code. Developer A added the code here in the function.c, which is similar to this. Any queries in this? So I'm saving this and I'm coming out of that. So any queries here? Okay, so I'm doing the same thing. So git add and git commit. Okay, so this is I'm doing it for, okay, updated the dev A code. Okay, so now we are clear. So now I have updated the code in the master A branch. So the same thing. So you can just like take the same file, same here. So nano function.c, updated the code, git add dot, then git commit m. So updated dev A code. Okay, in function.c. Now we are clear. So now my function, okay, now my feature A is having the updated code and my feature B is still there. So now what I'm doing is that I am switching to the master branch. So git checkout master, I'm switching to the master branch. So team, how I can merge the code, with the master? So the command I'm going to use here is that git merge feature A. So the branch name is important. So I am merging the feature A changes with the master. See, like it has been done successfully. So now master is having the updated piece of code. So are we clear with this particular step? From where we are taking this? So feature A. So git merge feature A will be having the, if you do this git merge feature A, this particular option will take the latest code from the feature A branch and it will merge that with the master. And if you give this function dot, so team, like in which branch I'm sitting now? Branch, it is master. If you see cat function dot c, you will be having the updated piece of code. So see, I'm in the master branch, but if you see the function.c, I'm having the updated piece of code. So is it clear? Is this particular step clear to everyone? What is the next step I have to do? I have to switch to the, okay, here, oh, I forgot to mention this. I switched it to the feature A branch. So what is the next step I have to do? I have to switch to the feature B branch. So I have to switch to the feature B branch. Yes. So now I'm just like switching to git checkout feature B. Okay, so now I'm in the feature B and I'm updating this file nano function.c. So it will be having the old code only. I mean, old code in the sense master code only. So now what we are doing is that we are updating this code file. Now developer B is working. Let us consider developer B is working on that. Okay, so function developer B code. So developer B updated that code in feature B branch. So is it clear to everyone? So I have developer B has updated the code and now I'm doing this git add and git commit. Okay, so now we have updated this particular one as well. So team, any queries here? So whatever I have done for developer A, I have done the same thing for developer B. I mean, which means in the feature B branch. So any queries here? Okay, fine. Super. Now, once again, what I have to do, I have to check out to the master and I have to do this merge once again. Right. So I have to check out to the master. Now, I'm just like checking out to the master. So git checkout master and I'm doing this git merge feature B. So what is the error that you are getting here? Read the error message and sorry, just a minute. I'm updating the content here. So read the error message and just like share your thoughts, which means merge conflict occurs. So this is the concept of merge conflict. Yes, this is where your merge conflict will come. Okay, this is how your merge conflicts will come, or this is how your merge conflicts will occur. Cool then. So now how I can overcome this? That is the problem here. So how we can overcome this particular problem? So now merge conflict occurred. So how we are going to overcome this particular git push you will be using only to deal with the GitHub repository. So have I mentioned anywhere like in terms of GitHub repository? No. So we are having an alternate option in order to deal with that. So how we can manage your merge conflicts? So that is an in-house built tool called git merge tool. So you have to execute this command. So git merge tool, you have to execute this command in order to resolve this. So let me execute this command git merge tool. Okay, so I'm just like executing this command git merge tool and it is asking, see, it is asking for the option that we are going to use. Okay, so we can use tortoise merge or e merge or vmdiff or nvmdiff. So the default option would be vmdiff and I'm going with the same step. So git merge tool and I'm giving enter. And if you see, we got this option here. So like you will be getting the similar set of one in your machine as well. Okay, so in this particular screen there are 4 portions. So portion 1 and portion 2, portion 3 and portion 4. So there are totally 4 portions here, and now you have to see what are all the different portions. So the portion on the left side, leftmost bottom is dev1 branch changes. So dev1 branch changes is nothing but your developer A branch changes. The center one is nothing but your original master branch. Okay, and the next, I mean on the right one is there, no? So it is with the developer B branch changes. And finally at the end, that is where you will be having the actual file where you are having the manual changes, where you are having the changes merged with this. So whenever you are doing this git merge tool, this particular screen will open. So now you have to ask how we are going to resolve the merge conflict. So we are going to resolve the merge conflict manually. So manually in the sense, you have to define so which code you want in your file. So see, I'm editing this particular file, guys, like the last file, the bottom file. if you see, I am editing the file. So what are all the content I need? I am editing that particular content. So developer A code. So I need this developer A code here, and I'm giving this, and function B, you are having all those things. So I'm deleting the unwanted pieces of code, which means you have to do this in a manual way. That is what I'm trying to convey. You have to do this in a manual way. You are not having any other option to do that. So now I'm saving this file to escape :WQ, and the same thing for all the files as well. So this is how you have to resolve the merge conflict. So now, team, like what are all the contents that what is the branch I'm sitting now? It is master branch. Okay, so I'm in the master branch. If you see this cat function.c, I will be having both the codes as well. So this is the initial code, and this function 2 is the developer A code, and the function 3 developer B code. So this is what I have done as a part of this merge conflict. So how you can resolve the merge conflict means in the manual way only. So I'm creating a new branch here. So how to create the new branch? So creating a branch. Okay, I have to create a new branch and I have to switch to that. So what is the command I have to use? So git checkout -b, the respective branch name. So I'm giving the branch name as feat4. Okay, because I'm going to add the 4.txt. No, I'm giving this name as feat4. So a new branch got created here. A new branch got created, and also I switched to that particular branch. Okay, so this is the one here. So here what I'm doing is that I'm just like creating a new file here. Okay, so these are all the steps you are already aware. This is the file. These are all the steps that you are already aware. So git add dot, then git commit -m. So added 4.txt. So now what I have to do, and I have added that, and I have committed that in the new branch. So now what should I do? So now I have to push this to the GitHub repository. So what is the command I have to use? So the command here is git push origin the branch name. So my branch name is feat4. So I have to push this. So git push origin feat4. So this is the one I have to do. If you see here, I have pushed that branch to the particular repository. So now I'm going to the GitHub repository, and in this repository, you will be having these tabs, and under these tabs, you should go to the pull requests tab. So go to the pull requests tab, click on new pull request, and the base should be main, and the comparison should be which one? The comparison should be feature4. So this is what you have to do. So you are merging feature4 with the main. So this is similar to git merge or git rebase. So those commands actually we have done in the in your CLI, but here you have to do in terms of our the so-called from this UI. So this is what we are calling it as pull request. So here the main and the feat4. So base is the main and compare is the feature4, and I'm creating a pull request here. Okay, so I'm creating a pull request here, and also you can add the reviewer here. Okay, you can add the reviewer here to this particular one. So could anyone please give me the give me your GitHub username? How I can add the collaborators to this particular repo means go to the settings option of this repository, go under that collaborators, go to the collaborators, click on add people. So here you just like search for this username. So there they will be having the respective username. So Maruti CR. So now Maruti CR will be receiving the invite. So Maruti CR needs to accept the invite. So please accept the invite, and I'm inviting other folks as well. So yeah, Sunil Kumar. Okay, I have invited. Please accept the invite as well. And Sambat, I'm inviting now. Okay, yeah. So have you accepted the invite, all of you? Okay. So Maruti like accepted the invite here, and okay, yeah. Fine. This is fine. I mean, three users are fine. Okay. So only the Sampath is not. I mean, have not accepted the invite. Now coming back to the pull request. So you are raising the pull request, but someone needs to verify your code, right? Whether the code is correct or not, right? So you have to come to the reviewers section. So like, okay, let me refresh the page. Okay, create pull request. So now under the reviewers, you will be having Maruti and you will be having the respective team. So now they can, if I create a pull request, they can come and approve the people. So what is the branch that you have used? So I could not see any new branches here. Main branch. So you have pushed directly to the main branch. I could not see anything, no. I could not see anything. So if you see the commits, so this is the latest commit I have done. So no, you might be getting an error, or you might have like pushed that to the some different branch, not to this branch. You might have pushed it to the different branch. Okay. So like this is a point I just wanted to like mention here in terms of merge conflicts and also in terms of PRs. Okay. So the next one I want to mention, or I want to talk about this particular one, is nothing but the Git workflow. So what is this Git workflow actually? Okay. So like whenever we are working with this, Git or GitHub in an organization, in a big organization, so you have to follow any one of these workflows. Okay. So now I'm going to raise the pull request here. So if you see like a new pull request, so I can just like do this. Okay, what is it like? In terms of this Git workflow, we have to, what is the purpose of this workflow here? So you have to follow some series of steps in order to deal with this particular Git. That is what we are calling it as workflow. Okay. And in that particular workflow, so what we are going to use? So it will enable the users. Okay. It will enable the users to make, this will enable the users to make, or what is it, to work or to use the Git effectively and consistently. Okay, so that is what actually we are doing here. Okay, so we are going to use this, will make you to use the Git workflow in an effective manner or in a consistent manner. So there are three workflow features, or three popular workflows here. One is centralized, and another one is feature branching, another one is Git flow workflow. So totally there are three workflow types we are having here, and we are going to deal with that. If you see here, the first one is the centralized workflow. So what is the centralized workflow will do? Okay, so what is the centralized workflow will do? So in terms of the centralized workflow, you will be dealing directly with the master or the main branch. So in between, you won't have any branches. So if you see, developers are directly pushing or directly interacting with the master or the main branch. So they are not using any intermediate, or in between they are not using, or they are not dealing with any sort of branches. So that is the centralized workflow means. So centralized workflow, see, like all the changes will be directly made to the master. Okay, so you won't, whatever the changes, you are dealing with, it will be merged directly to the master. And why we are having this means it will result in a clean and a linear history. Okay, this will result in a clean and a linear history for us. So that is the purpose of this centralized workflow. Then the next one would be the feature branching. And what is this particular feature branching means? We are having this master branch. This master branch will only contain the production ready code. So whenever we are doing any changes, we have to create the feature branch and we have to update all the details in the feature branch. Then we have to merge that with the master. Okay, so then we have to merge the same with the master. So that is the concept of this feature branching. Okay, so like we won't directly update all the changes in the master branch. We will be creating a new feature branch. Then from that particular feature branch, we will be doing all the activities. Then we will be pushing that to the master branch. So this is the second point. And the third one is nothing but Git flow workflow. And what is this Git flow workflow means? This is similar to your feature branching, but what we will be doing means, so we will be dealing with the feature branch, then we will be pushing that. Okay, we will be like merging that particular feature branches to a develop branch. Then we will just move that to the release branch. Then the release branch will be merged with the master. So this is how we will be doing in the Git flow workflow. So this is how we will be working in the Git flow workflow. So this will be similar to the feature branching, but instead of feature branching, we will be dealing with some more new branches as well. Okay, so these are all the Git workflow models, like more aligned way and the more organized way. Like instead of directly pushing that everything to the master, so you will be having like all the things in a more aligned way. So you will be dealing, I mean, more checks will be done whenever you are pushing the code to the master. Like more checks will be done in terms of this Git flow workflow. What is the main difference between feature branching and this is nothing but, I mean, you are having some what is that, additional branches. So develop, release. So these kind of new branches will come into the picture. So in feature branching, you will be directly merging the feature branch directly to the master. But in this case, if you see, you are having the feature branch, but you are merging only the release branch with the master. So which means like you will be multiple features will be involved, or multiple branches will be involved here. That is the difference between your feature and Git flow based on the type of organization. So in terms of top tech product based, so Git flow workflow will be the workflow. So Sunil has added the PR here, and if you see, a new PR is there. So the requirement is to add add 5.txt to the main branch. And if you see here, if you see this particular section, so I'm one of the reviewers of this particular PR. So what I have to do is that I have to go and check the files, like what is the exact file has been added or the content, and I have to click on this review changes. So this green color button, and I can give whatever the comments I want. So either I can give the comment, or I can approve this PR, or I can request the new changes. So here I'm going to approve this PR. Okay, so you can give like whatever the message you want. Okay, so this is good and approved. So something like that. So it's just like you can mention that. So if you submit the review, then if you come here, see, like I have approved the changes. So this PR I have approved here. You are having this particular green color tick, and as well as you are having this message. So approved these changes. And there is a comment also. So this is good and approved. And also you can write a comment also. In the meantime, you can write a comment as well. So this is how you can be able to do the collaboration in terms of the PRs. Okay. So now The next topic is nothing but forking in GitHub. So what is this particular forking means? So forking is nothing but it is making the copy of the repository. Okay, so we are doing the clone, right? Git clone to our local machine. So Git clone will work in your local machine. Okay, but you want to clone the, or you want to make the copy of the existing repository in GitHub to your what is that, GitHub account or GitHub account. So how I can do that? So that is what we are calling it as forking. So forking will allow us to copy the repository. Okay, forking will allow us to copy the repository from one place to the another place. Okay, copy the repository from one GitHub account to the another GitHub account. Okay, so these are all the points here, this forking. So what it is a GitHub concept. So please understand forking is a GitHub concept, not a Git concept. Okay, and why we are using the forking? Like we are using that particular forking to copy someone else's repository. So we will be like taking someone else's repository to our own GitHub account. And also you have to be very clear with this. The changes made to the forked repository are not reflected in the parent repository. So which means, let us say I have forked a repository and I'm doing all the changes here, and that won't be reflected in the parent one. Okay, so that is the point. So just give me a minute. Let me like go to the home, and we can just like try to fork any one of this particular one. So let us see. Okay, this what is the ebook foundation is there. Okay, we can go to this free programming books. Okay, so here we are having the free programming books repository. So I need this particular repository to my repository, to my account. This particular repository is being handled by an account called ebook foundation, but I need all the details to my GitHub account. So what I should do? So I should go here and I should take this, I should use this option called fork. Okay, so if you click on the fork, then it will be created. Okay, it will create a what is that? It will create a new repository in my account. See, like now I'm the owner, free programming books. Now I'm the owner of this particular repository. So even though like ebook foundation free programming books repo is there, but now I'm the owner of this particular repository, free programming books. So this is what the fork is calling as. Okay, fork is nothing but taking the copy. So any questions or any queries here?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
What does this Maven do? Like you will be getting the same slides repeated here. Okay, so it will enforce a directory structure. That is the first point. So we will be having this directory structure, and it will manage and download the dependencies. So that is the one of the main concepts of using Maven. And finally, yes, it will build an executable for the code. So at this particular moment, I cannot like show the demo, or I cannot like explain that much of this particular these three concepts, but whenever we are entering into the demo, we will be able to see all the concepts here. Okay, now the first point, managing and downloading the dependencies. So what is this managing and downloading the dependencies? Okay, so team, let us go with this particular scenario. Okay, you are having an application, which means you are having the source code. Okay, and that source code, that code needs to connect to the MySQL database. Okay, the source code needs to connect to the MySQL database, and hope you are aware of this, like what is mean by this MySQL database. Anyone? So I mean, okay. So now your application wants to do this. Okay, your application wants to do all those things to your, okay, what is it? To connect to your my application. Okay. Okay, so your application wants to connect to your MySQL database. So you will be writing only the Java code here. Okay, in order to connect to your application, you will be writing only the Java code. So in order to connect to your MySQL, you need a connector here. Am I right or not? So Java is something different. MySQL is something different, right? So you need a connector for that. Am I right? Normally, like whatever the applications or whatever the things you are working, you will be needing a connector for that. Am I right or not? Yes, mediator, or I would call it as a connector then. Okay, I will call this as a connector for your to connect your application. So these kind of, okay, now for this Java application, this connector is a dependency. Am I right or not? So now this connector is a dependency for your Java application. Correct? Because in order to connect with your MySQL DB, your application needs this. Am I right? Your application needs this information. So this is what we are calling it as dependencies. So these dependencies will be maintained, or these dependencies will be maintained with the help of Maven. And this is what I'm talking about. So if you see, projects may need Java API or frameworks. Okay, so project needs Java API or frameworks that are packaged in their own jar files. Okay, so that are packaged in their own jar files here. Okay, so then these jar files needs to be downloaded actually. Okay, so let us say this is your application source code. This directory is your application source code. Is it clear to everyone regarding my voice? Directory, so where you will be having this application code and all. Okay, so then you are having the pom.xml here. Okay, so you are having the pom.xml in this particular place. Okay, you are having this pom.xml in this particular place. So all the dependencies will be maintained in the pom.xml. Okay, so all the dependencies will be maintained in the pom.xml. So then what your Maven will do, Maven will read your pom.xml and it will download your it will go to the internet repository and it will download your respective the jar file. Okay, the dependencies will be downloaded in terms of jar file and it will be added to the project. So team, this is the flow for downloading the dependency. Okay, so do you have any questions or queries here? So do you have any questions or queries here? Now I'm just jumping into the POM file. So what is this POM file stands for? So POM stands for Project Object Model. Okay, so this is the concept of this POM. So Project Object Model is the the abbreviation or acronym for this particular POM file. Okay, so for every Maven project, you need a pom.xml. So if the pom.xml is not there, your Maven won't work. Okay, so the input for your input for your Maven project is nothing but your pom.xml. Okay, and also what it will do means this pom.xml will be having all the contents, like whatever the contents you need, right? So those contents will be into your form.xml. So all the contents will be in your form.xml file. Okay, so we will be having that form.xml, and inside that it will contain all the details necessary for Maven. Okay, so whatever the details we are having, right? So it will be available there for the Maven. And where this form file will be available, it will be in the source or in the root directory. So that is the concept here. So either it will be in the source or it will be in the root directory. So this is the concept of this form.xml. And before going to that, I told, right? So your what is it? Maven will download the what is it, like your Maven will download a repository, resuming the session. And this is what I told. So in this repository, this is the official Maven repository. So we are talking about this MySQL, right? So this MySQL connector, okay, what you have to do is that you have to mention like this, okay, whatever the, okay, so whatever the, okay, so whatever the thing, I mean, whatever the dependency that you want to mention, you have to copy this particular file, I mean, copy this particular content, and you have to mention the same in your form.xml. So this is what this is what you have to do as a developer. So you need to know which or what is exactly needed for your application, and you have to mention that particular one into your form.xml. Okay, so you have to mention that in your form.xml. Okay, and that form.xml, from where it will take the file. So it will download that particular file from this repository. So repo.maven1.org. So if you search for MySQL, so there is a entry called MySQL here, and like it's just Java, and it will download the exact version, like whatever the version we have mentioned. So it will be downloaded. So this is how your Java, I mean, this is how your files will be downloaded, or your dependencies will be downloaded, and where you will be mentioning all those things in the form.xml. So are you clear with this particular one? This is the purpose of this form.xml. Okay, so this is how your form.xml will work. He or she should be aware of this connector as well, right? So this application should be able to connect to the MySQL DB. So he will write the code and as well as the form.xml file. Okay, so the developer will be writing the code and as well as the form.xml file. Okay, then after writing this, Maven, if you execute this Maven commands with this particular project, let us say this is a project. Okay, so let us say this is a project here. So now whenever you are executing the Maven commands to this particular project, on top of this particular project, so the Maven will help you to download the dependencies which you have mentioned in the form.xml. You don't need to upload it anywhere. You don't need to manifest or modify this anywhere. So the developer will be writing the code, and as well as the developer will be updating the form.xml file. So is this clear to everyone? So I think I got some questions related with this thing. So form.xml file will be available as a part of your source code. You are writing the source code, right? The .java files. So now I'm just like moving to the next one. So this is the repo, the common repo. Okay, this is in internet. So Maven will go and see whether I will be able to download that dependency or not from this repository. So from this repository, it will download that. Okay, so that is the concept here. Okay, so let me go to the next one. So Maven build lifecycle. You are having this build lifecycle here. What is the purpose of this lifecycle? Okay, why we are having this particular lifecycle here? So what left to do for DevOps version in Maven? So if you are, we will be doing all those things in a pipeline. So if your pipeline fails, it is your responsibility to monitor the pipeline, to execute the pipeline in a clear way. If the pipeline fails, if it is failing with the details of Maven, then you should be able to troubleshoot and convey the information to the developer. And that's why I'm using Maven. For other Node.js based applications, Python based applications, Golang based applications, you should know the flow. As a DevOps engineer, you should know the flow because you are going to write the CI/CD pipeline for that. These are all part of your CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so I'm just like moving to the build life cycle here. So you are having this. Okay, so we are having this different phases. So 7 different phases are there, and we are going to see that particular phases here. So the first one is the validate phase. So what is this validate phase will do? Okay, so first one is the validate phase. So what is this validate phase will do? So this validate phase will validate or check the project, okay, whether it is correct and all the information is available or not. So now you can have a question. How to execute this validate phase? So by using this command called mvn validate. Okay, so that is a command called validate. So you should use this mvn validate command. And the next one would be the compile phase. So what this compile phase will do? Okay, so what this compile phase will do means, so you are having the directory source code and you will be having the .java files. Maven will take this .java files, it will do the compilation and it will convert that to the .class files, and these .class files will be read by your application, or these .class files are the one which will be compiled or which will be packaged into an application or executable file. So this is what we are calling it as compilation. So the compile, please understand the flow here. Like it will get the .java file and the .java file will be converted into the .class file. Okay, so that is what the compilation stands for. And how we can achieve this means by running this command mvn compile. Okay, so this is how like we will be doing that. Then the third command would be the test phase. So what this test phase will do? So Maven will be having all the test cases written by the testing team, and Maven will take that and it will perform the testing automatically and it will share the results, which means it will create a summary log for us whenever you are executing this. So how you can execute this particular one? By running this command maven test. Okay, so then finally you are having this packaging phase. So what this packaging phase will do? So I already told this. So you are converting the .class files. Okay, you are converting the Java app files to the .class files, and that .class files will be converted into the the packaging, the respective packaging files, which means jar, var, or EAR. So we will be having all these. We can create this either jar file or var file or EAR file with the help of Maven. So a common question to all of you. So where we will be mentioning this particular one. So whether we need the jar file or var file or EAR file. So Maven will take all the class files, that's for sure, and it will convert either it will package either it in terms of jar, var, or EAR. So where or how it will do that? From where we will be mentioning all these options. Any guesses? Mentioning this option in the pom.xml file. Okay, so how we will be achieving this means we have to run this maven package. MVN package command will help you to take this. And then you are having the verify phase. Okay, then you are having the verify phase. So what is this verify phase will do? So verify phase will helps you to, okay, to run the integration tests. Okay, it will help you to run the integration test to ensure the quality, okay, whether the quality has been met or not. So these kind of integration tests will be executed in the Maven verify phase. Okay, so how you will achieve this Maven verify? So MVN command. So this command will be used in order to perform that. Then finally, we are having this install phase. So Maven install. So what this particular phase will do, it will it will install the package into the local repository. So team, don't get confused with the Git repository here. Git repository is something different and this one is something different. Okay, so Git repository is something different and this is something different. So don't get confused with the Git repository and this Maven repository. Okay. So don't get confused with this Git repository and the local repository, this Maven repository. Okay. So what it will do means it will install the package to the local repository of Maven. So installing means nothing but it will create the package, the jar file or war file, and that will be copied to this local repository. That is what we are calling it as install phase, MVN install. Then the final one would be deploy phase. Okay, so let me add this command as well. The final phase would be the deploy phase. So what this particular deploy phase will do, this deploy phase will copy the final package. So package is nothing but your war file or jar file or what is it, ER file to the remote repository. So team, this is similar to git push. So what your git push is doing, so git push will push the file from your local to the remote GitHub repository. Am I right? So likewise, this deploy phase will push the final package to the remote repository, which means either it might be either in the online repo or it might be either in your what is that, like over the internet. So these kind of things like your deploy phase will do. So this tool will change based on your programming language which you are using. So that is why I told, as a DevOps engineer, you should know the flow of your application. Okay, so what is the code that you are using? What is the packaging tool that the team is using? Okay, so then only like you will be able to manage the entire pipeline flow. So next I will be talking about this Maven repositories for some time, and then we will get into your demo. Okay, so what this Maven repository will do, right? So this is the point I want to mention. So Maven understands all the dependencies that are from the pom.xml. So pom.xml should have all the listed, all the dependencies needed for your application, and Maven will read that. So this is the first step. Then after, the Maven will download that from the remote repository. So they will go for the remote repository. Maven will go for the remote repository and it will download that. Then after downloading that, what this Maven will do, it will store that in the local repository where your application source code is available. This is the third step. So all those things will be done in an automated way. Okay, so all these things will be done in an automated way for this. So this is the concept of this Maven repositories. This is how like your Maven repositories will work. Now we have to do this particular one. So downloading and installing the Maven, create a sample project using the Maven generate command and verify the directory structure by installing the tree. And this is what actually we are going to see. Okay, so this is what actually we are going to see this particular one. Then after that only we will be, after completing this particular project, then we will be jumping into this building a project using Maven. Okay, yeah. So now I'm just like connecting to the machine now. So it's a plain Ubuntu machine. Okay, let us say like we are not having any Maven or nothing installed in this particular one. So it's a plain Ubuntu machine. We just like install we just use this for the Git, and now like we are going to use this for the okay, so we are just like using this for our what is it, the Maven. So how you can verify whether you are having this Maven or not? By running this command mvn version. So like now what is the error that you are getting here? So mvn -- version. If I do this, so like I'm not getting this particular one. So sudo apt install Maven will help you to do the installation. Okay, so this is the way to install your Maven in the Ubuntu machine. So this, the command will change based on the based on the type of machine that you are going to use. So now we are going to use Ubuntu. So that's why we are having this particular command. And if you are dealing with Windows, or if you are dealing with some other Red Hat or Fedora or Amazon Linux kind of thing machines, so you have to use the different command for that, and that you have to do the self-study, because like you won't have this Ubuntu only in your machines. Okay, so you will be having some different machines as well. So you need to be like ready for that particular one. Okay, so that is what I just wanted to mention here. Okay, so that is the step I wanted to like mention here at this particular stage. Okay, so is it clear to everyone? So now I'm going to run this particular command. So sudo apt install Maven. So it will install the Maven packages. Okay, unable to locate the Maven packages. Okay, fine. So for that, what I'm doing is that I'm just like doing this sudo apt get update apt get upgrade. So this is just to update your machine so that it will be able to download this particular one. Okay, it will update your Ubuntu machine. So where we can get these commands? So you can get these commands by browsing over the internet. So you can just like verify any one of the blogs kind of thing. So we can, you don't need to memorize all these commands. Okay, you are having a lot of blogs, and based on the experience, you will get all those commands. No specific website. Or you can just go to the official site of Maven. Okay, you can just like go to the official site of Maven, and from there you can just like take like whatever the things you want. So you can go to the Maven. So download instructions will be there, and you can do the downloading option there. So these kind of things you can be able to do that from the official site, because there your commands will change. Steps will change, but anyway, all those things will give you the exact installation. So one common input I want to give. So whenever you are going to install a software, what is it like? Definitely as a DevOps engineer, you will be installing the software. Okay, so that's for sure. Just a minute, team. Okay, yeah. So as a DevOps engineer, definitely you are going to install a lot of tools in your working nature and as well as in your personal projects as well. So for that, what you have to do is that you have to take the hands-ons by installing the software as well. So in order to do the installation, what you have to do is that first step, you have to check the official website of that particular product. It might be Maven, it might be Jenkins, or what is it? It might be Kubernetes, it might be Docker. So it is better to check the official sites. Okay, it might be like, it might be good if you check the official sites of your official sites of the respective product. Okay, now I have installed this Maven, and there are two things required here. One is the Java. Okay, so like Java is the prerequisite for your respective Maven. Okay, so Java is prerequisite for your Maven. So if you are not having the Java, your Maven won't work. Okay, so if you see system requirements, Maven 3.9 requires JDK 8. So which means you need the Java for your respective, okay, Java for your respective machines. Okay, so how I can install this particular Java? You can use any one of these commands. So sudo apt install openjdk, so that will also like work. I'm going to use this particular command. So sudo apt install openjdk, and let us see. Okay, we are not having this anything with this openjdk command, but you can use any one of these particular commands directly. So I'm going to use this particular command, gre headless. Ultimately, you need Java in order to execute this Maven. So I'm just like executing this command. So it will install the Java. So the first requirement here is that like you need to install Java, and that should be installed here. You can skip this. We don't need all those things. Okay, so now Java got installed. So how you can verify whether the Java got installed? If you type this particular command, you should get an output. I mean the clear output here. So what is the output that you are getting? OpenJDK 11 point some version. So this is mandatory here. So you have to install Java and you have to execute this command to verify that. Then you have to install the Maven. Then once again, you have to run this command Maven -- version. So like still like we have not installed the Maven, and now I'm going to run this command. So sudo apt install Maven, and see now it is trying to install the Maven. Okay, all done. So now Maven got installed. So how I can verify this means mvn -- version. See, like Apache Maven 3.6.3 is there. So this is how you can install Maven and you can install Java. So these are all the two prerequisites that you have to do in order to work with Maven. So any queries at this particular stage? So please try all those things like after, okay, or like it will take your time and you won't be able to follow the sessions. I mean the lectures. Okay, got it. Cool. So now we have successfully installed the Maven, and okay, we are good with this Maven. Okay, so install Maven on Ubuntu. So we have successfully done that. So next, what I'm going to do is that there is a official documentation for Maven. So do deal with, we are not having any commands in the PPT. So I'm going to use the Maven's official documentation. And if you see, there is a 5 minutes test. Okay, so for the Maven, there is a 5 minutes how to learn Maven in 5 minutes. And this is what I'm going to use here. Okay, so what we are going to do here. So like if you see, this is the official page, guys. Like I'm not referring to any personal blogs or any private blogs. This is the official documentation of Maven. That is why I'm keep on telling you should be clear, or you should be good in terms of following the documentations. Okay, so documentation is the key, and that is also a key skill. You have to follow the documentation. Okay, so now we have installed Maven and we got this particular output successfully. And what is the next step we are going to do is that we are going to run this particular command. So this is the command we are going to run. So line number 43. So Maven is the common command, and then you are having the archetype as generate. Okay, so we have to generate a new project, and the group ID should be com.mycompany.app. This will be considered as your package name in terms of Java, and your application name would be my app. So my app is the application name, and the artifact ID. So what does this artifact ID means here? So this artifact ID is the type of application that you want to generate. So what is this type of application means? You can create a web application. You can create a desktop application with the help of Maven. So this Maven archetype quick start is a basic set of application that we are going to start, or that we are going to create. And archetype version is 1.4, and the interactive mode is false. So interactive mode false means it won't prompt you for any sort of questions, kind of like that. Okay, so that is the portion of this interactive mode. Okay, so that is the concept of this particular interactive mode. So you just need to like understand this on a more generic way, because you are not going to create any Maven applications or nothing in your real-time working or real-time organization. So if we run this particular command, it will create the Maven project. So that is why we are taking this command. This is the command to create the Maven project. Now I'm running this command, and let us see what is happening there, and see like how many projects. I mean, do you have any project called my app in the current directory? Do you have any project called my app team in this current directory? No. Okay, so now I'm going to execute this particular command. Okay, so let it run. See it is downloading from the central repo.maven.apache.org. So team, let it run. I will be back in 2 minutes. Let it run. Like I'm not feeling well today, so let it run. I will be back in a minute. Okay, Maven official site. Okay. What is the Q&A? Please share the command. Yeah, I will be sharing that at the end. Okay. Yeah. So team, I'm just like resuming the session. I'm back here. So when you executed that command, let me go back to the PPT here for some like information. So what does Maven will do? So it will enforce a directory structure. This is the first point that we have discussed. And if you come and see this, so like now we have executed the Maven command. And if you see, there is a new directory created, which is my-app. So if you see this my-app, there will be a definite directory structure. So that is how all your Maven applications will be created. Okay, so all the developers will be using the same definite structure here. Okay, so that is the concept of this particular team. Please wait. So I will be completing my lectures, then I will be sharing all those things. Okay, it will be creating a definite directory structure, then it will be useful for all of you. Okay, I mean that definite directory structure, the developers will be following all those things. Okay, so that is the concept of this particular enforce a directory structure. So how you will verify that? That is with the help of the tree command that we will do. Then the second command is that manage and download the project dependencies. Okay, so manage and download the project dependencies. So from where you will be downloading, see, managing and downloading the project dependencies. If you see any one of these code, so downloading from central HTTPS repo Maven, so this particular form, automatically your Maven is downloading the respective dependencies from your remote repository. And this is the point which I have discussed here. Manage and download the project dependencies. Okay, so these are all the 2 points I want to mention here. Now I'm just like clearing the screen. And also another one quick tip I just want to mention here. If you are getting this, this build success message, which means your application is created, your command has been successfully executed. If you are not getting that, then that is a problem here. Okay, so now how you can verify the directory structure? That is what we are going to do now. So we are going to use the command called tree. Okay, we are going to use a command called tree. So I'm entering into the cd my app. I'm executing this command tree. So tree command is not there. So please install the tree command as well in your machine. So sudo apt tree, it will install the tree command. Now, if I give this tree command, see, this is how your directory structure will look like. This is how Maven will create the directory structure. So the pom.xml will be automatically created for the first time. Then you will be having your source directory. Under the source main, you will be having the application code. Under the test, you will be having the testing related code here. So this is how your Maven will enforce the directory structure. Okay, so this is how your Maven will enforce the directory structure here. Okay, so team, any queries with this particular one? So how it is creating the directory structure, or how it is like doing all the activities? So Maven will create the directory structure, something similar to this. It has been created automatically. Okay, so this directory structure has been created automatically. So you are having this directory structure created whenever you are executing this Maven command. So this is what I told whenever like we discussed, like enforce your directory structure. So this is a definite directory structure that will be used across your Maven project. Okay, so this is just for your understanding, because you don't need to, as a DevOps engineer, you are not going to like deal with the code or nothing. So that you are not going to do that, but this is just for your understanding purpose. Just about this, enforce the directory structure, manage and download the project dependencies. Now we are going to build an executable code. Okay, so how your pom.xml will look like. So let me open the pom.xml, and this is how your pom.xml will look like. Okay, let me copy and paste it in the notepad so that like it will be easy for you to, it will be in the XML format. Okay, so this is the pom.xml. Okay, this is how your pom.xml will look like. This is the source for your, okay, this is the source for your Maven application. Okay, without this pom.xml, your Maven application won't work. See that we are going to deal with, what is the dependency that we are going to deal with this particular application. By referring the XML file, can you just like mention that? Particular file, we have added the, I mean, JUnit has been added as the dependency. So if I execute this Maven, if I execute the Maven command, your JUnit will be downloaded as the dependency. Okay, so your JUnit will be downloaded as the dependency. So team, are you clear here? Shall I go to the next one? Do you have the executable here? Do you have the application executable here? Do you have the application executable in this particular directory? How you are confirming? I mean, I opened the entire directory, but how you are confirming that we are not having the application executable? Because how many files you are having here in this particular directory? The number of files totally, yeah, 3: pom.xml, app.java, and app.test.java. So all these 3 things will be in the human readable code. Am I right? So app.java, yes, it's ultimately a human readable code. App.test.java, it's ultimately a human readable code. And pom.xml, it's a human readable code. Yeah, so all these 3 things are based out of this human readable code. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to create the executable. So what is the command, or what is the command we are going to use? That if you see Maven package, we already discussed about this command. So what this Maven package will do, Maven package will take all the class files and it will create the any one of these format type. The default format type is jar. Okay, the default format type is jar. So now I'm going to run this Maven package command, and now you should ask the question. So if I'm only running this Maven package command, and okay, so what this Maven package command will do, will package all the .class files. Am I right? Will package all the .class files into a single file. Am I right? Have you seen the .class files in our directory? Have you seen .class files in our directory? This particular directory? Then how your Maven package will do? How your Maven package will work? So what Maven will do means, this is the hierarchy. So if you run this Maven package, it will automatically run all these 3 commands. I mean, internally, it will run all these 3 commands. Then finally, it will execute the Maven package command. If you run Maven install, all these commands will be executed internally. So Maven package, see, before running Maven package, you are having only these files. Okay, let us see Maven package, what this Maven package will do. See, it is downloading the repository from the what is it, your Maven repo. So we came to know that Maven is automatically downloading the dependency files. That's for sure. See, the test cases has been executed. So Maven test. So this is the result of Maven test. And finally, we got this build success. If you see, it downloaded all the things. If you see here, it compiled that into the .class files. This is the this particular section is for MVN compile, and this particular section is for MVN test. And finally, you are having this building jar file. So now a new jar file has been created. This is what your package, the MVN package will do. If I go to this free command, you will be having a lot of files here. Okay. So initially we had this particular source app.java and app.test.java, but there is a new directory called target. Under that, you are having the app.class here. Okay. Under that, you are having the app.class here. Then finally, you are having this concept. I mean, you are having this jar file. So my app snap.jar. So this is the jar file that we are expecting. This is the output of our jar file. Okay, this is the output of our code. Now your application, your application will take this jar file and it will work based on that. And this is the concept of this one. Okay, we have just like seen this, right? So it will enforce the directory structure. Okay, so that is the first one. And it will manage and download the project dependencies. That is the second one. And the third one, you are having an executable. So it will build an executable. So we have achieved all these three things in a respective manner. Okay, so that is the concept of this particular Maven. So now we got this particular jar file. So this is the artifact, or this is the executable file that we are having. Why it is in red color? So that is based out of Ubuntu. Okay, so we have to check this. We have to ask this question to the Ubuntu person. It's a different format, no? So you are having this particular red color. Yeah. So how you will execute this particular one? So if you take and run this particular command, this is just to execute your command. It will give the it will just give the what is that, like hello world. Okay. So if you execute this command, we are running the jar file. Okay, we are running this particular jar file and we are getting this hello world as the output. So this is how your Maven will work. Okay, so it will download, it will create the definite directory structure, it will download the required dependencies, and it will download, or it will create the packages here. This is called the packaging. This jar file is nothing but the packaging. Now I want to mention another one command here. So now I want to delete this target directory. So what should I do now? I want to delete this target directory. So what should I do now?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
When I say IT infrastructure, it includes your laptops, desktops, servers, networking devices, everything put together. You can call them as the overall infrastructure wherein all these services will be running. Now, there is a traditional model with respect to this Azure infrastructure. We call it as on-premises environment, the traditional on-premises environment. So within on-premises environment, what happens? Every company earlier, maybe some 10 years ago, they used to set up their own data center, their own specific infrastructure. what we refer to as a data center. A data center is nothing but a building or a specific room within which all the servers, networking devices and things like that will be kept, right? That's what we call as a data center. So many of you have gone into a data center, right? So those of you who have gone into a data center, what is the first thing that you notice when you get inside a data center? What is the first thing that you will notice? Of course, you will have a lot of physical devices, but most importantly, the moment you enter it, you will realize it's very cold and it's very noisy, right? It is very cold as well as it's very noisy. It produces a lot of noise. You can see the sound that it makes when all these servers and devices, when they are running, it makes a boom sound that you can hear. And you will also see the environment is overall chilled. Of course, it would be a secure environment. Now, why it is and what is the purpose of it? You can see when a company is setting up a data center, there are certain things that they have to take care of. Like, for example, first of all, they need to buy the servers, right? They need to buy the physical hardware, not only servers, the physical hardware, everything they have to buy. It comes with, of course, a lot of cost. We will get into the cost factor later. You need cooling facility. Why cooling facility? Because we know electronic devices, when we run it 24/7, it will produce a lot of heat. So to cool them down, you need cooling facility. Temperature control mechanism has to be there. If you just keep them running and they are producing heat, you are not controlling it, it's very likely those devices may become failed or faulty, or even they can catch fire, right? So a cooling is an essential part of it. You need backup power facility, the line power or grid power. If at all that goes off, your services and servers should not be affected. They should continue running. So you need the backup power, like some generators, inverter facility, and all this has to be there. You need redundant network connectivity. Redundant network connectivity in the sense multiple ISP connectivity you would require, because having only one line of internet, if that goes off, you will have a problem. So to avoid it, you will have minimum 2 different internet connectivity. And then you will have various teams who will be taking care of these things. I mean, your employees will be there who are taking care of these things. They have to be there. Maintenance of this complete environment will have to be taken care by you. Okay, you will be having people who's taking care of maintenance of this entire environment. When we talk about maintenance, it can be software level maintenance or it can be hardware maintenance. Software maintenance in the sense any operating system level patching, updating, etc. Hardware maintenance in the sense anything, any fault happens at the hardware level, that will be addressed by the hardware maintenance. Now just assume if a company, when they're starting up, if they wanted to set up an environment like this, with all these things that we described over here, how much it could cost? Just think of it. A single hardware, for example, a single server that you have, that itself can cost you somewhere between, let's say, depending upon the configuration, 5 to 20 to 30 lakhs, it can easily cost you, or even more, depends upon the configuration, right? So servers itself is costing you a lot, a single server. And similarly, you have to calculate other hardwares and other facilities and all that you need. How much investment you will need approximately? Whatever the number may be, depending upon the configuration, it will be, of course, a lot of money that you would need to spend, right? Multiple lakhs you will have to, of course, spend on setting up your infrastructure completely. So this cost that we have is what we classify into two, namely CapEx and OpEx. The overall cost that we have, we can classify into two, CapEx and OpEx. Okay, the first challenge that we have on on-prem is basically the cost, and cost can be divided into CapEx and OpEx. CapEx means capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. What is capital expenditure, guys? What is capital expenditure? The initial capital, right? Initially, whatever the capital that you would need, initial investment, the large amount of money that you have to invest onto this is what we call as capital expenditure. Then there is something called as operational expenditure or OPEX, operational expenditure, which is nothing but as you move on with your operations. For example, you are doing your daily tasks are moving on, and as part of that, you will have to pay monthly salaries, you have to pay monthly electricity bill, any other utility bills, right? All these things put together, you can call it as operational cost. As your company's operations are moving on, whatever recurring expenses that you will be having, repeating expenses that you will be having is what we call as OPEX or operational expenditure. So now, the first challenge that we had with respect to traditional on-prem environment, we understood one is the cost factor. You need a lot of money to set up such an infrastructure. Second, you have the maintenance challenges. Maintenance. What are the challenges with respect to maintenance? The complete infrastructure sits under your authority. For example, if your company started it, of course, the entire setup comes under your responsibility. So you as a company are responsible for taking care of this entire things, right? Whatever hardware, software level maintenance, hardware level maintenance, all these things becomes your total responsibility. So that is what we have called as maintenance. So that is one challenge that we have. And then thirdly, we have another challenge called as scalability. Scalability. What is scalability? Scalability means your ability to scale. Okay. Ability to scale. What is ability to scale? What is scaling? We know e-commercial websites at certain point in time, they will give you offers. For example, Myntra gives you end of recent sale when they have no reasons to sell now, right? So these kind of sales or offers and all, when they give, the user traffic onto the application, will it increase or decrease? The overall user traffic will increase or decrease? Of course, it will increase exponentially. So when the traffic is increasing, more and more resources in the backend will be needed, meaning more server capacity, more hardware capacity would be required in the backend. A data center that we have will be limited, right? A data center that will be that you will be having will be limited, of course. So it will not be easy if at all. So what I was saying to you is nothing but scalability. Scalability means your ability to scale, right? When sudden higher utilization is coming onto your applications, you should be able to meet the demand in terms of your hardware capacity. Since data centers are limited, like whatever data center on premises that we would be having is limited in capacity, due to those reasons, you might not be able to provide the required scaling, the required capacity to meet the sudden demand. So that's where we have a challenge with respect to scalability on our traditional on-prem environment. So these are some of the problems, not every problem, but some of the problems that we face on an on-premises environment. So due to all these problems now, industry will always look for change, ways to overcome the challenges and make this entire options or entire things that we have to go forward smoothly, what we can do about it. So that is where a new technology emerged called as virtualization, right? So the concept which came in was nothing but virtualization, right? The concept of virtualization. What happens with virtualization? With virtualization, you will buy powerful physical servers and virtualize them instead of creating, or instead of buying multiple small physical servers, you will buy powerful servers, virtualize them, and create VMs on top of them. Maybe some 8 years ago, 10 years ago, who worked on the IT industry, they would know. Companies used to buy multiple servers whenever they have a requirement. For example, for any new requirement which is coming up, if you had to deploy a new website, a new server will be brought in, right? Or if at all another application or maybe SQL has to be deployed, you will get another server for that. So this was a scenario on a traditional on-premises environment. Anybody gone through that? In one of the company wherein I have worked in earlier, they used to do this all the time. Whenever they had a new requirement, they will get a new server and we will provision that and use it, right? So always for any new requirement, they will buy new servers and then they used to do the deployment onto it. And the best part is none of these servers were fully utilized for the most part. If you look at it, it might be a small application that you have, but still there will be good capacity on the server and it was getting wasted. This capacity that we have, the servers are very capable devices, not like our personal computers. So now these capacity that we have for the most part might not have been clearly utilized. So such a problem also we had with respect to this traditional on-premises computing environment. So to address all this, that is where the technology virtualization came in. What you would do with virtualization is nothing but you will take a physical hardware, a powerful physical hardware, and then you will install something called as a hypervisor software on top of it. So let's say you have the physical hardware. And on top of this physical hardware, you will install something called as hypervisor. Hypervisor software. And with the help of this hypervisor software, you will do the virtualization. And now you can create on top of it something called as virtual machines. You will create virtual machines, VMs in short. Right? So let's say this original server, this physical server, or this is now called as host, physical host, and these are guest. Okay. So this original physical host that he could be having, for example, 128 GB RAM capacity on it. This is just an example I'm taking. And let's say some 24 core CPU, maybe some 5 TB of storage capacity, and so on. Okay, so this is some of the configuration that you have on the host. And now what you can do is whatever the total capacity and configuration that you have on the host, you can divide it onto these VMs. So for each of the VM, you can give the capacity that you want from the total available capacity, meaning I'll be able to give for one of the VM over here, for instance, I can create a 32 GB RAM for this VM, and then maybe some 8-core processor, 8-core or 4-core processor, and some storage capacity as well. 200 GB. I mean, this is a just random value that I'm giving. Similarly, for the second machine also, you could be having some 32 GB RAM and so on and so forth, till you come up to the maximum capacity of 128 GB. So from whatever capacity that you have on the underlying physical hardware, from those capacity, you can assign it onto the virtual machines and you can create as many VMs as you want. For small use cases, for large use cases and all, you will be able to create the VM. But only thing is that the overall capacity that you're assigning across all these VMs should not go beyond the overall capacity that you have on the underlying host. So this is the concept of virtualization. This hypervisor software is classified into two that you have here. They are called as type 1 and then type 2. Okay, type 1 and type 2. What is type 1? What is type 2? Or it's also known as type A and type B virtualization software. So what exactly it is? Type 1 virtualization means type 1 hypervisor software is directly running on the physical hardware. It's directly running on the physical hardware, and thus it's called as bare metal virtualization. Bare metal. Whereas type 2 runs on top of an operating system. So for example, you have a machine, a server within which you have an operating system. On top of the operating system, if you want, you can enable hypervisor, and that's called as type 2. We may call it as operating system virtualization. In a corporate environment, you will use bare metal because that is more efficient compared to operating system virtualization. The problem with operating system virtualization is that the operating system itself will take a lot of resources, and you have only very less resources available for actual virtualization. Whereas bare metal, since he is not having a dedicated operating system, he can utilize almost the full hardware capacity that you will be having. So this is the difference between type 1 and type 2 hypervisor softwares. There are examples for both. For example, type 1 bare metal, we have examples like VMware ESXi, Linux KVM, Hyper-V. Hyper-V have both the versions, and Citrix Zen Server. These are all examples of bare metal softwares, bare metal hypervisor softwares. Operating system virtualization or type 2 examples are VMware Workstation, Oracle VirtualBox, Hyper-V. As I told you, Hyper-V have both examples, right? Hyper-V having examples for both. So Hyper-V also can be listed over here. That's it. So these are the things with respect to type 1 and type 2 virtualization softwares that we have. So you will take a hardware, a physical hardware, large capacity physical hardware, virtualize it and create multiple VMs on top of it and continue using it. So this is the way how we went ahead with the virtualization technology. But here is a small problem. What is the problem? The problem that we have here is, you can see this is a single standalone hardware that we have. If this single hardware goes down for some reason, maybe power failure, hardware failure, operating system failure, this server goes down, will your VMs also go down? Of course, yes. Your VMs also will go down. It's a single point of failure. We call it as single point of. We don't want to do that. You don't want to do this deployment on a production environment, because if you do this kind of deployment on a production environment, then you will have some serious trouble, right? Of course, the day they come to know, okay, this is how you deployed it, your job is gone, right? So we don't want to do that. We instead need to have something called as redundancy and high availability. How do you do that? Instead of buying one physical hardware, you will now go and buy 2 or more. Minimum 2. It can be more, as much as you want, right? How much redundancy you want to give, accordingly that many servers you can buy. So you will buy multiple servers, minimum 2 and above, and then do the virtualization with it. Let me show you here. So you have maybe 1, 2, and then 3 physical servers, all of them virtualized. and you will have some, okay, wait. All of them are enabled with some hypervisor software, like for example, ESXi or Hyper-V kind of, right? And you will create a cluster out of this. You will create a cluster out of this. Combining multiple servers, you will form a cluster. Let me tell you. So you are creating a cluster out of it, but when you go with the clustered configuration, you will introduce one more guy onto this, something called as a SAN. You will introduce onto this configuration now. What is a SAN? Cluster is nothing but grouping of multiple servers together, right? You will deploy also something called as a SAN. SAN means storage area networking. It's basically a storage server, a server specifically designed for storing data. So the SAN will be introduced, and there is a property with SAN. He can be simultaneously connected and made accessible to all servers. Meaning the SAN that you have will be connected with this all servers that you have simultaneously, and you can access the capacity on the SAN simultaneously from all three devices. It's possible because of the protocols called as Is FC or fiber channel kind of protocols. When you deploy this kind of cluster, you will also have a cluster management software. The cluster cannot be formed without using a cluster management software. So meaning for creating cluster, you will be having this cluster management software deployed onto some other machines separately, which is also part of this configuration. Okay. And this cluster management softwares can be many. There are many examples for that. Some of you even might have worked on it. Let's say, for instance, you can have softwares like VMware vSphere Suite, or you could be having System Center from Microsoft, or you could be having OpenStack, or you will be having Azure Stack. Okay, so these kind of softwares you will use, and with that you will form a cluster. Cluster in the sense you will form a group of these computers, and the moment you create this cluster, they will give you a portal. These cluster will give you a portal now. Portal in the sense a web-based console. Through this web-based console, you will be able to control your infrastructure completely, right? All the servers that you have, deploying VMs on them, etc. All this can be controlled via these cluster management softwares and their portals. So now going forward, you will do your VM deployment, deletion, modification, etc. All this via this portal, right? All the things you will be able to control via this portal now. Now you may be deploying some VMs over here. For example, I'm deploying a couple of VMs over here. Right, there are some VMs running. And let's say, for instance, if I wanted to do some maintenance activity on this particular server, if I wanted to do some maintenance activity, so you will have this cluster management software, and then you have VMs deployed through them. For example, you deployed all this onto one of the physical server over here, which is virtualized, of course, and you deployed 4 VMs. And let's say this underlying physical hardware or this host requires some maintenance now. Maybe you want to install some firmware updates and reboot it. Of course, all your VMs will go down. To prevent that, what you can do, you can actually move this VM from here to another physical hardware. You can move them easily. That is possible because these VMs and all their storage will be sitting on the SAN. In the sense, these VMs, disks and all will be sitting on the SAN. This SAN storage capacity via this protocol, you will make it appear as if it is attached over here, as well as over here, as well as over here. So when you look at it, it may seem like, okay, this is a capacity which is coming from this physical hardware itself, but in reality, that is coming from SAN. This is the thing. Now, these VMs are utilizing this capacity and storing their data over there. So meaning, when you move this VM from this physical hardware to another physical hardware, you don't need to move the data as well. You simply need to map from here onto the data which is already coming from the SAN. That's it. So in this way, easily you can move VMs between physical hardwares. Another scenario, for instance, if you wanted higher capacity, for example, one of your VM, one of the application that you have hosted on this VM, he suddenly requires more resources. So you can see if there are any free servers, free physical host that is available. For example, this guy doesn't have any VM. Then you can take out this VM from there to here and give whatever capacity that you want up to the maximum that is available on the underlying host. So in this way and all, more flexibility you will get when you virtualize your environment. Not with standalone virtualization. What we explained here was standalone virtualization, not in this case. But when you go with a highly virtualized cluster environment like this, these flexibilities you will get. Whenever you need more capacity, you can buy additional physical servers and then add it onto your cluster, right? Such an environment like this is what we call as a highly virtualized environment like this is what we call as private cloud, right? Meaning cloud is basically a highly virtualized environment. The meaning of cloud itself is nothing but a highly virtualized environment. And why it became private? Because it is dedicated for one company's use case. Then it became a private cloud. Okay, so this is the idea of what we call as cloud computing, a highly virtualized environment in the backend, and that is what the essence of cloud computing. If virtualization was not there, cloud computing also not there. We will not be having cloud computing if virtualization was not there in the picture, right? So this is the thing with respect to the basics of it. So how industry moved, what are the challenges that we faced? We came on to what? We came on to a highly virtualized infrastructure lately. And I told you that is what nothing but your private cloud environment. Now from this private cloud environment, how did we move on to something called as public cloud environment, or what we refer today as a public cloud? That's what we have to see next. But before that, let me know if this much whatever we discussed, a physical hardware that you have can be virtualized. Your laptop, for example, I have a personal laptop. That is where you are seeing the screen right now. The whiteboard and all that you see is coming from my personal laptop. In my personal laptop also, if I wanted, I can do virtualization. I told you about it already. You can do a operating system virtualization, or you can do a bare metal virtualization. So operating system virtualization I can do on my laptop right now. You can see here on this, I just need to enable a hypervisor software. Look at this. I told you have the hardware, and then you have to enable the hypervisor software. This yellow color representation is basically representing a hypervisor software. So I just need to enable that. In a Windows operating system comes with a default hypervisor software known as Hyper-V, provided you have Windows 10, Windows 11 or 8.1, Enterprise or Pro edition. If you have a single language Home Basic edition, it's not available. What you need to do, just go to appwiz.cpl, appwiz.cpl. Once again, appwiz.cpl. Enter this. That will basically take you on to uninstall or change a program. You can go here by going to control panel as well. On the left hand side, you will see one option, turn Windows switches on or off. When you click on it, you will see Hyper-V listed. You can check this box, click OK. It will install Hyper-V on your laptop. Once again, you have to go to Windows plus R, type appwiz.cpl, appwiz.cpl, and then click on turn Windows switches on or off and enable Hyper-V. If this is unchecked, check it, give OK, restart the machine. That will give you, once after you do the restart, it will give you something called as Hyper-V Manager. Hyper-V Manager, which is nothing but coming from this virtualization software, which I explained to you, hypervisor software. So a console of this hypervisor software, that is what we call as this Hyper-V Manager. By using this Hyper-V Manager, I can create VMs now, right? On my laptop, using the underlying capacity of my laptop comes with 16 GB of RAM and some 500 GB of hard disk capacity and some 4-core CPU, right? So these capacity I can share and I can create VMs out of it. For instance, I'll just click on new virtual machine. Click on next. I can give a name for it. I'm just calling it as VM. And memory, how much RAM capacity I want to give. Just have a look at the task manager, how much RAM I have. So you can see if I go here, available capacity right now comes around 8 GB has been utilized, approximately some 7 GB or so is free. So from that, I'm taking 4 GB. 4096 is basically 4 GB. Continue with the next. Just skip ahead and say next. Here you have to define the hard disk capacity for your virtual machine. Virtual machine is completely virtualized. So the hard disk is also virtualized. So you don't use the physical hard disk as is on a virtual machine, but rather you will use something called as a VHD file, which is kept on your hard disk, which is saved on your local hard disk. So I'm creating a VHD file over here of capacity 20 GB. That's more than enough for Windows operating systems. Continue with the next. And here I can choose an operating system if I want to install. Install an operating system from an image. Where you will get this image? You can download it from internet. Just search for Windows Server Evaluation. If you search for it, you can download. Or if you search for Windows 10 image download, you will get it. Or if you search for Windows 11 image download, you will get it. That ISO file that you download, that's what you need. Browse onto the downloaded image file. In fact, I have here a Windows Server 2012 R2 image file. I'll select this one, continue with the next, and then click on finish. So this will create a virtual machine on my laptop. So this is the concept what we refer to as virtual machine. Creating a virtual, not physical, a virtual machine on top of my physical machine. So my physical laptop becomes the host now on which the VM is running. And what I created, this becomes the guest, the VM virtual machine or the guest. Now, depending upon the hardware capacity that you have, you can create so many VMs. In my laptop, I was having only 16 GB RAM and 4-core CPU. On a server, it is possible that you can have 500 GB, 1 TB, 2 TB, 3 TB and all RAM capacity you can have on a server, right? So you can think of it like how many VMs you can create over here. So similarly, you will create these VMs. You will have the operating system installed on them and you can utilize them just as any other computer. This is what we call as virtualization. The software which helped me to do this is what we refer to as hypervisor software, right? So with the help of this hypervisor software, I enabled virtualization technology on my laptop, and you can see I'm running a Windows Server 2012 R2 within my laptop right now. Okay, I'm already having Windows 11 outside, and then I'm having inside it Windows Server 2012 R2. Similarly, if I want to, I could create another VM which is running Linux. If I want, I can create a third VM which is running any other operating systems as well. All the capabilities of a server, whatever a traditional server can do, these VMs also can do. So this is the concept of virtualization. Now, on this diagram, FC stands for fiber channel. Fiber channel means that's a method of connecting onto your storage. You don't have to elaborate a lot on that. We are not going into the specifics about it, but remember, it's a protocol which will help you to submit a remote storage via network to your local machine. A VM in private cloud. What is a VM in private cloud? So now you can see a private cloud. I told you, for example, this Shadil's X1 that you see over here is basically my laptop. So similarly, forget about laptop. Assume you have 3, 4, 5, 6 very powerful servers, right? So you group these 3, 4, 5 servers that you have, physical servers that you have, by using a software called as a cluster management software, right? So this grouping of multiple servers together so that you can do deployments of VMs onto any of them is what we call as a cluster configuration. So for the cluster configuration requirements, that's what I told you here. You will have, first of all, multiple servers, all of them interconnected on network. And then for storage, for centralized storage, you will deploy 1 or 2 SAN devices as well. What is a SAN? SAN is also a server, but it is more or less optimized for storing data. A SAN is a special server created for storing data. Storage area networking, we call it as. There is NAS box, also network attached storage, which is a smaller version of SAN. Some of you have used it. NAS box. Anyways, so introducing a SAN, you group 3, 4 servers or even more number of servers together and form a collective group of them so that you can do deployments onto any of this. Also, you could move these VMs from any of this to another hardware, etc. These becomes possible when you create them as a cluster. To form them as a cluster, that is where I told you have to use softwares like VMware vSphere Suite or System Center Suite, OpenStack from Linux, or Azure Stack from Azure. Using any of this, you could create your clustered, highly virtualized environment. In such environment, can you deploy VM? Of course, yes. If I can deploy VM on my local laptop, when I group multiple servers onto any of those servers also, I can deploy VMs. We are creating a pool of servers onto which we can do the deployments right now. This is what we call as the concept of clustering. Such a cluster, which is now created, a highly virtualized cluster, that is what we refer to as a private cloud environment, or basically a cloud environment. The term private came in because this is dedicated for one company. It was created, for example, our configuration was created dedicatedly for one company. In that case, you would call it as a private cloud environment. That's it. This is the summary of what we have discussed so far. I told you about a console that you will be having a portal access, a web-based console. So through that web-based console, you will select the things, the configurations that you want, you will select it. Once you apply it, yes, the software will take care of it. So you have to do that from your side. But once you specify, okay, this is what I want, this many capacity, this much capacity, I want 1 VM, 2 VM, etc. You will specify through that cluster management software and it will be created for you. What are the names of hypervisor software? I gave it clearly on screen. What are the names of the hypervisor software? Many examples. Earlier we discussed VMware Workstation, KVM, Citrix Zen Server, Hypervisor, Oracle VirtualBox. These are examples of hypervisor softwares. In my laptop, I can see option as Windows Hypervisor Platform, Virtual Machine Platform. Which one can I use? You cannot use both because your operating system is not enterprise edition. Go to settings, go on to about, under system, go on to about section. Within about section, look at your operating system edition, Windows spec, operating system edition. Does it say Windows 11 or Windows 10? Home language, sorry, home edition or single language edition, etc. If it is saying, the meaning is you cannot enable Hyper-V. If it is Pro or Enterprise edition, then yes, you can enable Hyper-V. That's it. You will clearly see Hyper-V only within your programs and features. So if you don't have a Pro edition or Enterprise edition, what you can do, install Oracle VirtualBox and you can do the same thing. Oracle VirtualBox is a free service. Is SAN different from S3 bucket? Why are we bringing S3 bucket over here? S3 bucket is a cloud-based storage solution coming from Azure. A SAN is the backend of this S3 bucket. If you wanted to get S3 bucket or if you wanted to get storage account, whatever, in the backend, some actual device should be there who is holding this data. And that is what we call as SAN, storage area networking, the actual storage devices that you will have in the backend. Is data stored in SAN or operating system also? It is stored in SAN. Is the Proxmox clustering software? I don't think so. I don't know much about Proxmox, so I wouldn't be able to comment on it. We have to keep the software name in mind. You don't have to, not necessary. It's just for your understanding. Elaborate more about type 1 and type 2. Just now, the example what I have shown you here, running it on my operating system, this is type 2. Assume I don't have this operating system. Windows 11 is not there. I can directly enable hypervisor software and create VMs on top of it. That's called as bare metal virtualization. And that is what we call as type 1. That's all the difference. Any other questions on whatever we discussed so far? Please confirm, are we clear, or any questions? Then post it on to Q&A. So you can see I'm actually installing this operating system over here. Let it install and then later on we can come back and see. Okay, I'll show you the operating system running over here. Okay, so you can see that operating system installation is going on. Later on, once it is installed, you will be able to see this in action. You can also practice this if you want to. Even if you don't see it in your appquiz.cpl, don't worry. You can download Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Workstation you can download. And with that, you will be able to create virtual machines on your laptop for the sake of practicing. That's all. Is that the same way you would install the system on the Mac? I'm not sure if you're asking about setting up virtualization on Mac. If that's the case, yes, there is a version of Oracle VirtualBox or Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Workstation available for Mac as well. So you should be able to use that and create VMs on it. Even that is possible if that's what the question is all about. It will, because that's understandable. If it's running on my laptop and my laptop is down, of course, the VM also will go down. Okay. Okay, so let's get started. One question here, how many days for AC104? 40 hours. Duration is 40 hours. You can calculate how many days you would take. We would take 3 hours a day, 6 hours a week. So you can calculate approximately. Divide 40 by 6, you will get approximately how many weeks you will need. So let's continue. That would be close to 1.5 months. It depends anyway. So now we earlier started creating a VM. You can see that over here. It's created now. Let's give the username and password for it. And you can see you have a Windows Server operating system running on my local machine right now. You can log into it. You can do whatever you want. On a server computer, what and all you can do, all those things you can actually do on this server right now. You can see Windows Server 2012 R2. One question here, will you be sharing notes? I'll not be giving you any notes as such. What you can do is Microsoft documentation link I can share with you that you can make use of, right? For this course, whatever Microsoft documentation link that is relevant to us, that I can share with you, and you can make use of them. And also you can make use of the PPTs as well. Why did we make or install this VM? First of all, ask your questions on to Q&A only. And why did we create this VM? To show you what is virtualization and what is VM. That is why we created this, nothing else. Any problems with the audio, guys? Will you be sharing Azure admin interview questions? They'll be shared by Intellipaat management team. Intellipaat already have many interview questions recorded on their website itself, which you can refer to. I'll give you guidelines how you can prepare for examinations as well as interview towards the end of our class. So that will be taken care. But apart from that, Intellipaat will be able to help you. Moving on. So what we understood so far was that from traditional on-prem environment, we moved on to highly virtualized environment, which we identified as private cloud. Let's now try to define what is public cloud then. What is a cloud computing environment? So a cloud computing environment, or in general, the term cloud means nothing but internet. Delivery of computing services over internet is what we call as cloud or cloud computing. Okay, delivery of computing services over internet is what we call as a cloud computing in essence. So these cloud computing scenario that we are talking about here, the companies like Amazon was the first one to start it, then Microsoft, then Google. These companies identified the potential. Once after virtualization technology became mainstream, they understood companies are creating data centers on their own for deploying their virtual machines and running their services. What if we can create the data center and give this data centers or make these data centers accessible to them, to these customers, so that they can start creating resources on our environment? This is the mindset. So what did they do? These companies are already multinational companies, AWS or Amazon, Microsoft and Google, the three main cloud players. So they already had data centers across the world, infrastructures across the world. They upscaled these infrastructures and then they deployed data centers across the world, and they created an interconnected distributed system which can be accessed by a cloud-based management portal. A cloud-based management portal. Through that, you can access these environment once you sign up with them. So for example, you can sign up to Azure, you can sign up to GCP, you can sign up to use AWS, and through their management portal, you will be able to log in and create resources that you want. Where it is getting created, it's of course getting created on a data center. But that data center is not something which is sitting on your premises, but rather it's coming from the CSP, right? The data center will be provided by CSP in any remote location. And from there, you being anywhere in the world over internet, you will be able to access those infrastructures and create VMs on top of them. This is what we call as delivery of computing services over internet. They are basically delivering their compute services over the internet to you. So you and me as a customer, from anywhere in the world, we can create resources on their infrastructure. This is what we have with respect to cloud. So private cloud, we already explained, a highly virtualized environment on your premises dedicated for your use cases. We identified as a private cloud. Now, same highly virtualized environment, if they make it available to you over a public connection, in the sense over internet, if they make it available to you so that any of you can sign up and start using, then in that case, you would call it as a public cloud environment. Examples for public cloud are nothing but Azure, AWS, and GCP. There is more. There are Alibaba Cloud, and then there is IBM Cloud, and many other cloud service providers are also available for us. But most importantly, the leaders in this industry, in cloud computing industry, are these three, that is Azure, AWS, and GCP. There is something called as cloud models. Cloud models, or what we are discussing right now, is actually cloud models. When a company is making cloud services available to you, you can classify them into three, called as cloud models, and that's what exactly we just discussed. Private cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud. Private, I already told you, we already discussed it. Private means a highly virtualized environment dedicated for one company, right? One company's use case, you would call it as a private cloud environment. They are creating large scale infrastructures, large scale data centers, highly virtualized, and then making it accessible to you over internet. They will give you a management portal. Through that management portal, you will be able to access it and do your deployments. This is what we call as a public cloud environment. No need to give you example, you know already. Examples are nothing but your Amazon Web Services, AWS, GCP, and Azure. Most important three. Then hybrid cloud. What exactly is hybrid cloud? Hybrid cloud is a combination of private cloud and public cloud. It's easy to say that it's a combination of private and public cloud, but what exactly that means? Let's take an example. For instance, let's assume I'm running a company. Shadil is running a company. For my company, I have set up a private cloud environment, a highly virtualized environment on my premises. It's already there. And I have done a couple of deployments as well onto this environment. Let's say over a period of time, I'm getting new projects and I have to do additional deployments now. I have to deploy additional VMs and web servers. But problem is my capacity is already full. My data center's capacity is already full. So within my data center, what I can do, either I will have to increase the capacity of my data center, or I have an option, any new requirement that I'll be having, instead of deploying it on my data center, I'll deploy it onto cloud, any one cloud service provider, for example, Azure. Okay. So any new projects that I might be having, instead of deploying it on my premises, I would deploy it onto Azure cloud or any other cloud service provider. So what happened? Shadil or Shadil's company, we are making use of on-premises environment plus, or we are making use of private cloud plus you are making use of public cloud. This is what we call the combination of private and public cloud. So hybrid is an approach wherein you use both the environments, a private cloud environment as well as a public cloud environment. So the three things, three different cloud models, how exactly cloud computing can be made available to you, three models of it: private cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud. Are we clear? One question here, what about community cloud? Community cloud is nothing but 2 or 3 companies coming together and creating a highly virtualized environment for their usage is what you would call as a community cloud. 2 or more companies coming together and creating an environment dedicated only for them. That's what we call as community cloud. Not for just one company. If it was just for one company, then it would be private cloud. Then if it was for everybody, it would be public cloud. Does Azure provide an option to move an on-prem VM to Azure live? Live migration, yes, it is possible. You can do. In Azure, yes, there is an option for that. Is there a service name in Azure that does live migration? This is what I told you in the starting of the class. Let's focus on the topic of discussion. We haven't even started with Azure yet. We're talking about the basics of cloud computing. And now we are already asking about Azure migration. Let's keep it for later. In fact, Azure migration is not part of AZ 104 discussion itself. It's discussed in AZ 30. We know this e-commerce applications like Myntra, Amazon, and all this. Similarly, there are so many food delivery apps and all that we use, right? Zomato, Swiggy, many, depending upon your region, location, country, and all, it may vary. These companies, what they are providing to us, they are providing us a service. Similarly, when a cloud service provider, CSP, provides you a cloud computing environment, even they are also giving you a service, right? So what Azure or Amazon or GCP is giving to you is now a service, the cloud computing as a service. So when they give it to you as a service, there are 3 different models, or what we call as 3 different service models, depending upon how they are making the services available to you. Let's talk about the service model. What are the service models that is available in cloud? Namely, we call it as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service or PaaS, and then software as a service. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. You need to compare this with your on-prem. On-prem means your traditional on-premises environment. So when we compare this with our on-premises environment, we will come to know the differences. What are the differences that we have with these 3 service models on cloud? Let me mention that over here. Data, etc. So all these things will be taken care by you in the case of on-prem environment, right? In the case of an on-premises environment, the company, whoever is operating this, they have to take care of this complete settings, setting up the physical devices. Assume that you are starting a company. Then if you are having your own on-premises environment, your own on-premises data center, this whole thing becomes your responsibility now. Setting up physical devices, networking, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, application, hosting your application, the code, etc., including data, everything is your responsibility. Because end of the day, that complete infrastructure, servers, everything belongs to you. When we move on to infrastructure as a service, what is the difference? Now, infrastructure as a service is something coming from cloud computing environment. Now, when it is a cloud computing environment, who will set up the data center? Is it you who is setting up the data center, or will CSP do it for you? When we move on to a cloud computing environment, who will take care of your data center? Who will set up the data center for you? That will be your CSP, cloud service provider, right? So now look at this. Physical devices, I will write it as PD. Networking, servers, virtualization. Okay, so setting up the backend infrastructure, buying physical servers, setting up the data center, networking, all this will be taken care by the service provider. But in the model infrastructure as a service. In infrastructure as a service, starting from VM, virtual machine and operating system, you will have to take care. Virtual machine plus operating system, middleware, application, and data. So these things you will have to take care as a customer. Meaning you can log into Azure now and directly you can create a virtual machine. You can log into Azure portal and you can create a virtual machine there directly. This virtual machine that you create, did you worry about setting up the backend infrastructure for that? Did you worry about setting up the physical devices for that? Did you worry about doing the networking for that? Did you worry about setting up the virtualization? Not at all. Nothing you have to worry about. All this will be taken care by the CSP. You as a customer can directly go ahead and create a virtual machine and use it. This is what we call as infrastructure as a service. They will set up an infrastructure and provide to you as a service. On that infrastructure, you will directly go ahead and deploy VM. So the example of infrastructure as a service, that is nothing but a virtual machine. So any cloud computing provider in their environment, if you're creating a VM, you can say you're basically making use of infrastructure as a service now. Now coming on to PaaS. In the case of PaaS, what happens? Again, platform as a service, the physical devices, networking, the servers, virtualization, all this will be taken care by CSP. Now, not only that, including VM and operating system, middleware, all this will be taken care by CSP. You just have to worry about your application plus data. That's all. So in the case of PaaS, now more things will be taken care by CSP. CSP will take care of more things for you. They themselves will manage the VM, including the operating system. They will take care of the middleware, and you as a customer just have to worry about your code, your application code or your website's code, whatever you wanted to host it, including their data. That's the only thing that you have to worry about, right? So such a service example in Azure is something what we refer to as app services, and then SQL database. Okay, app service and SQL database are examples of PaaS services in Azure. So what is happening? I'll revisit once again. In platform as a service, the CSP will take care of more things for you. Your management overhead will come down further when you move on to PaaS. If you are a company who's into more of a development kind of setup and all that, then in that case, now you wouldn't need to worry about setting up the virtual machine and so on, but rather you can just focus on deploying your code. Here is a question: what is this middleware? Middleware is basically, if you wanted to host your application code, you need a system which can be a physical server or it can be a virtual machine, within which you need an operating system. After operating system, what you need, that's what we call as a middleware. So for example, if you want to host a website, you need to have Internet Information Services or IIS, or you need to have Apache web server if it is Linux, or you will need something called as Nginx, which is another web server. These are all examples of middleware. The Apache web server, Internet Information Services, IIS web server, or maybe Nginx. These are all examples of your middleware. On top of this middleware, you can go ahead and host your code. You can deploy your code. It will work, right? So that's how it is done. Along with your code, you might have some application files also, your data files, maybe pictures, documents, or maybe some other application related files, all of that. So this is what we call as PaaS model. I have a question for you. Now, when you came from on-premises to infrastructure as a services to PaaS, Did your management overhead reduce or did it increase? Yours, not CSP's. Your management overhead, when you came from on-prem to IaaS to PaaS, overall management that you have to do, did it reduce or did it increase? It actually reduced. So now for a company, it is becoming more and more easy to set up the required infrastructure. Yes or no? Of course, yes, correct. I told you about earlier capital expenditure and operational expenditure. Now think of this, when you move on to a cloud computing environment, do you have the problem of capital expenditure or CapEx? Do you need to invest a lot now initially? For what purpose that investment was required? That investment was required for setting up the infrastructure, for setting up the data center. But in this case, in infrastructure as a service, PaaS and SaaS, or in cloud computing in general, your CSP is setting up the infrastructure. You are not the one. So you don't have to worry about capital expenditure. They will take care of it, right? So that's what we have with respect to the CapEx. But rather, you will have to do only OpEx. In the sense, whenever you consume these services, you will have to pay a bill for it based on your utilization, how much you utilized. Just like how you pay the mobile bill, you will have to pay monthly bills for it. That's it. So only operational expenditure would be there. The large capital expenditure can be now completely avoided. It's not there. It's gone, right? So this is how we address the cost problem. Now, let it be there. Let's come back to software as a service or SaaS and see what happens in the case of SaaS. Now, in software as a service, the CSP is giving you a software, a cloud-based software, which you can use according to your requirement. If it is matching your requirement, you may use it. If it does not match, you don't have to. If it does not match your requirement, you don't have to use it. They will create a software. Everything they will take care. Setting up the physical devices, networking, servers, virtualization, VM plus operating system, middleware, application also they will take care. You will have to worry about only your data. That's it. Rest everything they will do it for you. They will give you a pre-cooked software or a ready-to-use software, which if it is matching with your requirement, you can use it. If not, you don't have to. That's all. Right? There are many examples that you can give for software as a service, especially this finance domain companies and all. They will make use of SaaS-based solutions. Anybody heard about Dynamics CRM software or Salesforce, etc.? So our customer management, customer relationship management, right? Softwares which we have, Salesforce, Dynamics CRM or Dynamic 365, what we call as these things. So these are examples of software as a service. They created a software, a cloud-based software, and then gave you access to it. You can go and use it. There are even more simple examples. Can anybody give me some example? The simplest example that you can think of. Google Drive, yes. OneDrive, Gmail, right? And Microsoft 365 platform completely. All those Microsoft 365 cloud-based softwares, Teams, these all are cloud-based softwares which they will give to you. If it is matching your requirement, you can use it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. That's all, right? So that is what we call as software as a service. Are we crystal clear now what is infrastructure as a service and what is PaaS and SaaS in comparison with on-prem? Middleware already explained. Is Azure SQL managed instance an example of PaaS? Yes, that's an example of a PaaS service. What is middleware? Already explained. If it's still not clear, let me know, Dinesh. What is CSP? CSP means Cloud Service Provider. Okay, Cloud Service Provider, that is what we call as CSP. The most important CSPs are nothing but Azure, Google or GCP and AWS. Any examples of PaaS and IaaS? Already gave you the examples that's there on the screen for both. IaaS example, virtual machine. Infrastructure as a service example, virtual machine. PaaS example, app service and SQL database. App service and SQL database. Once explained SaaS. Software as a service means the CSP, the cloud service provider, will give you a software based on cloud. You don't have to create or you don't have to worry about setting up that software, nothing. The CSP will do it for you. They will take care of a software, they will do it, and they will give you access to it. You can go and use it. All of us are already using it. Google Photos, Google Drive, Gmail. Did we ever bother about how the Gmail is set up, or in the backend, what are the servers running, where it is getting stored, virtual machine if it is there, which operating system, middleware, on which language the software is deployed? Did we worry about any of those things? Not at all. We are not bothered about any of that. We don't have to take care of any of that. They will give that software to you as a service. If you want to, you can use it. Gmail and all is free up to an extent, but typically software as a service, you will have to pay for it. So now in comparison, when you go from on-prem to infrastructure as a service to PaaS to SaaS, you can see your overall management overhead will reduce, right? So companies can opt whichever these models that they want according to their requirements. That's it. So which is best SaaS? There is nothing like best SaaS or worst SaaS. Each of the SaaS software will have their own scope. You look at your requirement and see what is there in offer. See if it is matching, then you use it. If it doesn't, you don't use it. Simple as that. If I buy only SaaS service, should I also buy IaaS and PaaS? Not at all. You can buy whatever you want. You can use whatever you want. None of them are dependent on the other one. So you don't have to go like, okay, if I buy SaaS, do I have to buy IaaS and so on? No, that's not the case. AZ103 versus AZ104. Earlier, this paper that we are discussing here called as AZ104 right now was earlier known as AZ100-101, 2 papers. Then it became one paper combined into AZ103. Then that AZ103 became 104. So the latest version, that is what AZ104. There is nothing to be worried between 103 and 104. 103 is outdated. What we are learning is 104 now. So now that the basic details about cloud computing is clear, let's move on to Azure. What is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud service provider or CSP, which is owned and operated by Microsoft, right? Azure is a cloud service provider owned and operated by Microsoft. It provides us with various services which can be accessed via a web-based portal, and the services falls into various categories like compute, storage, networking, identity, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. Various categories. In all these various categories, you have services available from Azure. So now, some of the basic facts about Azure. It was launched in 2010 February. One of the widely recognized cloud computing platform. Any problem with the audio? Okay. Saurabh, I think you need to check at your side. If it was problem at my side, everybody would be facing the same issue, but that's not the case. Moving on. It's one of the widely recognized cloud computing platform. We say more than 90% of world's top 500 companies are making use of Azure Cloud in one way or other. Cost-effective platform and multiple languages are supported, meaning you can do deployments on Azure Cloud in various languages. Like for example, your Java, Python, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, ASP.NET, .NET Core, etc. All these languages are supported on Azure platform. And Azure has one of the largest regional presence in cloud computing environment. In fact, Azure is available in 140 countries. Azure services are available in 140 countries across the world, plus in across 62 regions across the world. 62 regions. What exactly these regions that we're talking about, I'll discuss with you as we go forward. We'll explain what is meant by a region. With respect to market share, if you look at the Gartner report, you can see that there are 3 leaders in cloud computing environment. That's AWS, Azure, and GCP. The top market share still is with AWS only. One of the reason for that is AWS is an early adopter. In the sense, AWS came up with cloud computing services way before Microsoft. I think they came up in 2006 or so, whereas Microsoft got started in 2010 only, starting in 2010. And that too, when they started in 2010, they were facing a lot of problems with respect to the infrastructure that they made available to us. There were so many challenges, problems, and issues. So Microsoft had to work through all that. And eventually in 2014, they did change the entire platform for something good. They changed their entire infrastructure services deployment model and all this, and they went with something called as ARM, Azure Resource Manager model. So once we came on to Azure Resource Manager model, that is when Azure started to pick up from 2014. There are other changes also that happened at the company level in 2014. If you remember, the CEO of Microsoft changed in 2014. Who's the current CEO of Microsoft? Ballmer, right? Steve Ballmer was the CEO just before Satya Nadella. So it was first Bill Gates, then Steve Ballmer, then now Satya Nadella, the third CEO. So what happened during the period of Steve Ballmer was that Steve was having a vision that we will bring up Microsoft like another Apple. What is the speciality of Apple? Apple is a closed ecosystem. Those people who are using Apple devices, they know. Apple is kind of a closed ecosystem, right? I don't have to tell you about it. Those of you who have used it, they clearly know it. Even some of the features that you can get on Android phone might not be available on an iPhone. But if you are completely on that ecosystem, it works seamlessly very well, right? For example, if your laptop is also a Mac, you have an iPhone, and then maybe there is an iPad, and then there is a server as well. In fact, Apple gives you servers also, right? So if you have such an ecosystem, then it works just fine. So the vision of Steve was also something similar, that Microsoft will make it another Apple. But that didn't go well. Because of this vision, Steve Ballmer also did not embrace the Linux platform. Linux being a core challenger to Microsoft and Apple and all this. He was not ready to embrace the Linux platform. Then when Satya came in, the entire vision of the company got changed and they moved into, if you remember, I don't know how many of you remember this. There was a campaign and all called as Microsoft Loves Linux, and then SQL getting released for Linux, and then your development tools and everything becoming available on Linux. .NET Core getting released, and then there was Linux subsystem for Windows coming in. I mean, you could run a Linux environment within your Windows system, right? So all this changes, complete embracing of Linux operating system that came in, and the idea of that closed ecosystem was actually dropped, right? How many of you are able to recall all this? There was this Windows Phone also in between, which was also towards that closed ecosystem mindset, but which terribly failed, correct? So that's what happened. And now from there, the cloud computing strategy also changed. And that is where the ARM, Azure Resource Manager, came in 2014. From there, now Azure has started picking up. So gradually, it's possible that Azure can maybe overtake in near future. If at all they are keeping up the same growth rate as of now, it's possible they can, overcome AWS. But you don't have to think it like in terms of just market share. The one thing that you have to keep in mind is that every cloud service provider will have certain plus and minuses. So you look at your workload, what kind of workload that you have. Based on that, you decide, okay, which workload works better on which platform. If you are having a Windows-based environment mostly, for sure, it will work better on Azure Cloud. If you're having more Linux-based kind of environment, it would work better on AWS platform. If you want to run your analytical kind of services, it would work better on GCP. So in this way, you have to identify what is the sort of workload that I have, what am I trying to run, and on which platform it gives me the best cost-effective solution and the best performance, right? So this is what you have to do. So remember, if you want to start using Azure services, the first thing that you need is an Azure account. You have to sign up for Azure. Probably some of you have already gone through, or most of you have already gone through how to create a Azure account, right? You can sign up for Azure free account, provided you have a credit or debit card and you have not created account before. And as I told you, if you're a student, you can create a student account as well. That's up to you. And you need to have access to your college email ID. That's it. So you need to have your account, and then thereafter, you need something called as a subscription. So when you create your free trial, for example, or when you create your Azure for students, they will enable a subscription for you automatically. That subscription will contain $100 and $200 worth of credit respectively. For Azure for students, you will get $100 credit. Azure free account will give you $200 worth of credit. Azure for student is for 1 year, $100 for 1 year, and Azure free account $200 for 1 month. That's it. So this is the way how they will make it available to you. And if these options are not possible, then you can think of buying a pay-as-you-go as well. A pay-as-you-go is nothing but a paid subscription for which you will pay based on your utilization. I'm personally using pay-as-you-go subscriptions. That's it. Now let's move on to something called as regions in Azure. What we call as Azure architectural components, the backend architecture. You can see across 62 locations across the world in different continents, or in Azure terms, what we call as larger geographical units or a geo, you have these regions deployed. You can see, for example, Australia is considered to be a larger geographical unit, a geo. India is another geo. Asia, that's another geo. Middle East, Europe, Africa, North America, and South America, right? North and South Americas you have. So these are considered to be various larger geographical environment or larger geos. And within these geos, you have regions available. A region is a place where Microsoft Azure is operating from. In India, for example, there are 3 different regions: West India, Central India, and South India. So from 3 of these, the West India is basically Mumbai. In Mumbai location, they have created their data centers. In Central India, that's in Pune. And South India, that's in Chennai. That's where they have created these data centers. So a region is nothing but a place wherein Microsoft's Azure's data centers are located. Now, similarly, you have 62 regions across the world. It contains government regions, or what we refer to as sovereign regions, and also Azure public regions. Government regions or sovereign regions are only accessible by those respective governments for whom it has been created. For example, you have US government and China. So those will be accessible only by them. We cannot create any resources on those infrastructure. But you will be able to utilize any other Azure public data centers across the world. For example, UAE Central, anywhere in Europe, or in United States, maybe in Central US, East West, in all these locations, you will be able to do your deployments. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to region. And also remember, every region, between every region, they will try to maintain a distance of at least 300 miles wherever possible. Wherever geographically possible, they will try to maintain a distance of 300 miles. In India, you can see there are 3 locations. So between these 3 locations also, they have tried to maintain that distance, even though between Pune and Mumbai, we might not have that much difference, but still there is a significant distance between them. What is the logic behind keeping these data centers or regions in different locations? Just think, if you are South India, Central India, and West India, all these regions were located in Chennai itself. Just assume. Then when such a natural calamity is happening, the entire Azure regions for India, is it getting affected now? Yes or no? If all of them were placed in Chennai, right? So that is why they don't keep all regions together, but rather they always try to spread it across various geographical locations. This is the idea of keeping data centers in different locations to protect us from any natural calamities or any political unrest, a wide power outage, right? So to protect from these kind of scenarios, that is where these data centers are physically separated and try to maintain a distance of 300 miles wherever possible. Now, out of this total 62 regions, in 27 regions, there is a concept called as availability zone. Out of the total 62 regions, in 27 regions, there is a concept called as availability zone. What is an availability zone? For example, in India, in Central India, we have this availability zone enabled. Out of the total 62, only in 27 as of now. In Central India, we have this availability zone feature enabled. What is this availability zone feature all about? What exactly it is, what it does? The availability zone, what you're doing here is in a given region. For example, let's talk about Central India. Central India is a region. So within Central India, what they will do, when we say Central India, we know that's Pune location. So within this Pune location, they would have taken couple of land, maybe some acres of land, or maybe a large building, within which they will set up multiple data centers. When we talk about availability zone, they will create 3 separate data centers, which they would refer to as zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. Let me show it to you over here. Central India region. So within this, you will have 3 different separate physical zones. Zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. It's nothing but 3 separate physical buildings which are not kilometers apart, which are close by only, couple of meters difference would be there between them. 3 different data centers or 3 different separate physical data centers, which we refer to as zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3, right? 3 different data centers. In each of these zones, now you can do the deployment. The speciality here is that each of them will have its own power facility, cooling facility, and network. Each of them, they don't share these things each other. Each of them, they will have their own cooling facility, power facility, and network connectivity. What is the reason? The reason being, it should not be a single point of failure. Meaning, if they were sharing the cooling facility between them, or if they were sharing their network, or if they were sharing anything between them, then a failure of such a power supply failure will result in the failure of all 3 data centers now, or all 3 zones now. To avoid that and to provide highly available solutions, you can use this availability zone concepts. When you do your deployment, for example, you deploy your website onto a VM, you can do it onto one single VM over here. In which case, if this VM goes down, your application goes down. To avoid that, you can deploy them onto 2 or 3 VMs instead. But if all those 2 or 3 VMs were created in same data center, if the data center goes down, your application also goes down. Now, to avoid this scenario, what you can do is simple. You create them across 3 different zones. So one deployment in zone 1, one another VM in zone 2, and another VM in zone 3. So now what happens? Even if one data center completely goes down, or maybe 2 data center completely goes down, no problem, your application would still survive. So to give this kind of flexibility for creating resources, for deploying resources, that is where this availability zone concept is also enabled. So what are the things we understood? First of all, you need to have an Azure account to start using Azure. Second, you need a subscription, either Azure for students or Azure free subscription, or a pay-as-you-go subscription. And once after you have the subscription, we explained about the core architectural components, which are regions. Regions are nothing but a place from where Microsoft Azure is operating from, wherein the data centers are located. I told in India, we have 3 different regions: Central India, South India, and West India. There is a 4th one in the making, that's in Hyderabad, not yet operational though. It will become operational in near future, maybe. So that's what we have, the regions. And then within some selected regions, out of the total 62 regions across the world, in some selected regions, this availability zone concept is also available. In 27 region precisely, you have availability zone concept available, meaning you could deploy your VMs or whatever deployments that you do across 3 different data centers for higher availability reasons. That's it. So in this way, as I told you, you have to assign, you have to analyze, you have to understand, and then decide. Certain services will run better on certain cloud service providers and certain others won't. So you have to identify and then accordingly decide where I have to deploy my resources. Each region will have minimum 2 zones. No, I did not say that. Understand the meaning of the word zone in Azure. It's not equal to data center. Even though you can consider so, a zone is not equal to data center. Probably what you wanted to ask would have been, each region will have minimum 2 data centers. It can be. There is no necessity like you have to have minimum 2 data centers. Minimum 1 data center for sure will be there in a region. And then on top of that, you can enable this availability zone. So within availability zone, for example, zone 1, you could be having 1 single data center, or it is also possible that in zone 1, you have 2 data centers, zone 2, 2 data centers, and then zone 3, 3 data centers. Such a scenario is also possible. If AZ1 needs to talk to AZ2, will there be any intra-AZ network cost? In the case of availability zone, when there is replication between these availability zones, yes, you will have some network charges, replication charges that is applicable for them. Or their data centers are located in Shivaji Nagar. So you can call this as a region, right? So in Pune, they're operating from the Shivaji Nagar area, that is a region. Within this Shivaji Nagar, they have taken maybe one building, maybe two buildings, maybe three separate buildings, or maybe four buildings, etc. Right? And now, when you group these, for example, you have three separate physical buildings, and now when you group them into, let's say, this one physical separate data center, I will call it as zone 1. Another set of physical data centers, I would call it as zone 2. Another physical set of data centers, we call it as zone 3. So separate physical data centers within a region is what we call as zones, availability zone. Clear? Is it right to say a region comprises of zones? It would be right to say, provided you have availability zone enabled in that region. Remember, in all regions, we don't have this. We don't have this kind of grouping. Only on selected regions, we have this kind of grouping called as availability zone. That's all. Who has more availability zone, Azure or AWS? First of all, remember, you cannot directly availability zones in Azure to what they call in AWS. Direct comparison is not possible because terms are slightly different. What Azure calls as availability zone might not be the availability zone of what AWS says. It might have a different name to it. So you don't confuse between them. Understand from Azure perspective what it is first of all. And then later on, if you have already learned AWS, try to do the comparison yourself. Okay, what is the equivalent of this in AWS? According to this diagram, in Africa, only on South, you have data centers, right? South Africa, West and South Africa, no. There is actually a logical reason to it. Only on South Africa North and South Africa West, that is where only in this area you have users for it. Microsoft did not find any justification to deploy their data centers on any other locations of Africa yet. When they have more customers coming in from those locations, of course, they would deploy regions onto these locations also, maybe onto West or East or whatever of Africa, right? So that's how it works, depending upon the demand. You cannot go ahead and ask Microsoft, okay, we want to have a data center in in West Africa. You can give feedback, that's okay. But if they find it a legitimate reason from a business perspective, then of course they will have it deployed. So meaning for Africa, you will have to satisfy with whatever regions that has been available. That goes same for everybody. For example, if India, I'm saying, for example, okay, we want a dedicated data center in Kerala, not possible, right? That's something which Microsoft decides and implement. That's all. And I don't know, their security check is taking very long. So you just have to go to this path, lms.intellipaat.com, and log in from there. Credentials would have been provided. 60% of deployments happening on Azure is basically Linux itself. A free account will give you access to all Azure services for a month's period, whatever it may be, all services. VPC is not an Azure term. It's something coming from AWS. I mean, your free credits will be available only for 1 month. What happens is when you sign up for Azure free account, they will enable your account and they will give you a free subscription loaded with $200 credits. So these $200 credits, that's what you're using while creating any resources. You don't pay from your pocket. You don't pay from your card. Now, let's say after 30 days, this $200 has been lapsed. And now if you wish to continue, you can upgrade your subscription to a pay-as-you-go model and then continue using Azure services, in which case credits are not available, but you will be billed against it. So only difference here is that for the first 30 days, yes, you will get it free, meaning those $200, what they gave it to you, you can use it. That's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IITM Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
The services that you have can be classified into Azure Compute, networking, storage, and database. In all these areas, you have different services available. Within Azure Compute, for instance, you have virtual machine service, function app service, Kubernetes kind of services. Under networking, you have virtual networks, VNets, load balancers, application gateway, DNS zones, CDN profiles, etc. And under storage services, we have Azure Blob, File, Table, Queue, Data Lake Storage, and Data Box. And then when we move on to database, we have SQL database, Cosmos DB, Data Factory, Data Lake, Analytics kind of services. Please don't think like in each of this category, these are the only services that is available from Azure. No, that's not the case. You have so many different services available. These are only some of them. Just to give you a basic introduction onto this, what are some of the names that you can say with respect to compute, with respect to networking, with respect to storage, etc. That's all. So there are various other services also which is included onto this. Anyways, that being said, the next thing that you would need is that creating a Microsoft account. Probably all of you would have gone through this. You would have gone through this creating account option, creating a Microsoft Azure account option. If any of you are facing any problems with respect to setting up the account, please let me know, and I'll see what we can do. Okay. And if nothing is possible, you will have to create a pay-as-you-go account and then use it wisely so that you don't end up paying a lot of money. So that's what we have with respect to Azure. So please have the account created starting from today. We will need the Azure account, because if you wanted to practice something, if you wanted to do some test deployments as we do, for all this, you would need to have the Microsoft Azure account. Then in that case, there is again one more easy approach. Go to Azure for college students. Azure for college students, search for it. And here, just click on the link Azure for college students offer details. I'll share this link with you. So if at all you have a student account, .edu account, then you can make use of this. Click on apply now. And then here you have to log in with your Microsoft personal account. And then a form will come up. You have to fill that form. You have to fill in that form with all the details like your college email address completely you will have to give. And other details like address details, etc. Whatever they're asking, those details you can pass it on. And you can click on activate. Okay, so once you click on activate, it will send you a verification code onto your college email address. Open it up, click on the verification link. Once you click on the verification link, it might say directly account verification complete, or you might see an error. If you're seeing an error, come back to the previous page wherein you were filling all this data initially. From where did you do the apply process? Come back to that tab, refresh it, and fill it once again with whatever data that it is asking for. And in this case, your account will be activated. Okay, so this is how you have to do if at all you have Azure student account, or if you want to have Azure for students account. So anyways, using any of this method, please have your accounts created so that we can start practicing on these things. Couple of questions over here. Let me respond to them. Asif Muhammad, regarding the notification that we have got with respect to your auto pay facility has been successfully activated on your debit card for rupees 2 lakhs. Don't worry about it. So that's something called as a standing instruction. Standing instruction, what they will do is, when a billing date has been reached, for example, you have a paid Azure subscription and then you reached the bill month. Every 30 days, a bill will be generated. And once after the bill has been generated, you have 10 days time to settle that bill. So within 10 days time, if you are not settling the bill, then Azure will initiate the payment process from their side. Meaning whatever the amount that you have in terms of bill, that will be automatically debited from your account by using this method. Okay, standing instructions. So that is what you are seeing over there. There is nothing to worry. If you don't use it much, you would not be having any problems, and they don't charge you until unless you use their services. Different ways of accessing Microsoft Azure: Portal, PowerShell, and CLI. What exactly Portal is, what exactly PowerShell is, and then CLI. I don't have to explain you what is Portal. From the name itself, you can easily understand. Portal means that would be a graphical user interface through which you will be able to access your Azure environment and do your deployments. So basically, there are three different ways with which you will be interacting with Azure. One is Azure Portal, the graphical user interface. Another one is PowerShell, and another one is CLI. So two command line options and one graphical user interface options are available with respect to interacting with Azure. Just a second. Zamrud Sultana, are you trying to create a student account or are you trying to create? So now to access this Azure portal, once you have your account created, to access Azure portal, you go on to portal.azure.com. So this is what we call as portal.azure.com. From here, you can interact with Azure now. I'll give you an overview, a walkthrough of this Azure portal, right? Once somebody is saying mandatory. Are you working for any organization? If yes, you can give it. You can give your organization name. If not, you would want to give what you will give. Your relative's company or something, you just try to give. Or just say anything that doesn't matter. They won't come back and inquire with you like, okay, which company you working for and all that. So you can give, that's not a problem. So now within Azure portal, once you log in, the login address for Azure portal is nothing but portal.azure.com. So you log into portal.azure.com, and once you are here, what you would see is some Azure services listing. You can see some of the most commonly used services you will be able to see. Like for example, in my case, virtual machines are there, management group, Azure Active Directory, public IP address, virtual network, etc. Those things and all you can see here. Now, apart from these, this is the home button, Microsoft Azure. Whichever the page you may be, when you click on it, you will be taken back to the home page. And then on the left hand side, there is one hamburger menu. Like if you go, you will be able to access the favorite services. All services, one section is available. If you go there, you will be able to see the entire Azure services falling into various categories. For example, AI plus machine learning services you can see here, and analytics services, compute services, containers, databases. You can see so many different services, including DevOps and all that. You will be having various services available for you. Then on top, there is a search bar. If you wanted to search for anything in Azure, you can make use of this. For example, you have a virtual machine. So you wanted to search your virtual machine, then you can give your virtual machine name and search with it. Or if you want to, you can search with any other resource that you have. Or if you wanted to get into any Azure services, you can search with the service name and so on and so forth. So a universal search for Azure, that's available. Next to Azure, there is something called as a Cloud Shell. So this Cloud Shell option is what I told you about the command line interface. We'll come back and do that in a short time. After some time, we'll come back to it once after I give you the overview of portal. And then after Cloud Shell, there is one directories plus subscription button. If you have more than one subscription, and if you wanted to select between them, then you can go to this directories plus subscription button. It is possible that For example, you or me or any organization can have more than one subscription in Azure. That is possible. So if you have more than one directory or subscription, then in that case, you can click on this directory plus subscriptions, and you could choose between the subscriptions that you want. You can see there is a default subscription filter. In my case, I have total 5 subscriptions or so, and all of them are currently selected, meaning I'll be able to see the resources from all the 5 subscriptions. Now, remember also one more thing. When you actually click on this, directory plus subscription button, even though you're clicking over here, you are getting redirected to settings. So that is something which you want to know. You can see when I click on it, it's directly taking me to settings. Other options are also available under settings, like you can change your startup view, how the view comes in, the flyout, or do you want it to be docked, etc. Those things. Color scheme, all of this you can decide from here. Language plus region, if you want to, you can change. Your account information will be listed over here, like for example, my Gmail ID and so on. And then signing out plus notifications. If at all you wanted to enable any timeout, like Azure portal, when you keep it inactive for some time, do you want it to be automatically timeout? You can specify that. Like for example, after 10 minutes inactivity, sign me out of Azure portal. So in this way, directory level idle timeout, if you want to, you can configure it, etc. Then there is a notification bar. So this basically your notifications whenever you do anything in Azure. For example, you're deleting something, creating something. For all this, a notification will be shown to you over here. So you can see the progress of the task, what is happening, what is going on, details you can see from the notifications. This question mark over here is help and support. You will be able to find any issues related, like if at all you find any issues with support, or sorry, Azure, then in that case, you will have various support resources where you can go and ask questions, or you will have an option to create need more help. Help plus support, Microsoft support. Directly you can get in touch with Microsoft support. Remember, mostly for us and all, help and support might not be available because what we'll be having is either a free account or maybe a low level subscription. If you have purchased a professional direct services, pro direct services, or maybe a premier service, only then this will have some impact on. Okay, if it's not, it's just like a normal user raising a case with Microsoft, and most likely you're very unlikely to get any response from them in that case. But if you have a support plan, then of course you will get proper response. Billing related, you can always raise a ticket, not a problem. But others, any platform related issues, implementation issues and all, what is within the limits of your subscription, only that much can be done. That's it. But anyway, just be aware there is an option for it. One question here, after 30 days, will it deduct money from debit/credit card automatically even if we are not using account? After 30 days, what Azure will do, if you have some resources running in your Azure free trial subscription, after 30 days, they will freeze your account. Freeze in the sense they will freeze the services and you wouldn't be able to use them. They will give you continuous warnings. If you want to continuously use it, then you have to upgrade yourself into a pay as you go. So that warning they will keep on giving to you. If you wish to do so, you can do so. You can click on upgrade to pay as you go and have your account upgraded to pay as you go. It's not a problem. I'm using it. There are others who are using it as pay as you go for last couple of years, maybe 5 years or so. I'm using those. Not a problem. If you know how to use it wisely, it won't charge you a lot. Now, in any case, for the free trial account, what you have to do is you either give consent and upgrade it to pay as you go, or make sure you delete all the resources before ending 30 days, or at least on last day, you make sure you delete all the resources that you have within your Azure subscription. Why I'm telling you this? Let's say, for example, you had a couple of resources remaining, right? Within Azure, there were a couple of resources that you had created that was just remaining. And now 30 days has been passed. So your free credits are lapsed. So now whatever resources, if you are keeping it still, even after passing that 30 days, then they will calculate how much amount has to be paid for it and will be charged against your account. So that would be a problem. So please make sure you don't leave anything running once after your practice is done. Immediately delete everything off, and that would be much more good for you. So look at this now. With respect to using Azure, if you wanted to use your Azure services, the first thing that you need is an Azure account. You need to have Azure account. What is the first thing that you need? That's an Azure account. You can sign up for Azure. That will create your Azure account. Once after creating your Azure account, you will have to have something called as a subscription. You need a subscription. Okay. To use Azure services, you need a subscription. What is a subscription? A subscription is nothing but a billing agreement between you and Microsoft. You, in fact, are agreeing to Microsoft that for whatever the services I consume, I'll pay for it. I'm ready to pay for it, right? Monthly bills will be generated and you will pay for it. So this is what we call as a subscription. A subscription, once again, is a billing agreement between you and the CSP, the cloud service provider, that you are agreeing to pay for the services that you will be consuming. A single account can have more than one subscription. It is possible. An Azure account can have more than one subscription. In fact, I myself have more than one subscription. Within the subscription, the next thing that you have is resource group. Resource group. What is a resource group? Resource group is nothing but the grouping of your resources. Now you might ask, what is a resource then? What is a resource? Anything that you can create in Azure. Like for example, if you're creating a VM, you're creating an app service, you're creating a storage account, anything that you can create in Azure is actually a resource. Anything that you deploy to Azure is basically a resource. So these resources, you can logically group them based on certain business logic. You can group them, and that is what we call as resource groups. Now, let's think of it this way. For example, you're starting a company. And for this company, now you have created or you are working with two different projects. In this company, you have two different projects. So these two different projects that you have, you want to separate their resources and then organize them. What you can do, you can create a resource group called as project 1 RG. And then the second project, you could call it as project 2 RG. And whatever resource and deployments that you wanted within the first project, you can place it onto project 1 RG. And similarly for project 2 RG as well. Whatever you needed from project 2, that you can place onto project 2 RG group. Okay, resource group. So this is the idea, a logical grouping of your resources based on certain logic. That is what we call as a resource group. So we understood so far, you first of all need an Azure account. Then you need to have an Azure subscription. Then a resource group has to be there. Then within the resource group, you can create the resources. Now these subscriptions, which I told you over here, can be of multiple types. For example, so Azure free, that's basically will give you $200 worth of credit. Azure free account. You know how to sign up, already have shown to you. Now, in case if you don't know, just go to azure.com. And from azure.com, you can click on create free account or start free. And then you have to just go through the steps. It's all self-explanatory. There is nothing to worry about. But card, while giving the card details, you have to make sure you're using a international transaction enabled debit or credit card, which is either Visa card or MasterCard, right? So this has to be the case. If you have that, then you will be able to easily create it. So Azure free will give you $200 worth of credit. Then there is something called as pay as you go. Pay as you go, also known as PayG. This is a paid subscription, by the way. What I'm using, for example, you can also use it. Companies also can use it. Pay as you go, PayG subscriptions. You will pay for whatever the services that you consume. That is what we call as pay as you go. No free credits available. You can use it as long as you want. You can create as many pay as you go subscriptions as you want. Then there might be CSP subscription, cloud solution provider. This is basically for Microsoft partners who are selling solutions to customers. So there might be some companies, for example, Accenture and various companies are there who are doing this. They will take services from Azure and then sell it to third party. They will be intermediary. So such people, they will be using CSP subscription. Then there is EA, Enterprise Agreement. Whoever is having direct partnership with Microsoft. Some companies will be having direct partnership with Microsoft. So they will go with EA subscription, entire enterprise agreement. Some pricing differences also will be there. Some extra discount and all you might get when you go with EA or CSP and all this. For us individuals, it's easy to go for pay as you go. We might not be able to go for CSP or EA. And also some cases you might not be able to do Azure Free or Azure for Students. Then in such cases, you can go with pay as you go subscriptions. Now, apart from this, there are other types of subscriptions as well. Like for instance, you can go on to, let's say what we call as Visual Studio. If you're a developer and if you have a Visual Studio license with you, then you will get a Visual Studio subscriptions. Okay, that is also will be available for you, which will give you a credit of approximately 3,000 to 5,000 rupees or so per month credit they will give you on that account. So these are all the things that we have with respect to Azure subscriptions. So I hope this part is clear now. What are the things you require before getting started with Azure? You need an Azure account. Within an Azure account, you need a subscription. You can have multiple subscriptions, that's possible. And a resource group. Within a subscription, a grouping of your resources, what we call as resource groups. And then inside resource group, you can have your resources. For example, if you create a resource group, do you have to pay for a resource group? You don't have to pay for resource group. Resource group is only a logical grouping of resources. There are no resources getting created for it. Okay, so you don't have to pay anything. It's a free. Resource group is free. Now, couple of questions here. After 30 days, will it deduct money from debit credit card automatically, even if you are not using the account? I think I already explained it. And as per company or organization, what type of account they are using? Already explained, CSP or EA. And free account credits validity, 30 days. Free account credit validity, 30 days. How will you use that free account credit? Whenever you create resources within Azure, automatically, the free credits that you have will get utilized. The amount will be deducted from that free credits that's available for you. That's all. One subscription, can it have multiple RG? Of course, yes. Inside one subscription, you can create multiple resource groups. That's not a problem. And now I'll show you how you can access Azure portal via PowerShell or CLI. So graphical user interface, we have already gone through the graphical user interface by going on to portal.azure.com. You have already seen that. Now here, if you look at it, as I told you, next to the search bar, there is one option called as Cloud Shell. You click on Cloud Shell, the moment it will open up a command line interface. But before it is getting started, he'll ask you, I need a storage. If I have to start, I need a storage. That's a requirement of it. We call it as Cloud Shell, by the way. Within Cloud Shell, you have both the command line options. That's the PowerShell and CLI. You can enable PowerShell if you want to, or you can enable CLI if you want to. Both of them are available for you. But for this Cloud Shell to start, he requires a mount point, in the sense a storage location. So he will ask you to create a storage account. A storage account is nothing but a place where you can store data in Azure. So he will ask you to create a storage account so that I can use it as a place wherein I'll store my data. You choose your subscription and then say create storage. So it will go ahead and create a storage in the backend automatically. Of course, you'll have to pay for it, even though there will be very less amount, because hardly a few KBs and all might be there. You will have to pay very less, but still that is also a reason to incur charges. Please keep that in mind. So you can see it's creating right now. Once it is created, you will be able to use either PowerShell or CLI commands directly over here. So now you can see here, it has been started. Cloud Shell has been started. And now if you look at it, there are two options, Bash and PowerShell. Okay, Bash and PowerShell. So Cloud Shell you have, Within Cloud Shell, 2 command line options, bash and then PowerShell. You can switch between bash and PowerShell. What would be the reason why they gave 2 command line options? One is called as bash and another one called as PowerShell. What would be the reason? Any guess? So remember, in IT industry, there are 2 types of people who is working on Linux environment and then the other people who is working on Windows environment. Yes or no? In IT infrastructure, there are 2 types of people, right? Those who are working on Microsoft Windows side and those people who work mostly on the Linux side. So now, for a people who is coming from a Windows background, PowerShell might be easy for them. They would have already gone through PowerShell and how to use PowerShell, etc. They will be having an idea about it. But whereas Linux engineers might not be having that much idea, but they do have an idea about something called as terminal. Within Linux, what we have is something we refer to as a terminal. So those people, they know how to use this terminal or the command line option that is available in Linux. So to appease both of this audience, that is why 2 options. For Windows guys, you can go with PowerShell, and for Linux guys, you can go with bash. Okay, you can go with bash. So this is the thing. So the commands that you have in bash, it would be similar to Linux terminal commands, and the commands that you have in PowerShell will be similar and understandable easily to those who worked on PowerShell environment. So this is the reason why you have 2 different types of command line options as been given. We will do some samples over here. First of all, let me switch over to PowerShell and let's do some samples to create some resource group and all that. So you can see now PowerShell has been started. I can run the commands now from here. So for instance, if I wanted to create a resource group, I can run a command, right? Let me tell you. For example, I say I want to create a resource group. But in my case, remember, before creating a resource group, I have multiple subscriptions, right? So I want to select one subscription out of these many subscriptions, and then that is where I want to create the resources. So to list all my subscriptions first, I can run a command get -az subscription. Remember, the PowerShell comes with IntelliSense. The moment you type the commands, it will automatically try to fill it for you. So you can make use of that. So when I ran the command get -az subscription, I want to get some details about subscription. So I gave get -az subscription. It is listing out all the subscription that I have access to. So you can see Shadil's training, test, whatever, 5 different subscriptions. In that, what I want to work with is Shadil's training. So I will select that particular subscription by running a command set -az context, set -az context -subscription, and then you can specify your subscription ID or subscription name. Either of that would work. Copy the subscription ID and paste the subscription ID over here. Okay, so you can see I selected the subscription. Now any commands if I execute over here, that will be executed on my Shadil's training subscription. So if I'm trying to create a resource now, that will be created on Shadil's training subscription. So for example, now what do? I want to create a resource group now. So to create a resource group, I have to use a command new -az resource group, new -az resource group -name. I can give any name for it. I'll just call it as this time PowerShell RG. PowerShell RG hyphen location, I would say Central India. Okay, so you gave new hyphen Azure resource group hyphen name PowerShell RG hyphen location Central India. So that would have created a resource group in Central India location called as PowerShell RG. You can see that. You can just minimize these. Come back to resource groups. Just refresh this one more time. You can see we have created the PowerShell RG, and we are able to see that it's created by using commands. We will see graphically also how you can create it. We will see that in a short while. We will also use bash. We have done only with PowerShell. Couple of questions over here. Let me respond to it. It means $100 for 1 month only. What about the next month if we have amount? So still we will use that amount for next month. No, $200 that you get with free account will be valid only for a month's duration. After that, that amount will be lapsed and you will not be able to use it. And 1 month is the validity of free services, free account. After that, there is no way you can get it. I mean, you will have to either recreate a different account, or you will have to upgrade yourself on to pay as you go. That's it. Can you repeat? Vishal, which topic you are asking me to repeat? What is not clear? Please let me know. So every time we have to do this. One storage can be used how many times? Probably you're asking about Cloud Shell, I believe. With respect to Cloud Shell, if that's what you asked, that regarding creating a storage account for using Cloud Shell, as long as you retain the storage account, not a problem. I mean, you don't delete this resource group, then no problem. Next time when you come, click on Cloud Shell, it will start immediately. It will not ask you for a storage account. If you delete that resource group, then it is a problem, right? For example, for cost saving reasons, if you delete the resource group, next time when you start Cloud Shell, it will ask you to create the storage once again. That's all. What does resource group stands for? Resource group means a logical grouping of your Azure resources. That's all what it means. A logical grouping of your Azure resources is what we call as a resource group. And how we can identify which subscription is activated. For that, you will have to go to subscriptions. All subscriptions will be in active state only for the most part. But if you wanted to confirm if it is active or if there is any problem with the subscription, go to subscriptions tab and look at the status. If it is saying active, then well and good. Okay, that's all what you need to do. And what else? For what we are going to use this resource group. All this was explained while I was going through resource group. I don't know if you have seen this diagram or not. If you joined late, then be careful, try to join on time. But in any case, let me repeat it for you now. I told you need to have an Azure account to access Azure services. Then you need to have a subscription, billing agreement between you and Microsoft, multiple subscriptions you can have. Once you have a subscription, you can have resource group. What is a resource group? Resource group is a logical grouping of your resources. Resource means anything that you create in Azure is called as a resource. It can be VM, it can be app service, anything. So let's say your company is working with 2 different projects. One project for one client, second project for another client. Then for each of these projects, you can create separate resource group. One called as project 1 RG, another one called as project 2 RG. Then all resources that you're creating for project 1, you will place it under project 1 RG. All resources that you're creating for project 2, you will keep it under project 2 RG. So you have now some sort of organized manner with which you will be able to understand which service belongs to whom, to what service, for what purpose, etc. You will be able to easily understand it. This is the logical grouping that we have been talking about, called as use PowerShell or GUI. Everything does the same thing. So it's up to your convenience. If you are convenient with PowerShell, good enough, you can use it. If you are convenient with Bash, you can use it. If you're convenient with Portal, you can use it. Anything is fine. How to create multiple subscriptions? First of all, let's make sure we have at least one subscription created. Creating more than one subscription, I'll show you what has to be done. You can go to subscriptions page from here, search for subscriptions on top. Once you come over here, click on add. and then select the type of subscription that you want and proceed with it. So that with that you will be able to create the Azure subscription. Repeat for PowerShell commands. We'll come back to PowerShell commands. When you say creating resource group is creating a data factory pipeline or data sets also count as resource group? No, those are resources, right? A data factory pipeline or a data set or a SQL database or a storage account. These are resources that you're creating in Azure. That's what I told you. Anything you create in Azure is actually a resource, right? Now you can logically group these resources together, and that grouping of these resources is what we call as a resource group. That's all. So you can have one resource group created and you can place all your resources onto one single resource group. That's it. In fact, in Azure, you cannot create a resource without pointing in which resource group that will be placed. Why we are selecting subscription in command prompt? Already all subscriptions are active. Already all subscriptions are active. That itself is the problem. If all subscriptions are active, how does Azure know to which subscription I have to do the deployment? Until unless you specify that to Azure. You might have thought about deploying onto, for example, this test subscription. But what if Azure goes out and deploys onto Shadil's training, right? So Azure doesn't know. You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 20 subscriptions active, all are active, but you might have thought of deploying onto a specific subscription which Azure wouldn't know. So that is where you have to go and select, okay, this is the subscription that I want. This is where I need the deployment to happen. Okay, that is the only reason why we are selecting a subscription. In PowerShell, how to identify which subscription we are working. You should know which subscriptions are the ones you have created and which one you want to use. You should know because you are the one who's actually creating a subscription. If I am signing up for a pay as you go, I would know I have created a pay as you go. For what purpose? For creating my applications, right? I have created a Azure free student account. For what purpose? Again, for my learning. Okay. So in this way, you would know. So which subscriptions you have, that you will list them by using get-az subscription command, which will list out all the subscriptions that you have. And from that, whatever the subscription that you have, you want to work with, you can choose it. That's it. We can also create resource group using GUI. You can do so. Will it cost more if you create multiple subscription? No, subscription on its own doesn't cost you anything. Subscription is free of charge. There is no pay that you have to make for creating a subscription. Okay, so what are the commands? First of all, to get the details about the subscription, get hyphen AZ subscription. So this will show me all the subscription. To select a subscription, set hyphen AZ context. I need to specify the subscription ID, that is, in my case, AD3C6184. Select that one and subscription will be selected. Now to create a resource group, new hyphen AZ resource group, you can give it a name, PowerShell RG1, location India, Central India. Tag you don't have to, tag value you can skip. And that will create the resource group. Simple. If you wanted to delete a resource group, we can say remove hyphen AZ resource group hyphen name, and then let's say PowerShell RG or PowerShell RG1. If you want, you can add a force, not necessary. To force the removal of resource group, we can add a dash force if you want to, but in this case and all, dash force is not required. Just wait for that operation to get completed. The suggestions in PowerShell, is it auto-generated or do we need to activate it somewhere? You don't need to activate it anywhere. It's auto-generated. It will come up automatically. So nothing to worry. As you start typing the command, it will start filling automatically. So here, first of all, as we did with PowerShell, to list the subscriptions I can give AZ account list. Okay, AZ account list. So you can see now it is showing all the subscriptions. For example, Shadul's training, test, okay, digital, whatever, Direka, and MS Brains. Okay, so all the subscriptions you can see activated the moment you run the command. Okay, AZ account list. So now to set the subscription, you can give AZ account set. So you say AZ account set -- subscription, and you have to specify the subscription name. That's Shadul's training. You put it over here. Okay, so the subscription has been set. Set AZ account set -- subscription Shadul's training, for example. And now let's say you want to create a resource group. That's the next step. So to create a resource group, you can say AZ group create -- name --rg -- location Central India, Central India, what else we have? Let me check. Okay, that much is enough. Location not available for resource group. The Central India is not available. Okay, let me check. They are saying is not available. Spelling mistake. Central India. So you can see Central India. So there is a resource group called as --rg has been created now. So minimize this. Refresh this page once. If you refresh this page, you will get to see --rg. Okay, so this is how you do it, but via a command line interface. Similarly, if you wanted to create via graphical user interface, you can click on create a resource group. Okay, create a resource group from resource group panel. Right now, what we have done, select your subscription. Same thing which you done via command, how you can do via graphical user interface. Pass on the command over here. So I want a resource group called as demo RG, and that's where I want to do the deployment. Select Central India. Continue with the next. Say review plus create, and then click on create. Okay. So in this way, a resource group also has been created now in Azure. Okay, so that's it. These are the options that we have. The subscription management group, resource groups, resources, etc. Okay. Couple of questions over here. Let me respond to them. Just a second. Does it compulsory to create RG, or is it good practice to identify where your resources are? It's compulsory. You have to place a resource onto resource group itself. It's compulsory. Is there any way we can create this thick without using bash or PowerShell? Is there any way that we can create this THIK without using bash or PowerShell? I'm not able to understand your question. Please feel free to rephrase it. Okay. Is there any limit resource groups in one subscription? Yes, there would be a limit with respect to every subscription as to the various Azure services. If I'm not wrong, I think that's somewhere about 2000 or so, but again, it depends. Okay. So now you can look it up online and then probably you'll be able to find. Now coming on to if we need to delete in bash, how? I'll give you the command. To delete in bash, I'll give you the command. What is use of resource group? To group your resources, whatever resource you're creating in Azure, to group them, that is the use of resource group. Not only grouping them, you can give permissions at the resource group level, and so permissions and all will be coming, or will be having up to at the resource group level. You can specify it. If I try to explain to you right now, it might not make much sense to you. So maybe later on. And what is the industry standard for creating anything? It can be CLI, it can be PowerShell, it can be GUI, graphical user interface. It's up to you which one you are familiar with. Rest of it, whichever works for you, you can go ahead and get it done. There is nothing like, okay, company should go via graphical user interface only, or DevOps only, etc. Such a requirement is not there. How to delete GI created resource? I'll show you how to delete AZ CLI GUI created resources. I'll show you. Is the resource groups isolated from each other? Of course, yes. Each of the resource groups are isolated from the other one. How to delete GUI created instance? I'll show you. So let's say, for example, to delete this, you go to the resource group, you go to bash RG, for instance, copy the delete resource group name, confirm it, and then enter this over here. Click on delete. Okay, so you can see that resource group deletion is going on. It's deleted now. Can you show creation of RG from portal once again? So you go back to home, search for resource group, and from resource group, click on create and specify the details about RG. Select your subscription, select your resource group, and okay, so now you can choose the region from here, whichever region that you want, East US or Central US, or whichever one you want, you can just go ahead and specify that. Okay, and you can continue with the next and then say review plus create. That's it. Any difference between creating RG normally and using PowerShell bash? No difference. Both of them are same operation only. If you delete RG, all the resources inside will also be deleted. Of course, yes. If you delete a resource group, all the resources inside that resource group will also be deleted along with you. Why do we use more than one subscription in Azure? To separate the billing, to identify which company or which department is generating the highest amount of bill. To identify that, you can use this method, right? So for each department, you can give them specific subscription and then come to know how much utilization they do have in a year's time or whatever it is, however you are calculating. So how much it would pay, that much you will have to give. So more than one subscription to understand, okay, which are the areas the money has flown through, and to identify that, that is where we have this. That's all. Can we delete resource group if resources reside inside that group? Yes. Even if there are resources inside the resource group, not a problem, you can delete it. In which case, that's the point we already explained over there. Is there any way that we can create this? Okay, this question was not clear. I asked you, there was no response for it. If at all you have anything to add on to it, please let me know. Do we need to know all three ways to create resource group, or learning one good is enough? One is good enough. Learning only one, mastering one is good enough, but we don't know like what will happen tomorrow and all, we don't know, right? So now having an understanding of what happens is actually good. Okay, what exactly are the three different ways, command line, CLI, and what are the options for you? So based on that, you can learn all three ways, but I would not recommend that, okay, you have to learn for sure. Such a thing is not there. Can we restore resource group as well with old resources? No, not possible. And that's it. Pretty much questions. That's it. Okay, commands again. So commands, what do I do? Let me put it on a notepad file and share it with you. Hold on. So the commands that we have are nothing but, like, for example, we list subscription. Get hyphen AZ subscription. Get hyphen AZ subscription. To select subscription, you have to use set hyphen AZ context hyphen subscription ID, create resource group, new hyphen AZ resource group hyphen name SRG hyphen, so hyphen name SRG is hyphen location. Central India. So that's for creating RG. Deleting RG. Remove hyphen AZ resource group hyphen name SRG. Location. Location is not needed, but yeah. Central India. Okay, so these are the commands that we have with respect to Azure PowerShell. Now that's it. Let me share this with you. Difference between Bash and PowerShell. Bash is, both of them will do the same thing, same capabilities, no difference. Bash is more or less like a Linux environment. Those people who are working on Linux environment, you can go into this and then practice. And those who are coming from a Windows background, we know they will be knowing already the PowerShell and related stuff. So that's what it is. So based on these two types of customers, aiming at both of them, the companies came up with this requirement of Bash and PowerShell. Both of them will do the same thing, but rather the only difference is that one will work in accordance with the Linux commands and another one will work in accordance with the PowerShell command of Windows operating system. That's it. So now whatever these commands that we did, like for example, we went on to Cloud Shell and therein we used PowerShell commands as well as bash commands, right? So these commands that we used over here can be utilized on your local laptop as well. If you wanted to, you can set up this PowerShell as well as CLI bash on your local laptop. So that's the next thing that we want to see, how you can set it up on your local machine, how to set up PowerShell on my local machine, how to set up CLI or bash on my PowerShell machine. So what are the steps that I need to follow? So I'll be sharing you one file. You will have to go through that file and set it up on your local machine. For example, let me show you. Remember to start all of your machines, all of your laptops. If you are running Windows 8.1 above, you will have this PowerShell available for you by default. Right click on it and then say run as administrator. You have to choose run as administrator. Once again, I'll go with run as admin. Within PowerShell ISE, run as administrator. Now you have to open up. I'll give you this file. I will be using a file over here. That file will be shared with you. Install AZ module self. How to set up this AZ modules on your local machine on your own. So the PowerShell is already there. I mean, on your local machine, PowerShell is there, but PowerShell doesn't know anything about Azure, right? So to make him understand this PowerShell that is available in your laptop on this, to execute Azure commands, you have to install a module. A Azure module has to be enabled over here. So how do you enable that Azure module? The steps to enable Azure module, that is what I have given you in this file. What you have to do is just read through it correctly. Read through clearly what it says and act accordingly. So here you can see on line number 1, below steps allow you to set up Azure PowerShell on your Windows laptop. Steps for Mac at the end of the file. Fair enough. Line number 5, step 1, always start PowerShell ISE, run as administrator. We have already done that. We have already started ISE, run as admin. Validate your PowerShell version is above 5. And for validating, you have a command on line number 1. So you need to select this command. To select this command, you click on line number 9. Just click on this number 9. That will select the whole line. And now you need to execute this selected command. This command which is selected, I need to execute it so that you can see whether your PowerShell is version 5 or above. So to run the selection, there is 2 green tabs on top. If you click on the first one, it will run the entire script starting from line number 1 till whatever you have. We don't want that. If you want to run only selection, you have to click on run selection. So click on run selection. It will run and show you the output. The output says PowerShell version is 5.1. So it is above 5. Fair enough. Let's continue. If PowerShell version is above 5, proceed to next step. If not, meaning if PowerShell is less than 5, install latest PowerShell by going to the link below. You can go on to this link and download PowerShell, or install PowerShell 7 from below URL. Either of this, whichever works for you, you can do that. Either you download PowerShell 7 from this file, this link, that is okay, or install latest version of PowerShell from the above link. Once that is done, you have to enable script execution policy on your laptop. Script execution policy on your laptop. And you can see here now, this script execution policy is used for making sure your system can run scripts, right? Your system can run scripts. To make sure, you have to enable this execution policy. By default, Windows has a property that it will not allow execution of any policies. So to avoid it, you have to run the command set -execution policy remote sign. You have to do it now. So that's another thing. And then on step 5, install. So this is where you actually, on step number 5, this is where you are actually installing Azure modules, right? So you can see here now. For instance, install module -name AZ. So you are installing a module name called as AZ representing Azure. Allow Clobber, just to avoid any warnings, you can just give this allow Clobber. Or even if you give only install module -name AZ, that also is fine. Execute this, it may give you some warning saying, okay, do you want to continue that, this, etc. Some warning it will give you. You can select yes. If it is asking for Nugget to be installed, install Nugget as well. Select yes for all that and continue with the steps. And then to validate if installation has been done, get -install module -name AZ all versions and select name version. So this will show you if the version has been installed or not. Okay, so in my case, I'm running it. Let's see what is the output. So now you can see it's already installed. In my case, I can see AZ version 10 has been installed and earlier version 6.4.0 is also available. Very good. So now you want to log into Azure. So you have installed it now. Now you want to log into Azure and start using Azure services over here on your local machine. Like for example, now earlier, whatever we did, creating resource group, etc. These things you want to do it now here. No worries, you can do it. So what you have to do is just make sure you have logged into your Azure account. So first of all, you have to log into your Azure account. So to log into your Azure account, you will be using a command, connect-AZ account. Connect-AZ account, which is on line number 14. You execute it, it will ask you for username and password, which you provide. After which you will be able to log in. And then whatever we did, creating a resource group, removing a resource group, all these things can be done on Azure. That's all. So this is how you do it. If it is Mac, steps would be slightly different. You have to go onto a URL and then download the setup file and then install it. Okay, that's it. So read through. And also to set up this CLI, the bash commands on your machine, there is another set I have given here, enable Azure CLI. For this, you have, for example, a URL. Go to this particular URL, and from there you have to download Azure CLI. Then you have to install the CLI setup file. CLI installation or enabling CLI or bash is just like installing a software. Go through the steps, have it installed, and then either from PowerShell or from command prompt, you will be able to execute the command. Easy login commands you can fire. Okay, so pretty much that's it. I hope so far we are clear. So what are the things we have seen? We get started with on-prem environment, the problems that we faced, CapEx, OpEx, cost problem, scalability problem, maintenance problem, moved on to virtualization. Then we came on to private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud, service models, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, definition for cloud computing, what is Microsoft Azure, details about Microsoft Azure, what is an Azure region, how many regions across the world, those things. And then we also talked about what is a subscription, resource group, resource within Azure, right? And after that, how you can access Azure. You can access Azure via 3 methods, Azure portal and 2 command line options, CLI and PowerShell. And then how to set up those on-prem as well as on your local laptop. So that is where we are. Module number 1 is pretty much done. Now we have to get started with module number 2, which is Azure storage account, but I'll not be getting started with storage account. I'll get started with Azure VM, which is module number 4. And once after module number 4 or Azure VM has been completed, we'll come back to module number 2 and 3 later on. So that would be the plan. That's the way how we're gonna. Okay, by the way, case sensitivity is not a problem in PowerShell, but yeah, leave it as it is and then use it. Why is the file with PS1 format? Already answered 1 or 2 times, repeating it one more time. PS1 is the extension of a PowerShell file. This PowerShell, this text file that you see over here was created within PowerShell, so that it will have a PowerShell script file extension called as .ps1. That is why you see it as PS1. I'm still facing the error. I don't know. I'm not seeing your name. I'm only seeing anonymous attendee. I'm not sure. You have hidden your name while writing the question to me. Let me know who it is. And then also make sure you have run this guide. Line number 24, make sure you have ran it. Set-execution policy, remote sign. And then try it once again. Okay, so Azure Resource Manager, what exactly it is? Azure Resource Manager is a deployment and servicing model of Azure. That is what we call as Resource Manager. It's a backend stuff. Please understand. This is not something which you will control or you will do something about it. This is something which Azure backend, in Azure backend, what we have, but you should be aware of it. So that's why we are discussing it. Before 2014, Azure was having a different model, a different approach with respect to, deploying your resources, and that was called as ASM, or Classic Model of Deployment. There were many problems with Classic Model of Deployment. The concept of resource group, as we see it today, was not there in the case of Classic deployment, and many other problems as such, due to which the platform was having very low adoption rate. Many people were hesitating to come on to Azure Cloud, even if they were okay to go with Amazon Web Services. So this is where in 2014, company realized, okay, we need a change with the platform, and the whole cloud computing environment was basically rebooted. They recreated it kind of. So that is how Azure Resource Manager was born. Azure Resource Manager, or ARM. What happens with Azure Resource Manager ARM? It is now the new deployment and servicing model of Azure. When I say deployment and servicing model, whenever we create any resource in Azure, or whenever you modify any resource, when you do anything with respect to any Azure resource, there would be these Azure Resource Manager components involved on these operations. They are the ones who actually seamlessly integrate these operations and then make sure it happens as we requested. Now look at this. For example, you could be doing these modifications or creating resources. Now, a couple of minutes ago, we started creating our Azure resource groups and so on. So you could be doing it via Azure portal. You could be doing it via Azure PowerShell or CLI, or as a REST API call directly. You can use some REST clients, and using them, you can submit it as a REST API call as well. Now, in this way, when a request is submitted onto Azure, for example, when you start to create a resource within Azure, you have noticed that review plus create button, yes or no? Have you seen that review plus create button? When you go and try to create a resource in Azure, you will finally go onto this option called as review plus create, correct? You will click on review plus create, and then finally you will say, okay, create. So that review plus create, after that, when you click on create, this is getting submitted onto Azure platform or Azure ARM, Azure Resource Manager in the backend. Azure Resource Manager will receive the request. He will make sure this request which is coming in is coming from a authenticated, authorized user account. He will check your access tokens and identify, okay, if you have been granted access onto this tenant or onto this account or not. So that will be verified. Then thereafter, what Azure Resource Manager would do, Azure Resource Manager or ARM employs something what we call as a resource provider model, RPs, resource provider. What is RPs or resource provider? For each and every resource that you're creating in Azure, depending upon the nature of that service, you have resource providers available for them. So for example, for virtual machine, there is Azure.compute resource provider, RP. For storage, you have Azure.storage, RP, resource provider. And for networking, you have Azure.network, RP, resource provider. So in this way, for each and every service in Azure, you will have respective resource providers now. What is the benefit of this? For example, if you created a VM or if you want to create a VM, the VM consists of many things. The VM consists of the VM object. It will use some storage. and then there is a networking component that has to get provisioned while creating a VM, etc. Right? In earlier ASM model, all these steps will happen serially, like one by one by one by one, everything will be deployed, which will take a lot of time. But now in ARM resource manager model, this approach is reconsidered and such deployment will go in a parallel fashion. How is it possible? Anything, for example, if you're creating a VM, anything related to networking will be taken care by Microsoft.network resource provider. Anything related to storage will be taken care by Microsoft.storage, and anything related to, for example, compute will be taken care by Azure or Microsoft.compute. So in this way, as I told you, there are so many different RPs, resource providers available for us, right? So you can see here in this diagram itself, it is passing down Azure Resource Manager, passing down to the respective RPs, resource providers, and they will be responsible for creating the resource and finally giving it to us. Okay, so this is what we call as Azure Resource Manager deployment model. Deployment or servicing model of Azure. There are a couple of additional details about ARM or Azure Resource Manager has been given. Is the deployment and management service for Azure resources. Using this service, users can create, update and delete resources in their Azure subscription. ARM also offers features such as access control, auditing and tagging to secure and organizes resources after deployment. All these functionalities came in after Azure Resource Manager model. Okay, so this is what we have. Once again, whenever you create any resource in Azure, there is actually a component getting involved in the backend called as Azure Resource Manager ARM, which is nothing but the deployment and management service for Azure resources. And the other important thing that you have to remember on this is nothing but it has resource providers, right? So for example, RPs. So for each resource, there are RPs, resource providers available who will be responsible for executing those specific tasks, right? So that's what we have. With respect to storage, for example, there will be storage RP, SRP, storage resource provider. If it is for compute, then you will be having CRP, compute resource providers, and so on and so forth. That's it. So all this put together, that is how Azure is managing now with respect to our deployments and so on and so forth. So let's go back from this to our Azure VM and continue the discussion. Okay, ARM template came up with who? Azure Resource Manager itself. ARM template also came up with Azure Resource Manager. Before Azure Resource Manager model, there were no ARM template. Once after ARM came in, only then ARM template, the concept of resource group, one unified portal for all services, etc. All this came after ARM. That's it. So let's move on to module number 4. So 1 second, let me take you on to module number 4, which is Azure VM. So what are the things that we have? VM, what is Azure VM? Configurations of Azure VM, data disks, VMs and network interface, automating deployment or basically ARM templates, VST templates, etc. Custom VM images, Azure VM scale set, virtual machine availability set. So let's get started with what is a virtual machine, right? So who can answer me for this? What is a virtual machine? How many of you have used a virtual machine? Okay, So very rarely, that's okay, not a problem. So the point here is, yesterday, I think, did I show you creating a virtual machine on my local machine? Yes or no? Did I show you that? Yesterday, creating a virtual machine on my local machine. Yeah, on Hyper-V. Yes. Okay. So in that way, you can create virtual machines on your local environment, correct? By virtualizing your underlying hardware, you can create virtual machines. But the virtual machine that we have in Azure, whatever virtual machine that we have in Azure, is it the same as the virtual machine that you could create on your laptop as well? At least from a technology perspective, are they same? The VM that you run as well as the VM that we have in Azure Cloud, are they different things completely, or are they pretty much same, at least technology wise? I'm not asking about the type of deployment and all that. I mean, whether it is a infrastructure as a service deployment or PaaS service deployment, etc. That we are not bothered about. Just need to see this concept called as virtual machine that we have in Azure, and the concept that we call as virtual machine that we have in maybe some earlier pictures we might be having it. So that is where we have to see, like for example, from a technology perspective, is it the same? The VM technology, is it same on Azure? Is it same on your on-prem? What do you think? It is essentially the same thing. So when we say a virtual machine on on-prem, or a virtual machine on your laptop, or a virtual machine on Azure, end of the day, it's all same thing. By the way, there is no difference. The concept is same, the technology is same. It's just that where it is deployed, who's handling it, the power of it, etc. These things and all can vary. That's all. Rest everything would be pretty much the same. Anyway, so you can create virtual machines within Azure as per your requirement. So we understood the concept of virtual machine, or the technology is the same itself. There is nothing different just because it's running in Azure, not at all. It's all the same thing. You can create VMs as you want here as well. So now, there is one question. If you wanted to create a virtual machine on your on-prem, you will have to set up your hypervisor software. You will have to enable this virtualization and all this, etc. Do you have to worry about doing any of these things within Azure? If you wanted to use a VM virtual machine, do you have to worry about setting your own physical hardware, doing virtualization, etc.? Do you have to take care of those things? Of course, you don't have to. All this will be done by CSP. Directly from CSP, you will be able to create and use your virtual machine. You don't have to do anything apart from that, setting up hardware, etc. Those things and all, you will have to take care. All this will be taken care for you. Fair enough. So now, what is Azure virtual machine? So that is done. Now moving on to virtual machine sizes. I'll just take you to the whiteboard. So now that we have introduced you onto VM, let's talk about some settings with respect to VM, and then we will create our sample VM in Azure. Remember, whenever you create a virtual machine in Azure, you have to define the capacity of the virtual machine. What is meant by capacity? Capacity in the sense how much RAM capacity, how much CPU, how much storage you want to provide for that VM. This is what we define by saying capacity, right? Now in Azure, we define this like how much RAM, CPU, etc. we want. We define this by going with something called as a size, S-I-Z-E, size. So you will declare a size. There are so many sizes available within Azure for your virtual machine. So the overall virtual machine sizes are classified into various series. Like for example, you can call it as A series, B series VMs, E series VM, D series, F series, G series, M series, and so on. And then N series also. Okay, so various series of VM sizes are available. In each of the series, you will have a low size and a high size. Okay, so meaning, for example, in A series, you will have low capacity VMs, and then from there, it can go on to high capacity VM gradually. That's what we have with respect to A series. B series also same thing. In each of this, you will have various capacities of VMs available for you. Now, what is the difference with respect to series? For example, A series VMs are said to be entry level VMs. So when we say entry level VMs, if you want to do a normal testing kind of deployment, not something serious, not some production deployment, then in that case, you can go with a A series VM. A series VMs are known to be not so very powerful. So any normal use cases and all, you can go and use this. B series are burstable series VM. Burstable series VM in the sense, as you continue using it, you will get some CPU credits. CPU credits will be accumulated and you will have VM with varying CPU performance with respect to B series VM now. E series VMs and D series VMs are considered to be actual production VMs. Like for example, if you wanted to deploy a website, maybe a SQL database server, etc. In those cases and all, you can go with E series or D series VMs and so on. F series, G series is also production VMs, but they are used for HPC, high performance computing, especially the H series and all that. M series will give you large memory capacity, very large memory capacity you will be having with M series VM. If you wanted to host your SAP, HANA kind of softwares and all, then you can go with M series. N series VMs will give you graphics card, N series. Like for example, if you wanted to do any task which is asking for a lot of graphical memory, then in that case, you can go with N series VM, which will provide you, I think it is NVIDIA GPU, what they will give you with it, right? So in this way, depending upon the type of backend hardware that you have various series of VMs available, and that is what we have listed here. In each of the series, you have different sizes, so you can go and choose from them for your virtual machine. Now that being said, let's go on to Azure portal. And try to create a VM. One question here, is there any series of these which they recommend for free accounts or they provide by default before we choose any particular one? I mean, let it be a production VM, let it be a free account, whatever the case may be, all this series will be available for you. You can choose between any one of them. According to your requirement, you can choose between any one of them. If you go with very high powerful VM and all in your free trial account, only the problem, your credit will get drained faster. That's all. I mean, if you create a very big, in fact, in Azure, we have VMs with 3.5 TB of memory, right? Memory capacity 3.5 TB. You just have to get a grasp of it. Okay, 3.5 TB memory capacity, RAM capacity. So that much powerful VM and all, if you create, of course, your money will be drained immediately, right? So that has to be taken care of. But apart from that, any other series you can create without any problem. So there is nothing specific only for free trial and then for other cases. No, you can choose between any of this. So let's go back to Azure portal and let's start creating our first sample virtual machine. So how do you do that? Let's show you. creating our first sample VM in Azure. So go to Azure portal. If you don't find this virtual machine, just search for virtual machines and click on create Azure virtual machine. Now, as you know, when you create any resource in Azure, you have to specify a subscription, a resource group. So create a resource group called as demo RG. I'm just calling it as demo RG. Okay, that resource group already exists. When it is easy, I'll select that demo RG resource group only. You have to give a name for your virtual machine. So I'll just call it as VM1. VM1. Now, when you select a VM, of course, in which region you want this to be deployed, that needs to be specified. Like in Central India, South India, West India, where you want this to be deployed, that has to be mentioned over here. So you can select Central India in this case, Central India meaning Pune. In Pune data center, I want this VM to be deployed. So we will select Central India region. Availability options, security type, etc. You can skip for now. Go to image. What is an image? An image is nothing but a pre-installed version of your operating system. The operating system is already installed onto this, what we call as image file. And you could use this image file for creating your virtual machines. In Azure, you cannot install the operating system by yourself. How many of you have installed an operating system, by the way? How many of you knows how to install an operating system? How do you install the operating system? You use a bootable pen drive, or you use a CD DVD, or maybe you will use a bootable pen drive or network boot. Now think of this. Azure VM, or the VM that you're creating, is running on one of the backend physical machines in Azure's environment in Central India data center. Is it possible for you to take your pen drive and insert over there and install the operating system to your VM using that? Is it possible? Or maybe take your disk and do the installation, or maybe set up network boot for Central India and then do the installation. Is it possible? Can we do that? It's not possible. So meaning you cannot install operating system by yourself onto a Azure VM. So that is where we go by the concept called as a image, an image. Within image, what happens? Microsoft has made many images for most wanted operating system, for most sought for operating system. For all this, Microsoft has created images and made it available in their marketplace. So what happens now? You will be able to select these images from Azure Marketplace and use them for deploying your virtual machine. That is what you can see here. Image section, you have see all images, one option. When you click on this see all images, you can see marketplace. Within marketplace, it will show you the supported operating systems and so on. For example, we have Windows Server operating system, Windows 10, Windows 11, Ubuntu Server, etc. All this you can see. Kali Linux, CentOS 7, CentOS Red Hat Enterprise Linux. All these various versions of operating system you can see from here. So let's go for Windows Server itself, for example. And you click on select, and there are various versions of Windows Server starting from Windows Server 2012 R2. Windows Server 2012 R2, 2016, 19, 2022, etc. All this are available for you. So you could choose between any of this, right? So now if you look through it, you can see, for example, Windows Server 2022 data center. Remember, if you see a small disk in bracket for your Windows image, that means the operating system disk will have a capacity of 30 GB. If you don't see small disk, that says the operating system disk will have a capacity of 127 GB. Okay, you should be able to differentiate. Small disk means 30 GB operating system disk capacity. Small disk, if you don't see, then 127 GB disk capacity for operating system disk. Then there is Gen 1 and Gen 2. Gen 1 means generation 1 VMs, and Gen 2 means generation 2 VMs. Difference is nothing but Gen 1 VMs are BIOS based VMs running on legacy BIOS firmware. Gen 2 VMs are running on the latest firmware UEFI, Unified Extensible Firmware Interface UEFI. These UEFI VMs supports virtual TPM, vTPM modules, and secure boot kind of additional security features are supported by Gen 2 VMs. You could deploy either of this to Azure. Gen 1 VM is supported, Gen 2 VM is supported. Either of them can be deployed according to your requirement. But Gen 2 VM will give you higher security in comparison. That's all. So if you want to go with Gen 2 VM, you can select it. Or if you're okay with Gen 1, you can go with Gen 1 also. Remember, if you see server core, data center server core, if you're seeing server core, please understand that operating system will not have a graphical user interface. Once you create it, what you will see will be only a black command prompt window. Unless you know how to use it, you wouldn't be having a clue what has to be done with it. So do not select server core unless you know what you are doing. Then what else? If you see ZH-CN, don't use that image. ZH-CN means most likely the language will be Chinese and you wouldn't be able to understand a thing and you will have to delete it. That's it. So let's go with, for example, small disk, Windows Server, small disk or normal, Windows Server 2019 data center, Gen 1 or Gen 2. For example, I selected Gen 1. Now, when I selected Gen 1, it is saying an error. This image is not compatible with the selected security type. So what does it say? You can see there just above there is one option called a security type, trusted launch virtual machine, then standard. Okay, trusted launch virtual machine and then standard. So what is the difference here? A trusted launch virtual machines will have VTPM, virtual trusted platform module, VTPM will be enabled on these trusted launch virtual machines. So if you wanted that level of security, either you change this Gen 1 to Gen 2 image. They're already saying here, click here to swap to the trusted launch version. So if you click on it, this Gen 1 will become Gen 2. Or if you don't want that much security, then in that case, you can go with trusted launch, you change to standard, the error will go away. Either way, it is okay. So let's say, for example, if I click on it, you can see it came on to Gen 2, right? And then security type changed on to trusted launch VM. Anything is fine. Then go to your virtual machine size. So here you can choose the virtual machine size. There are options like, for example, see all sizes and all this. So when you click on see all sizes, it will show you whatever the VM sizes that is available for you. Okay, all the VM size that is available for you will be shown to you over here. You can see D series VMs, B2S VMs, B2MS VM, D2S V3, DS2 V3, so on and so forth. Pay for them, etc. All this is recorded. Just have a casual look through these images. For instance, let's go to M series VMs. So we have M series. Okay. D series is, let's expand all this and look at the second column that uses basically RAM capacity. Okay, let's see what is the highest RAM that you can find on this. 3.5. D series V3, N series, L series, F series, E series. They are not showing me everything that is available. Max to max, I'm seeing only 64 GB RAM, which is not enough. 32 GB. Okay. Let's filter it out. RAM capacity from. This is 11,400 MB. So that's not 11 TB. It's actually, sorry, 11,400 GB. So that will be 1.14 TB. Okay, 1.14 TB, not 11 TB. So you have a RAM capacity of 1.14 TB on these machines. Even higher VMs are also available. I'm not able to find it right now. Maybe change the region to somewhere else, and then you should be able to find some of them. But anyway, this is the point. We have this much large capacity VMs also available with Azure. Let's go back to creating virtual machine. For us, we need only this 2 virtual CPU and 8 GB memory. That's more than enough. Give the username and password. So I'm giving the username. I'll give the password. Right, so I gave the username and password, and this is for logging into the machine. Now here, inbound ports. By the way, it's a machine which is getting created on a remote infrastructure. If you have a machine getting created in a remote infrastructure, how do you connect to it? If it is a Windows VM getting created on a remote infrastructure, how do you connect to it? You will have to connect via internet by using a protocol. Which protocol? RDP protocol if it is Windows VM, SSH protocol if it is Linux VM. Okay, RDP protocol if it is Windows VM, and SSH protocol if it is a Linux VM. So that is what it is. You have to select connectivity via RDP for this machine because it's a Windows machine. So we want to connect via RDP 3389. You're allowing connectivity. Continue with the next. No need to change anything. Just continue on to networking, and then you can say review plus create now. And click on create. Let it get deployed. We will wait for it. What is the charge of this VM? 7,000 something for hourly? No, it was costing 7 rupees or so per hourly. Monthly, it might cost you somewhere about 7,000 or so. That is what it is. One question, can we use our own image? Mean upload it and use it for VM? Yes, you can create your own images called as custom images. We will see how it can be created later. What is your recommendation to use Azure free account, credit wisely and complete all the course and assignments? That is what recommended. Anyway, we may take, with respect to course completion, we may take more than 1 month. So if you go beyond a month, the credits also will not be available. So at least for some days, you will have to enable a pay as you go or so. Okay, that's it. So yes, for now you can create and use, but remember to delete the VMs and all once your testing and everything has been completed. Okay, do not keep them running unnecessarily. Go to the resource group level and delete at the resource group level. That's it. If we keep the machine in shutdown state in RG, do we still get charged for it? Yes, it will still accumulate charges. I'll explain you. There is a bit to explain. I'll explain you, not right now, but in the next class. Anyway, let's go to this resource that has been created. I want to connect to it. So remember, whenever you deploy a Azure VM, Azure will expose its public IP address until unless you have clearly said, okay, I don't want an IP address, public IP address with it. So this VM has a public IP address. So you can copy that and try connecting onto the machine via that public IP. Give the public IP address over here and click on more choices. Use different account, give the username and password. Accept it and then continue with it. You can see now we are logging into a VM which has been created in Central India location, which is in Microsoft Azure's Pune data center. Okay, so without worrying about any physical hardware, any physical devices, any networking, any virtualization, I created a VM directly on cloud service providers environment. This is what I told you earlier, infrastructure as a service. They gave you an infrastructure as a service, and on top of it, now you're creating a VM and you're using it. You as a customer did not worry about any backend stuff. They will take care of it. That's it. So let's go ahead and see this VM, whatever capacity. Remember, we selected B2MS, which will give me 8 GB RAM capacity and 2-core CPU, right? Let's validate if that is the case, if he has this 8 GB RAM capacity and 2-core CPU or not. So let's go to Server Manager. Memory 7.95 or 8 GB, and CPU Intel Xeon Platinum. To get the core details and all, you have to go to Task Manager. Go to Task Manager, Performance, and you can see memory 8 GB and CPU 2 core, 2 virtual processors are available for you. So that confirms whatever we selected, the size that we selected, the capacity is available with it, and our VM has been created. RDP. While creating the VM itself, we have the option to enable the port for RDP. Now, let's say, for example, you missed it. You forgot to enable RDP port while creating the VM. Not a problem. You go onto the virtual machine that has been created. For example, click on this VM1 and then go on to networking tab. Under networking tab, you can see add inbound port rule. One option is available. Click on it and select RDP under service section. Under service section, select RDP and then scroll down and say allow connectivity. Just say allow and then add this. That's all. Once again, you come back to networking, select add inbound port rule and then service, select RDP and set action as allow and then add this. Then you will be able to take RDP onto this machine. Can you repeat from IP address again? So to connect onto the machine, you go back to the overview. You will have a public IP address associated with it. Copy this public IP, go to Windows plus R, type MSTSC. So that's actually the remote desktop client. So go to this MSTSC, Control V, right? Control V in the sense it will just copy paste the IP address over here. Click on connect. You will be taken to the window where it will ask for the username and password, provided RDP port is open. That's all. Alternatively, you can click on connect from the VM window and then scroll down and there is a download RDP file option. This also can be done. If you download the RDP file, you don't have to type in the IP address manually. You can directly click on the file and this will open up the connectivity. Okay, so that also something which you can. You can use the username and password that you created while creating the VM. For example, when I was configuring this VM, I passed on a username and password, right? So that username and password is what I'm using for logging into this machine. That's it. One another question. On this point, I have a question related to security. We have directly accessing server through RDP port 3389 without using any gateway. Do Microsoft provide security from brute force attacks? See, if you expose your 3389 port directly onto internet, that's a problem. Ideally, you should not be doing it. In our case, just for the sake of testing, we have did it. But ideally, in a company's production environment, nobody will keep this 3389 port exposed onto internet. Rather, there are various ways with which you can open up a secure connection. For example, you can use a VPN or you can use Express Route, or maybe you can place a firewall in between and do some port address translation path, etc. All these various features are available with which you can get the connectivity. So don't think like this is a common thing that we do in Azure. Not at all. Just for the sake of testing, initially we have deployed it with the public IP address exposed. It's not at all recommended to expose the public IP.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, We have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Every time you create a VM in Azure, you will have something called as an image. This image is nothing but a VHD file, a virtual hard disk file, which is containing the operating system in an installed format. So this VHD file that you have, which is containing the operating system, will get converted to your operating system disk. So that is what we call as the OS disk, which is having your Windows operating system or Linux operating system, whichever it may be. A virtual hard disk file means what? We know there are two types of hard disk, physical hard disk. One is normal hard disk, normal HDD, and then we have something called as SSD or solid state drive. We have HDD and then we have solid state drive. These are the two physical disks, not virtual physical disk. Now virtual disks are .vhd files. In the case of Azure or in the case of Hyper-V, virtual disks are .vhd files, which is getting stored on a normal hard disk or SSD, right? So this is what virtual machines see as a disk for him. So as far as a virtual machine is concerned, for him, the disk is nothing but a VHD file, which is in turn stored on some hard disk or maybe on SSD. The same way, when we talk about this VHD virtual hard disk for this operating system image, that's a VHD file. And that VHD file now will become your operating system disk. So whenever you select the image, automatically your operating system disk will be ready by the time you create the VM. This operating system disk will come with a default capacity of 127 GB or 30 GB. 127 GB or 30 GB. If it is Linux, then it will be 30 GB. If it is Windows, it will be 127 GB. In Windows itself, there is an option. If you look at the images, there you would have seen in bracket something called as small disk. Anybody noticed it on virtual machine images? In bracket Windows Server 2016 small disk or small disk Windows Server 2019, etc. So that is because the small disk means your operating system disk will not be 127, but it will be 30 GB disk. That's the meaning of small disk. So if you wanted to have your operating system disk lesser capacity only, then in that case you can go with small disk images. You can increase it later, that's different thing. But yeah, starting if you do not want large capacity, then you can go with the small disk option. What is a data disk? In Azure, whenever you store data in a VM, it's always recommended that you store onto data disk. A data disk is nothing but an additional disk which you will attach onto the VM for storing data. It can be any type of data. So whatever you want to store on your virtual machine, you can store it. For that purpose, we have data disk. Why are we not storing data on operating system disk? Any guess? Operating system disk, there are multiple problems. First of all, operating system disk is ideally considered good only for operating system itself. If at all operating system crashes, then there is a possibility if you're not able to recover it, the data on the operating system disk will be corrupt and it will be lost, right? So that is what happens with respect to operating system disk. Now, there is also one more reason from Azure perspective. If you look at my PC, if I go on to, let's say, disk management on my local machine, disk mg-mt.msc, how many disks I have? How many disks you can see? How many physical disks? There is only one physical disk, right? There is only one physical disk, which I have partitioned into multiple volumes, like for example, C volume and D volume. This is what typically we do on our personal computers. Why we are not doing this on a VM? On a virtual machine also, you can partition a disk, make it as one C and one D drive, volume 1 and volume 2. In volume 1, you install the operating system. In volume 2, for example, you can store your data. Why you don't do that? There is also a technical reason to it. Let me tell you. The reason is nothing but every disk in Azure has limits. Remember this very clearly. Every disk in Azure has limits in terms of IOPS and throughput. IOPS and throughput. What is IOPS? What is throughput? IOPS means input output operations per second. To a disk, how many input output operations you are doing in a given second is what we call as IOPS. For example, it can be 200 input or output operations in a second, then 200 IOPS. Throughput means how much data you are pushing to the disk, the quantity. In IOPS, it's the number. In throughput, it's the quantity, how much you are sending or receiving from the disk. This can be denoted with, for example, 50 Mbps. 50 MB of data going inside the disk or coming out in a given second. It can change as well, 30 Mbps, 50 Mbps, 80, 100, 120, 150, and so on and so forth. You have varying figures available. So every hard disk in Azure, every virtual machine disk in Azure will have limits in terms of IOPS and throughput. This much throughput you can have and this much IOPS you can have. Now, when you have operating system disk, this operating system disk also will have certain IOPS and throughput. For example, 500 IOPS and then let's say 50 Mbps throughput. Now, to use this IOPS and throughput, you already have operating system files on it. Operating system files itself will need this 500 IOPS and 50 Mbps throughput and all that. Along with that, now if you add additional data or if you partition that disk into small segments and then in the second segment you add additional data, in which case now this is extra IOPS and throughput coming in. Basically, we'll make sure that disk will get crashed, right? So to avoid such scenario, that is where we split our data disk onto a separate disk altogether. You will create a separate disk. You would call it as data disk. The problem is solved, right? So now in data disk, you can store as much as you want, whatever data you want. Depending upon your configuration, you can change the disk type, you can change the disk capacity, etc. That you can change it, right? So this is what happens with respect to operating system disk and data disk. Once again, operating system disk is nothing but a VHD file, and the operating system disk, normally we don't partition it or we don't do any volumes and all from that. We, whatever operating system disk we got, we use it, and that's it. Any additional data storage or any data storage scenario that you have, then in that case you go with a data disk option. That's all. Full form of IOPS: input output operations per second. Input output operations per second. Explain PPT presentation. Do you want me to go by PPT, reading one by pages on PPT, or do you want me to explain in a mixed manner? Which one you prefer? I can do that if you want to, not a problem. I can go to the PPT. I can explain you each and every pages one by one, if that's what you wanted. Or if you want in a mixed manner, we can go in that way as well. I'll show you, just for your reference, I'll show you the PPT, whatever PPT that you have in your LMS also. Module number 4, that's what we are discussing. Hands-on creating and configuring basic Azure VM using Azure portal, that's already completed. And this is what we are discussing right now. Data disks in Azure VM. Operating system disk, temporary disk, and data disk. If you want me to just go by reading these, whatever these outdated details, if you want, then I can do that. Or if you want more details, we can go better in a mixed manner. Moving on. You have not specified what you want me to explain. You have just said, please explain. So what topic you want me to explain, please let me know. IOPS and throughput, somebody has asked it. I'll tell you. IOPS and throughput, what exactly it is, that I'll tell you. Once again, I have already explained, but once again, I'll repeat it for you. So what is IOPS? What is throughput? Once again, every disk in Azure, every disk in Azure, you can see it has something called as a throughput and IOPS. Azure is not giving endless capacity with any disk that you have. If you buy a disk, for example, you're buying a hard disk, does it have some limits? A normal disk you're buying, will that disk have some limit? Yes or no? Or will it give you endless performance? Of course, it doesn't give you endless performance. You will have some limits, right? With any disk that you buy, let it be SSD or hard disk, you will have some limits with it in terms of what it can do, how much it can do. In Azure also the same logic applies. Whatever virtual machines you take, and along with it, whatever disk you create, for these disks, Azure has put some limits. These limits are applicable in terms of IOPS and throughput. IOPS and throughput. It's already written on the screen. You can see that. IOPS and throughput. What is IOPS? What is throughput? IOPS means input output operations per second. So when you go onto the operating system, or when you access the virtual machine, when you start loading some data onto your virtual machine, in any case, there are some operations that is happening against the disk. When I write over here, when I save this whiteboard, whenever I do anything on the operating system, there are some transactions that is happening on the disk. So any transactions that is happening on the disk, in the sense like, for example, it can be a write operation, or it can be a read operation, it can be a list operation, it can be a delete operation. So any of these kind of operations, how many operations you can do in number, how many operations you can do in number in a given second. In a second, how many operations you can do maximum is what we call as IOPS. Maybe, for example, let's take it as 500 input output operations per second. Say onto a disk, we can say I can do right now in a given second onto a disk 500 input output operations in a given second. This is what we call as IOPS. What is the throughput? Now let's say these operations, number of operations that you are doing, it is, for example, write operation that you are doing. Write means you are sending some data to the disk. You are saving some data onto the disk. Now, when you send some data onto the disk, how much capacity, the amount, the quantity that you are sending onto the disk is what we call as throughput, right? The amount. For example, you are doing, let's say, in a given second, 500 input output operations, right? And at the same way, in a given second, how much amount of data you can send. Let's say, for example, I can send 50 MB of data, 50 megabytes of data in a given second maximum I can send onto the disk, right? The quantity, how much you can send onto the disk is what we call as. In every disk in Azure, as I told you, you have this IOPS and throughput limit. Keep that in mind. Let it be operating system disk, let it be data disk, you will have this IOPS and throughput limit. You will see that. What is the limit of Azure disks? You will see that shortly. We are going to create a VM and we will show you where exactly the disk related settings, everything, you will configure it. And what are the limits that we have? All these details I'll show you. First of all, I have to explain you these things, only then I can take you to the practical. Earlier, what we have done in the last class, we have created a sample VM just to show that. Now I want to elaborate on that. Many details are there, so we have to discuss through that. So we will get into it. Till then, first of all, let's try to understand these things and then move on to those practicals. And now, along with it, if you were to store some data also onto operating system disk, the problem is the disk might not be able to support this many input output operations or this much throughput. We know there is a limit for operating system disk, and when you try to go beyond that limit, of course your system will hang. So we don't want that. So that is where we say, for any data storage, you take additional data disk, and onto that data disk you go and start storing your data. Simple. That is what you should do in Azure for an Azure VM. So we understood two types of disk at least: operating system disk, which stores the operating system, and it will be represented. The operating system disk will be represented as C drive. These are all basic things. I don't have to explain. These are there in the PPT. Very basic things. Who don't know, an operating system disk will be represented with drive C or SDA in Linux. These are all very basic things. In any case, operating system disk in a Windows VM will be represented by C drive. In Linux, it will be represented by SDA. That's it. Now, what is a temporary disk? A temporary disk means what, or a temp disk means what? Here some explanation is required, so you have to carefully watch. Only then you will be able to understand. Okay, so listen carefully what is happening now. Whenever you create a virtual machine, I don't know if I have told you about this before. In Azure backend, we have something called as compute clusters and storage clusters. Compute clusters and storage clusters. What is a compute cluster? What is a storage cluster? It's nothing but group of servers. Group of servers is what we call as. So what is a SAN? Storage area network. Storage area network. Full form of SAN is storage area network. Used for what purpose? Storage area network used for what purpose? For storing data, right? It's nothing related to cloud. You don't have to go into blob. You don't have to go into S3 bucket and all that. We are discussing in terms of physical infrastructure. Don't worry about the cloud. We are yet to reach cloud. Okay. So SAN is used for storing your data on your on-premises servers, or the SAN is what we call as storage servers, right? So now you can dump your data onto SAN storage, and you will be able to use it on your on-premises environment. There are multiple OEMs who's actually making the SAN storages, and we, for any large data storage scenario, will go with the SAN. There is a minor version of it called as NAS, network attached storage, which is limited in capacity and features, but also can be used for storing data. You might have noticed it. So maybe even some of you are using it personally already. It's possible that because it's kind of a personal device as well, wherein you can store your data, maybe a couple of TBs, 8 TB, 4 TB, 16 TB, and all. You can store data on a NAS device. You will get it for some 30,000-40,000 rupees. You will be able to find it online. Some of you might be using it. In any case, these are two types of storage devices which will help you store data. In Azure, whenever we talk about data storage, what we have is something called as a SAN in the backend. SAN is nothing but a physical server itself. It's very similar to a physical server. It has large RAM capacity, CPU capacity, and all this, but it is optimized more for a storage. A SAN is basically a server itself optimized for more storage with more storage related features. Now, any server which is not a SAN, we call it as compute servers. And any server which is used for storing data or SAN, we call it as storage servers. Compute servers and storage servers. Storage servers are used for storing data. Remember, in Azure, we are creating virtual machines. In Azure, we are creating virtual machines. We are already discussing on VM. So whenever you create a virtual machine, the virtual machine will be created on a compute server. It will be created on a compute server, and storage will go on to storage server. Now you will have a lot of questions here. Let me address all that. I'll explain first, and then after that you can ask any questions if you might be having. A cluster is nothing but a grouping of these servers. So whatever compute servers that you have, they will group them together and they would call it as a compute cluster. Whatever storage servers that they have, they will group it together and they will call it as storage cluster. So you got compute cluster on one side and then storage cluster on other side. These storage servers or storage or SAN devices, storage cluster, they will support multiple protocols. One of them, for example, Is and EFC. Is and or EFC. These all are some of the storage related protocols which is used for, mounting your storage over network, for example. What we will do in Azure side is nothing but this is the SAN or multiple SANs together. You will make this SAN capacity, the storage capacity available from SAN, you will make it available onto the physical servers that you have simultaneously. Okay. So these physical servers that you have, the compute servers that you have, they will be able to read the data, or they will be able to not only read data, but rather mount capacity, disk capacity directly onto your physical server. You have to listen carefully to this. You can basically create something called as virtual hard disk, or don't take it as virtual hard disk. We may call it as LUN, logical unit numbers, LUNs. Anybody heard about this LUN before? LUN? Probably would have heard about it, some of you. Anyways, so you will create LUNs, logical unit numbers, and these logical unit numbers, with the help of these LUNs, you can attach them onto these machines. And now these compute servers, they will see as if this capacity over here, the storage capacity from here, from the storage servers, are directly attached onto him. So this machine is seeing some storage capacity with him, but in fact, it is coming from your storage server via network, right? So your ISCSI or FC protocols will help you do this. Point is simple. A SAN storage device that you have, the storage capacity from it can be made available to your compute servers. So the compute servers, they will be getting storage capacity from SAN servers. Now, when you create a virtual machine requires a virtual hard disk file, because that is where the data is getting stored, right? A virtual hard disk file has to be there. So this virtual hard disk file is getting stored onto the storage capacity that is coming from the SAN. It's not getting stored on your compute cluster. I have mentioned a VM over here. So the point what I said is this VM, for example, has an operating system disk. This VM has an operating system disk. This operating system disk in reality is getting stored somewhere on the SAN. Is not stored locally on the physical server where the VM is running. That is the point that I'm trying to make, right? So storage is basically a remote storage that you're getting on your virtual machine. Remote in the sense, it's not like kilometers apart. It's within a data center only. It's just that from the SAN, whatever capacity that you have on the SAN, that is made available on the network to any compute cluster machines, and they can access it and they can store data directly onto the SAN. They will see as the storage as something attached onto them, correct? So this concept, this is what we have in Azure. Whenever you deploy a virtual machine will use only CPU, RAM capacity and network from the compute cluster. Storage utilization will come from the SAN cluster. This much, is it clear? All of you let me know. Only then I'll tell you now what is temporary disk. Are we clear so far? Simple point. The storage for your virtual machine is coming from SAN. That's all what you have to understand. I gave you multiple technical reasons and or technical things and all related to it, which you actually doesn't need. Only point that you have to understand, a virtual machine, when you create in Azure, the virtual machine's storage, the underlying virtual hard disk, is getting stored on SAN over the network. That's all. The disk is not getting stored on the compute cluster. From compute cluster, you will use only CPU, RAM, and network. That's it. That much is clear. LUN means logical unit number. Logical unit number. It's a method of making a capacity from a storage server available to another server. Okay. A capacity which is actually located with one server, you are giving it to another server. You're making it appear like, okay, it is coming from another server. So when you look on the secondary server, therein you will see, okay, storage capacity, but in fact, that storage capacity is belonging to me. If you store some data over there, that data is getting stored on me. This concept is what we call as LUN, logical unit number. So when data is accessed, storage is used only from SAN and not from compute. That is true. On compute, there is no storage. VM doesn't store any of their data on compute clusters. The data is getting stored on your SAN storage only. So now, whenever you create your operating system disk or data disk, the operating system disk and data disk is actually getting created over here, and the VM is running over here. Okay. When you access something via network, will you have latency? When you access something over network, is it possible that you may have latency? What Azure has done, they will give you a capacity from this local server as well, right? They will give you a capacity, a small capacity from local server as well. Whenever you deploy a virtual machine in Azure, it will create an allocation for that virtual machine over here. So on this physical hardware, it will create an allocation for this VM. This allocation is what you call as the allocated size. Earlier I told you about B2MS size, D4, D2S, V3 size, etc., which will give you 8 GB RAM capacity, 2-core CPU, and so on and so forth. So these are the allocation. Whatever capacity that you define, that's the allocation that you have. So you will get an allocation over here. And then in that allocation, that is where the virtual machine will be created and running. And his disk will be coming from the remote, that is coming from the storage servers that you have. Look at this here now. On this allocation, on this physical hardware where your virtual machine is running, therein Azure will give you a small capacity, and that capacity is what you call as a small storage capacity, and that storage capacity is what we call as temp disk. What is that? Temporary disk, right? The small capacity that is given to you from where the virtual machine is running, on the same physical host where the virtual machine is running. From that physical host, if you're getting a small capacity, that is what we call as the temp disk or temporary disk. Why it is called as temporary disk? I'll tell you. In Azure, when you create a virtual machine, you can stop it normally. You can do a normal stop for it. Like for example, you can go to the start window, or maybe you can just fire a command to shut down the operating system. It will shut it down, right? But as I told you, you have a physical hardware. On this physical hardware, there is an allocation that has been given to you on which your VM is running. So when you shut down the VM, a normal shutdown, if you are doing, this does not clear the allocation that you have. When you do a normal shutdown, that does not clear the allocation that has been given to you, but rather it simply turns off the VM. That's all. That allocated space still remains with you. That is what happens when you do a normal shutdown or a normal stop operation from Azure portal. You have one more operation in Azure called as stop and deallocate. Stop and deallocate. When you do a stop and deallocate, at that time, Azure will stop the VM. Along with it, he will delete the allocation as well. Whatever allocation they gave it to you, that allocation also will be deleted. So when you do a stop and deallocate operation, only then the allocation will be completely cleared out and the VM also will be cleared out. Does that mean your VM is getting deleted? No, because your VM will still survive. You will be able to see that in Azure portal, because the metadata about the VM will be saved, and the operating system data, operating system disk, and data disk also will be saved. All this will be saved on the SAN, right? It's just that Azure cleared the allocation that has been given to you when your compute was running. Simple. When this happens, will your temp disk also get cleared? When this process happens, the temporary disk, will it also Just think of it. What is there to confuse so much? Nothing is there, right? When the allocation is clear to you, your VM is no longer existent over there. This allocation is completely cleared to you. I told you temp disk was a capacity that has been given to me from here. So when this allocation is getting cleared, do you think only the temp disk will remain there? No, temporary disk also will be cleared. Now you understand why it is called as a temporary disk. When you're creating a virtual machine in Azure, the virtual machine is getting created on a backend physical hardware. You can call it as a host, which is part of your compute cluster, right? This virtual machine will allocate itself a space for it. B2MS is the size that you declared, 8 GB RAM and 2-core CPU. So this much capacity will be allocated for you on this backend physical hardware. It's allocated for you. This VM's operating system disk and data disk is sitting on SAN storage. It is coming from SAN. So operating system disk plus data disk is basically stored on SAN. These are connected over network. So of course, your VM can access the operating system and data disk from the SAN. It will be as if this capacity is attached over here on the host where the VM is running. So when the VM is looking at it, he will see it like, okay, it's a directly attached storage that is available for me. But in reality, it is coming from the SAN. Now, here Microsoft will give you from this underlying physical hardware, Microsoft will give you a small storage capacity. And I told you that is what we call as temp disk, temporary disk. In Azure, a VM can be stopped in two ways. You can do normal shutdown. Normal shutdown. You can just go to the start and then you can click on power button and then you can click on shutdown. That will shut down your VM. When you do that shutdown, yes, operating system is turned off now. Operating system is turned off, but that does not clear this allocation that has been created for you, right? This allocation that has been given to you, that will not get cleared. That capacity, you are still getting charged for it because that is booked against you. That capacity is still reserved for you, right? Now there is another operation with which you can stop the VM, that is called as stop and deallocate. When you do a stop and deallocate, at that time, the capacity allocation that has been given to you will be cleared out. Your VM will be cleared out. Your capacity allocation also will be cleared out. When I say VM getting cleared out, that doesn't mean your VM is getting deleted. No, because what is a virtual machine? It's some metadata plus your operating system disk and data disk. That's what we call as virtual machine. So your operating system and data disk is available on the storage, on the SAN storage, it is available on the backend storage cluster. And it's just that whatever the allocation that you had over here, that they have cleared now. That doesn't mean your VM got deleted. No, VM did not get deleted, but he is no more allocated to any capacity on the underlying host. When this happens, this small capacity, what has been allocated to you, what we call as a temporary disk, also will be cleared out. When a stop deallocate is happening, your temporary disk capacity also will be cleared out. So this is the problem. This is the reason why we call it as a temporary disk. Whenever you are doing a stop deallocate operation, your temp disk, whatever data you stored on temp disk, will be lost. And that is why they call it as temporary disk. There are certain use cases wherein you will be able to use it, wherein it will make sense you for using it. So that we will discuss. Where are the use cases, in which case you can use a temp disk, etc. We will see that. But the idea here is a temp disk will get removed when a VM is getting stop deallocated. What is the default size of a VM? There is nothing like a default size of a VM. Whenever you create a VM, any random size available that you can choose. There are no default size as such. It may be B2MS, it may be A series, it may be D2 SB3, anything. So whatever size is available, you pick it up, you can create a VM. That's it. So there is nothing called as a default size. Could you please explain again about temp disk? Already done. What is the root volume if you create a VM in Azure? Root volume is your operating system disk. That is what we have been discussing so far. Okay, if any of you still not clear, please let me know. Or if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Azure VM, once you create it, it's getting created on a compute cluster. Similarly, you have a storage cluster as well. All storage goes to your storage cluster, and compute, everything comes to compute cluster. When you create a VM, VM is getting created on the compute cluster, but its storage, that is the operating system and data disk, it goes on to storage cluster. Azure will also give you, when you create a VM, whenever you utilize the compute capacity from the underlying host, there itself Azure will give you a small disk capacity, small storage capacity, which we refer to as temporary disk. It is coming from the underlying physical host where your VM is running. Whenever you do a stop deallocate operation in Azure, this allocation of virtual machine will be cleared out. From the physical host, the virtual machine allocation will be cleared out. Along with it, your temporary disk also will be cleared out. Meaning, temp disk data is prone to loss, right? The data loss can occur. If at all you're planning to store something permanently on temp disk, then that's not a good idea. That's all the point. That would be a bad idea. Because whatever happens, something happens if the VM goes to a stop deallocated state, then in that case, whatever data that you have on the temporary drive will be cleared out. That's it. Deallocation, will it impact our data? It will not impact your data. Why it will impact your data? Because where is your operating system disk and data disk is sitting? You tell me. Where is your operating system and data disk? End of the day, if you turn off this laptop, okay, I'm turning off this laptop. I'm saving everything. I'm saving everything. Listen to this carefully. I'm saving everything, and I turn this laptop off. Right? I turn off this laptop completely. I take out the hard disk, which contains my operating system, my data, everything. I connect it onto a same model of laptop. Will I be able to start my machine just as usual without any data loss? Yes or no? Think of it logically and tell me. Once again, I took my laptop, I saved everything, I turned off the operating system completely. I removed my hard disk. I took the hard disk and inserted on same model of laptop. Now we don't want any driver problems and all that. Same model of laptops I took, and on the same laptop I inserted this hard disk, and then I'm starting it. Will I be able to start my machine as usual? Yes or no? 100% yes, it will work for sure. Right? It may show you like some driver is getting installed, something it might show you, especially with Windows 10 and Windows 11 operating system, but it will work for sure. Same logic. So where were your operating system and where were your data? It was all on the disk, correct? Same thing with respect to Azure VM as well. Your Azure VM's data disk and operating system disk is getting stored on the SAN. That is not getting cleared. It is always there. Even if you completely stop deallocate your VM, your operating system disk and data disk is still available on the SAN. Next time in Azure portal, when you go to your VM and when you start it, what Azure will do, looking at your metadata, they will bring your VM back and they will simply map it onto your existing operating system disk and data disk. Your VM could be getting started on a different hardware, not on the same physical host, but it could be getting started on a different physical host. That's all. A VM object will be created. He will map onto your disks that is there in the SAN already. And you got your data, you got your VM, you're not missing anything. But only thing is that there was a temporary disk which was associated with one physical host. That host is gone now because you have already moved on to a different host. Because of that, you will not be able to get the temp disk data back. This is the reason we call the temp disk as a temporary disk. Still not clear? Yes or no? Are we clear? Okay, fine. Moving on. Now, there is another question here which has come in the Q&A. I'm not reading it. But those people who asked the question, they will get the answer now. Simple question is, will you be charged when you do a stop deallocate on the VM? Will you be charged? Will there be a charge when we stop deallocate a VM? Tell me. Again, think of it logically and tell me. Will there be any charges when you stop deallocate the VM? When you stop deallocate, what is gone? Your VM is gone. Your VM is no more running. It's not using any compute capacity. But is it still using storage? Yes or no? VM is not using compute, that is true. But is it using storage still? Of course, yes, it is using storage still, because your VM disk is still remaining there on the storage cluster. So will it charge you? Yes or no? Of course, yes, it will charge you. Okay, so it will charge you for the storage, but not for the compute. When you do a stop deallocate, it will charge you for the storage, but not for the compute. Compute charge will not be there because you have deallocated, but storage charge would be there for sure. So a VM charge is from two factors. One is the compute cost and another one is the storage cost, right? Storage cost will remain, compute cost will not be there. That's it. I hope that question is also answered now. And if we delete resource VM, then also we get the data next time we create VM. If you delete it, you won't get it. When you delete the VM, when you delete the virtual machine, along with it, if you have deleted the data disk and operating system disk as well, you cannot get it back until unless you have a backup. That's it. Mike, I have seen your question. I have questions regarding Azure account. We'll come to that at last, not right now. Okay, so now I think you have a clarity with respect to your operating system disk, data disk, and temp disk. Now, obvious question comes, for what purpose we can use this temporary disk, right? For what purpose we can use this temporary disk? For what purpose we could use? I'll tell you. Anybody heard about page memory or swap memory? Paging in Windows and swap memory in Linux. Anybody heard about it? Paging and swap, page memory in Windows and swap memory in Linux. Anybody heard about it? Nobody heard about it. Okay, let me explain it to you. What is paging and swap? Paging and swap are nothing but when you create a virtual machine, when you run a operating system, a Windows operating system, for example, you have a RAM capacity on it. A certain amount of RAM capacity you will be having. Let's take it as 8 GB RAM. 8 GB RAM is what you have on your laptop. When you are running short of RAM, what your system will do, from RAM capacity, certain files that you have, he will move on to a location on disk, or he will move it on to a file called as a page file on a disk. Remember, RAM is a random access memory. It's a small chip that is there on your motherboard, and this page file is on the hard disk. So a small capacity from hard disk which can act like a temporary RAM. That is what we meant by saying page, a page file. So whenever system is running out of RAM, it will move certain data from your RAM onto a paging file, and this paging file will be kept on the hard disk, right? Can we use this temporary disk in the place of this paging file, or can we place our paging file into the temporary disk? Yes or no? It's a volatile memory. RAM capacity is basically a volatile memory, right? What is volatile memory? If the power is gone, the data is gone. That is the nature of the RAM. Unless you save it onto hard disk, whatever on the RAM, that will be gone. So we don't have a problem if the data on the RAM is missing, because we know by a power cycle, of course, the data on the RAM will be lost. The page file is also of same nature. You don't want to permanently store it. Only when operating system is running, if there is anything important and if there is no enough RAM, then it will move on to page file. And by the time you, for example, stop the VM or when you restart the VM, that will get cleared. Correct? So for that purpose, you can use a page memory. Sorry, you can use this temporary disk. Yes or no? Can we use a temporary disk in place of page memory? The page memory, can we configure it to, or can we point it onto your temporary disk? Of course, yes, right? So that's what happens with respect to a temporary disk. One purpose of temporary disk is nothing but you can use it as a page memory. Temporary disk capacity can be used as a page memory. Second possibility is that if you want to do some data processing in the sense you are not permanently storing data, but data comes into your temporary disk, you will process it and you will send it out immediately. It comes in, you process it, you send out immediately. That's it. You're not keeping it permanently. In such cases also, you can make use of temporary disk, right? Because temporary disk will be a bit faster than your operating system disk and data disk. Yes or no? A temp disk that you have will be a bit faster than your operating system and data disk. Yes or no? Agree with it or not? Of course, it will be faster. Why it will be faster? Because the temp disk capacity is coming from the same physical host where your virtual machine is running. Whereas your operating system disk capacity and data disk capacity is coming from a SAN server on your network. So of course, there is a little bit of network involved. Latency will be there. Some sort of, I mean, I'm not saying it will be a noticeable latency, but still, when you compare the temporary disk and data disk and operating system disk, you could see the temp disk is a bit faster compared to your normal data disk and operating system disk. So for any sort of data processing, which will not permanently store your data on temp disk, there also you can make use of the temporary disk. This paging concept in Linux VM, in Linux machine is called as, what is called as? Anyone? This paging concept which I just explained to you, in Linux it is called as swap memory. Okay, swap. That's it. Same thing. Are we clear now? The purpose of temp storage and what happens with respect to your operating system disk and data disk. Are we clear? All of you, please let me know. Or if any of you have any questions or if you want to speak up, please let me know that as well. Let me create a VM and show you these things. Can we recover ID and password of your VM? You can reset it. There is a reset option on virtual machine. I'll show you. Okay. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a virtual machine. So I'll take you to Azure portal and we will test all these things what we just discussed. Let me create a virtual machine. Create Azure virtual machine. I'm just calling it as VM1. Central India. You can choose your image. This is the image what we discussed earlier, right? Image is nothing but a VHD file. I told you. So this will get converted to your operating system disk now. Choose your username and password. Once again, a reminder to all of you. When you create a virtual machine, whatever username that you gave, for your virtual machine should not be there in the password. If it is there in the password, you will not be able to log in. It will not accept the username and password. So if I gave the username as Shadil, I should not be creating a password like, okay, Shadil @3214123, whatever. So that has to be kept in mind. Continue with the next. And RDP is selected so that I can connect to this machine via remote. Continue with the next. So this is the disk section. So now operating system disk, you don't have any control over it. You cannot choose anything apart from the performance type. Just quickly a reminder over here. The operating system disk and data disk you also have. In terms of performance, there is another classification, right? Your disks that you have, data disk or operating system disk, in terms of performance also can be classified. It can be, for example, premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. Okay, depending upon where it is getting stored. Like for example, if you were to choose premium SSD as your disk type, then remember it will be stored on a backend SAN wherein SSDs are available. Is there anyone who don't know what is the difference between SSD and HDD? If yes, feel free to ask. Anyone who don't know the difference between SSD, solid state drive, and HDD? We all know that. Yes or no? Yes, correct. So SSD means solid state drive, which is much faster compared to your normal traditional hard disk and much costly as well. It is all electronic based, like your pen drives and your normal memory card chips and all that. Similar concept. Whereas traditional hard disk, you can see, how many of you have seen inside of a traditional hard disk? You will be having a lot of mechanical components inside a traditional hard disk, right? You will see something like a magnetic disk inside a mechanical hard disk. There will be motors, a spindle will be there, many things. Let me show you HDD versus SSD. So this is how it looks like, right? On the right hand side, you can see HDD contains a lot of mechanical parts, disks, etc. Whereas SSD contains only electronic devices. So these electronic devices, they stores, or IC chips, they store data faster than you are able to store on normal hard disk, right? So that's the difference that we have here. So now a premium SSD in Azure is truly SSD in the backend. It is getting stored on the storage cluster in the backend on solid state drive. Standard SSD is not true SSD. It's a normal HDD only, but high performance HDD compared to normal hard disk, high performance, like a hybrid hard disk, we can say. It will have higher cache and all that, so it will give you a better performance. So compared to normal traditional hard disk, you will have a bit higher performance on standard SSD, backed by normal hard disk only, but a better hard disk. Standard HDD, again backed by normal HDD. Normal HDD. Question: which of these three will give you the best performance in Azure? Of course, that would be your premium SSD first one. Okay, and the least performance will be given by standard HDD. So in which case, wherever production critical workloads you have, it's recommended to go with premium SSD. Wherever you are doing only testing kind of deployment and all that, then you can use standard HDD. For web servers and all, not so performing web server, for medium range web servers and all, you can go with standard SSD, solid state drive, standard SSD. It's not a true SSD, we know that. Okay, that's it. So this is what we have, the classification of disk. You might sometimes also hear about ultra SSD. Such a possibility is also there, a fourth type of disk that is coming above premium SSD, not supported on all VMs, supported on selected VMs only. It will give you even more performance than your premium SSD. It is backed by true SSD only, but for again further improvement of the storage, they would have done some optimization for that. So that's what we call as ultra SSD. That's it. So now it's not NVMe and all that, it's normal SSD only. Okay, that's it. Normal SSD only, but again optimized for higher speeds. So while choosing this operating system disk, you have an option to choose what type of operating system disk you want. You can see either you can go with standard HDD, standard SSD, or premium SSD. I can choose from any of this. I'm going with premium SSD. It's up to you which one you want to create. I don't want any lag, so I'll go with premium SSD, but you will have to pay highest. So if you are using a pay as you go, be careful. You might not want to go with premium SSD and all. Go with standard SSD or standard HDD. That's all. It's up to you anyway. Now, if you want data disk, you can create and attach a new data disk, and you can specify the capacity for it. I want only, let's say, for example, 8 GB. Look at this, by the way. When you select the disk, you can see the storage type. You have the option to choose between premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. You could choose between any of these three, right? So these are available for you. You can choose these options. And now, let's say if I select premium SSD, I will be given the IOPS number and throughput number, right? A disk capacity can start from 4 GB. It can go all the way up to 32 terabyte. Each disk that we have, premium SSD, standard SSD, and your standard HDD, all three can go to a maximum size of 32 terabyte. Maximum size of 32 terabyte with each disk. Maximum size. And by the size change, whenever you change size or whenever you go with a different size of disk, you can see their capacity also, their throughput and IOPS also will vary. A 16 GB disk is giving you 120 IOPS and 25 Mbps throughput. A 1 TB disk will give you 5000 IOPS and 200 Mbps throughput. A 32 TB disk will give you 20,000 IOPS and 900 MB per second throughput. So you can see there is a difference between each and every disk that we have. The same logic you can see on standard SSD as well as standard HDD. Remember the denotation, the performance tier number. A premium SSD will be denoted with P, P1, P2, P3, P4, P6, P8, etc. And standard SSD will be denoted with ES. Let me show you here. Sorry, E. Standard SSD will be denoted with E, and standard HDD will be denoted with ES. S4, S6, S10, S15, and so on. So you can choose anything that you want. I'll just go with premium SSD. A 4 GB disk is more than enough, else it will simply cost me. And I'll continue with OK. And I'll say review plus create VM. So I have, or I'm creating a VM with one extra data disk. That's a review plus create. So herein, now you can see the VM is running. On the left hand side, if you go to the disk section, you can see the disk has been created for us. There is a operating system disk, premium SSD, 127 GB capacity, default, and one data disk, premium SSD with 4 GB capacity. That's it. 2 disks which we attached, we are able to see. We'll log into the VM and see now. But before that, someone is asking the steps to create a VM. So here, to create a VM, click on Create Azure Virtual Machine. And just go through the details. Select your resource group. Subscription is selected already. Give it a name. I can call it as VM2. Now, choose the region. Select the image from here. Click on See All Images and select the image. Pick up a size. any size. By default, it will choose a size. Standard V2MS is well and good. You have to pass on a username and password. Allow selected ports, select RDP, continue with the next. Under disk, you can create and attach a new disk. Click on it. It will ask you what is the capacity. Don't create 1000 GB premium SSD and all that. That will cost you a lot. Keep it like some 8 GB, 4 GB and all. That's more than enough. And give OK. And then say review plus create. And finally, once the validation happens, you can click on create once again. That's it. I'm missing something. That's why username and password is missing. But anyway, this is the process that you have to do. I hope that part is clear. And now, one question: who decides VM configuration in organization? Whoever is in need of the VM, they will let us know like how much configuration I'm expecting on the virtual machine, right? Those people who are having a requirement, they would know. Like for example, for what sort of option we are using this VM, for what kind of purpose we are using this VM, and how much capacity we would need that VM, you will have an idea. So those people will do the sizing of the server, and accordingly, you will go with the VM size. That's it. So now, let me log into the virtual machine that we created earlier. I'll go to virtual machine. Select VM1. Let's take RDP onto it. Windows plus R, MSTSC, and log in with the username and password that you have created. Go inside this PC. And you can see now, even though we did not have any option to specify anything related to temporary storage, by default, we have been given a temporary storage with a drive letter D. Remember, always, if you have a temporary disk with the VM, it will be having a drive letter called as D. And it will be named as temporary storage itself. Operating system disk is available. 127 GB capacity. But data disk is missing. Where is data disk? That's a problem now, right? So data disk, I'll tell you why it is not visible. Whenever you add a new disk onto the machine, you have to configure it by going on to diskmgmt.msc. Diskmgmt.msc, you have to go and you have to configure your disk. You have to basically initialize your disk. You can see now, disk 2 has been detected. Click on OK that you want to initialize it. And there will not be any partition on it. So you have to create a partition, or a symbol volume has to be created. So right click on the empty capacity and say new symbol volume. Just go through a couple of next and you will be having this particular data disk mounted. That's it. On Linux also a similar process you will have. You will have to create something called as FS tab. You will have to make entry in FS tab and then mount it. Somewhat similar process you have there in Linux as well. So now that we have done it, if we go to Windows plus E, this PC, you can see C drive, nothing but the operating system disk, temporary disk, and then there is a data disk. Okay, all are available for us. Now, you can see here, we got a data disk attached onto the virtual machine. We are able to use it as well. You will have the performance of an SSD on these disks because all of them are premium SSDs. Okay. So if you open up the temporary storage, you can see there is a warning, data loss warning, and any data stored on this drive is subject to loss and there is no way to recover it. They're clearly giving you the warning that this disk is completely temporary. You cannot permanently store anything on this. We will do a simple test and then we will go for a break. I'm creating a folder with a file in it. Text document, test file. This is a test. Okay, I have saved it. I'll copy this guy. Control C, Windows plus E. I'll put it on C drive. One copy in C drive. One copy in D drive. One copy in data drive, data disk. Let's do the first operation, the normal stop. Okay, the normal stop. So I'm doing from operating system level. I go to start. I will click on power and then shut down. Okay, RDB got disconnected, VM went off. Fine, let's come back to Azure portal. Just refresh this and you can see the VM status will change now. Not yet. Still running. So you can see virtual machine is stopped now. Okay, it is only saying stopped. You are still getting charged because allocation is not cleared yet. If the allocation is cleared, the notification will say stopped and deallocated. So it's not yet deallocated. So what do? I can click on stop from Azure portal. Click on stop and see what happens. See what it says now? It's deallocated, meaning the backend allocation that you had has been cleared out. That backend allocation has been cleared out. This VM is deallocated completely now, right? Now you come back and then start it once again, start the VM once again. I'm going to start it now. Click on start. So now it is saying started. Let's try to take RDP, refresh this once. Copy the public IP, Windows plus R. And MSTC I have to add. Give the username and password. Now look at this machine. We have logged into the machine, and let's see what happens. Okay. So inside the VM, see if anything happened with your data. First of all, the data we kept on the operating system disk on the desktop, it's still fine. If I go Windows plus E, this PC, the data inside the C drive, new folder, and the file inside it, still fine, no problem. temporary disk file is gone, folder is gone, new volume F, nothing is gone, it is still there. Okay, so whatever was stored on your SAN, the backend storage, that was available. Whatever got stored on your compute server, that is gone. If we did only a shutdown, then you would have seen that the data on the temp disk would not have been gone. That's it. So this is how we confirm that temporary disk data can be lost if at all a stop deallocate operation is taking place. Are we clear on this now? One question, if we will stop VM, charges running or not? If you stop deallocate, it won't charge you for compute. It will still charge you for storage. If we deallocate VM, it won't charge for that period. Already answered. If you deallocate, then compute charge will not be there for that VM as long as you are in deallocate mode. But storage charges will happen still. If any of you wanted to speak up and ask any questions, you can do so. You can let me know if you want to speak up. Just drop me a message. If not, if all of you are clear with whatever we discussed so far, we'll go for a break and then continue thereafter. Vishnu Prasad, let me know if you want to speak up, and as well as any others, drop me a message instead of just raising the hand and waiting for me to unmute. Just drop me a message. I want to speak. That's it. The command with public IP again. Maybe you're asking about that connectivity. Okay, MSTSC. MSTSC /V and your public IP. That's all. You can type only MSTSC also. That is also fine. It's shared in chat, by the way, if you want to refer. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go for a break now. And we'll continue thereafter. 15 minutes break you can take. Finish your dinner, whatever, and then come back. We'll continue on to.
So let us begin with AWS DevOps beginner interview questions. First question, what is AWS and DevOps? Users can readily use DevOps techniques using Amazon's Cloud Service Platform or AWS. The solutions offered will be of great assistance in automating manual activities, enabling teams to manage complex settings, and engineers to operate productively at the high velocity that DevOps offers. Moving on to the second question, DevOps and Cloud Computing. What is the need? In the DevOps methodology, development and operations are viewed as a unified organism. This means that any type of agile development, when combined with cloud computing, will provide it a clear advantage when scaling techniques and developing plans to modify how adaptable businesses are. DevOps would be the wheels of the cloud if it were a car. Moving to the third question, why use AWS for DevOps? There are numerous benefits of using AWS for DevOps. Some of them are as follows. AWS is a fully functional service that can be used right away without the need for further setup or installation. Second, with AWS, the availability of computational resources is limitless, whether you need one instance or are scaling up to hundreds at once. Third, pay-as-you-go pricing and budgeting with AWS will ensure that you can deploy adequately and receive an equitable return on investment. Fourth, in order to help you develop more quickly and achieve successful results in terms of development, deployment, and testing procedures, AWS pushes DevOps methods closer to automation. Fifth, AWS services are extremely programmable and efficient and may be used with ease via the command line interface, SDKs, and APIs. Moving on to the fourth question, what does a DevOps engineer do? In a hybrid and multifaceted environment, a DevOps engineer is in charge of maintaining an organization's IT infrastructure based on the explicit needs of the software code. A DevOps engineer's primary duties include validation, performance monitoring, and the design of acceptable deployment strategies. Fifth question. How can you handle continuous integration and deployment in AWS DevOps? To help in storing and versioning an application source code, one must use AWS developer tools. The application is then automatically built, tested, and deployed to a local environment or to AWS instances using the services. When creating continuous integration and deployment services, it is better to start with code pipeline and then use code build and code deploy as necessary. Moving on to the sixth question. Why is continuous integration of development and testing necessary? You should emphasize the necessity of continuous integration in your response. My recommendation is to include the following justification in your response. By substituting the conventional approach of doing testing only once all development has been completed, continuous integration of development and testing enhances software quality while speeding up delivery. Due to the fact that developers must integrate code into a shared repository numerous times each day, it enables the dev team to quickly identify and uncover problems, and then each check-in is automatically evaluated. Moving on to the seventh question. What is an AMI? How do we carry it out? Amazon Machine Image is known as AMI. In essence, it is a duplicate of the root file system. It provides the information necessary to start an instance, which is a replica of a cloud-based AMI server. Launching an instance from a variety of AMIs is simple. Third, hardware servers with generic BIOS that precisely point to the disk's first blocks master boot record. It is possible to construct a disk image that can literally fit anywhere on a disk, from which Linux can start at any point on the EBS storage network. The eighth question is, in AWS DevOps, what does AWS code build mean? The completely managed build service AWS code build compiles source code, performs tests, and creates software packages that are prepared for deployment. You can provision, maintain, and scale your own build servers using code build. Your builds won't be kept in a queue because code build scales continuously and handles several builds at once. Moving on to the ninth question. Describe whether it is possible to distribute a single Memcache instance among several projects. It is feasible to share a single Memcache instance across various projects, yes. You can use one or more servers to execute Memcache, which is a memory storage area. Additionally, you can set up your client to communicate with a certain set of instances. As a result, two separate Memcache processes can run on the same host and remain totally independent. Unless your data has been partitioned, it is important to know which instance to obtain the data from or put it into. 10th question. Why AWS DevOps matters? The world and its sectors from retail to entertainment to finance have been completely altered by software and the internet. Software now plays a crucial role in every aspect of a business, going beyond simply providing assistance. Through software supplied as online services or applications and on a variety of devices, businesses communicate with their customers. Additionally, they employ software to transform every step of the value chain, including logistics, communications, and operations, in order to improve operational efficiencies. Companies now must change how they produce and distribute software in a similar way to how physical goods companies changed how they design, build, and deliver things utilizing industrial automation throughout the 20th century. Let us move on to AWS DevOps intermediate interview questions. Starting with the first one, what programming frameworks work with AWS code build? Python, Ruby, Java, Android, Docker, Node.js, and Go are environments that are already created and available through AWS code build. The initialization and creation of a Docker image can also be used to create a customized environment. Then, this is uploaded to either the DocHub registry or the EC2 registry. Later, the image is referred to using this in the user's build project. Second question, what do AWS DevOps microservices entail? The design strategies used when creating a single application as a collection of services are known as a microservice architecture. These services each have their own unique process architecture and can connect with one another using a structured interface that is both light and user-friendly. The majority of this communication is done through HTTP and API requests. Moving on to the third question, what does EBS in AWS DevOps mean? Elastic Block Storage, sometimes known as EBS, is an AWS virtual storage area network. The block-level storage volumes used in the EC2 instances are referred to by the term EBS. AWS EBS is a dependable method of storing data and is very interoperable with other instances. Moving on to the fourth question, what is the main benefit of using an AWS DevOps model? Every organization can benefit from keeping high process efficiency and making sure to keep expenses as low as feasible. AWS DevOps makes it simple to accomplish this. It can only be beneficial in everything from getting a fast overview of how the workplace culture operates to promoting teamwork. An organized pipeline, collaboration between development and operations, and access to a range of tools and services will all improve the quality of the final product and improve customer service. Fifth question, can Jenkins and AWS Code Build be used together in AWS DevOps? Yes, AWS Code Build is simple to link with Jenkins so that tasks may be carried out and run in Jenkins. The process of setting up and individually controlling the worker nodes in Jenkins is completely eliminated when build jobs are submitted to Code Build and executed there. Sixth question, what is the difference between scalability and elasticity? Scalability refers to a system's capacity to expand its hardware resources in response to a rise in demand. It can be accomplished by raising the hardware requirements or by adding more processing nodes. Elasticity is the capacity of a system to cope with an increase in workload by adding more hardware resources as the demand rises, but also rolling back the scale resources when the resources are no longer required. In cloud situations where a pay-per-use approach is used, this is especially useful. Moving on to the seventh question, how is Amazon RDS, DynamoDB, and Redshift different? For relational databases, Amazon RDS is a database management service that handles patching, upgrading, data backups, etc. The RDS database administration service only handles the structured data. Contrarily, DynamoDB is a NoSQL database service which works with unstructured data, whereas Redshift is a completely different service that is used for data analysis and is a product of a data warehouse. Eighth question, what is AWS Lambda in AWS DevOps? You can run code with AWS Lambda without setting up or managing servers. You may use Lambda to run the code for almost any kind of application or backend service with no administration required. Simply upload your code and Lambda will handle all the necessary steps to run and grow it with high availability. Moving on to the ninth question, explain the function of an Amazon EC2 instance like stopping, starting, and terminating. When an instance is stopped, it goes through a typical shutdown and enters a pause state. Instance can be stopped and restarted. The instance can be restarted later and still have all of its Amazon EBS volumes attached. While the instance is paused, you're not billed for extra instance hours. When an instance is terminated, it shutdowns normally and deletes any attached Amazon EBS volumes until the delete on termination attribute of the volume is set to false. Additionally, deleted is the instance itself. You cannot restart the instance at a later time. I hope it will be really beneficial to understanding and passing the interview. 10th question, what is the importance of buffer in Amazon Web Services? A buffer will synchronize various paths and increase the arrangement's adaptability to a spike in traffic or load. The paths are prone to receiving and processing requests in an erratic manner. The buffer establishes the equilibrium between various apparatus and crafts their work so that they move at the same pace to provide services more quickly. Moving on to AWS DevOps advanced interview questions. Let us take a look at the first one. What problems might you run across when building a DevOps pipeline? In this age of technical eruption, DevOps faces a variety of difficulties. It typically has started to deal with data migration strategies and quickly introducing new features. If data migration fails, the system may be in an unstable state, which may result in problems later on. However, a feature flag, which aids in the incremental product releases, is the only way to resolve issues within the CI system. This can aid in reducing some of the difficulties along with the rollback feature. Second question, how does CloudFormation vary from AWS Elastic Beanstalk? EBS and CloudFormation are two of AWS's key services. They are created in a way that makes working together amongst them simple. EBS offers a setting in which cloud-deployed programs can be installed. To manage the lifecycle of the apps, this is connected with CloudFormation's tools. With this, using a variety of AWS resources becomes incredibly convenient. As a result, it may be used for a wide range of applications, including container-based solutions and traditional applications. Moving on to the third question, how is using version control advantageous? Version control has many advantages as illustrated below. First, version control creates a simple method for comparing files, spotting differences, and merging. It makes it simple to trace every stage of the life cycle of an application build, including development, production, testing, etc. Third, it offers a practical means of establishing a cooperative workplace culture. And finally, every version and variation of the code are kept safe and secure thanks to version control. Let us look at the fourth question. What are the upcoming AWS DevOps trends? The purpose of this question is to gauge your knowledge of the topic and the depth of your research. To strengthen your candidature, be sure to provide true facts and cite appropriate sources. Additionally, attempt to describe how modern software techniques and cloud computing are having a significant impact on firms worldwide and their potential for future rapid growth. Fifth question, discuss your experience building bridges between IT ops, QA, and development. Effective communication and teamwork are crucial to DevOps. By skillfully straddling the two worlds, I have been able to handle production-related challenges from both the development and operation sides. I am more concerned with making sure that all of the moving elements work together than I am in assigning blame or taking the lead. Sixth question, what are microservices and why they have an impact on operations? Microservices are a result of programming conventions and software design. Operations is in charge of routinely distributing and managing the smaller, more numerous artifacts that microservice architectures often produce. Microservices have a significant impact on operations because of this. Microdeployments is the phrase used to describe the duties associated with delivering microservices. Therefore, bridging the gap between microservices and microdeployments is what DevOps is actually about. Moving on to the seventh question, explain how DevOps is helpful to developers. With DevOps, release cycles are quicker and more frequent, enabling developers to swiftly discover and fix problems as well as add new features. Second, when developers and operations work together, they will produce software that is simpler to use, more dependable, and ultimately better for the company, since DevOps is what motivates employees to perform better work by giving them additional hats to wear. Eighth question, what is the AWS Developer Tools? The AWS Developer Tools are a collection of services created to help DevOps practitioners and IT operations specialists produce software quickly and securely. Together, these services enable you to automatically create, test, and deploy your application to AWS or your on-premises environment while securely storing and version controlling the source code of your application. You can integrate each service separately with your current tools or use AWS Code Pipeline to orchestrate an end-to-end software release workflow using these services and third-party tools. Moving on to the ninth question, how to adopt an AWS DevOps model. Changes in culture and mindset are necessary to make the transition to DevOps. DevOps is essentially about breaking down boundaries between development and operations to historically separate teams. Second, even without separate development and operations teams, engineers may do both tasks in some businesses. By collaborating on DevOps, the two teams can increase both the efficiency of developers and the dependability of operations. They make an effort to communicate regularly, boost productivity, and raise the caliber of the services they offer to consumers. By considering the demands of the final customer and how they might help to address those needs, they assume full responsibility for their services, frequently going above and beyond the scope of their declared duties or titles in the past. Finally, teams for quality control and security may also become closely incorporated with these teams. Regardless of their organizational structure, organizations implementing a DevOps model have teams that see the full development and infrastructure lifecycle as a part of their duty. Coming to the final question, explain what is dogpile effect. How can you prevent this effect? So the term dogpile effect refers to the situation in which websites are attacked by numerous concurrent client requests as a result of the cache expiring. A semaphore lock can be used to stop this effect. When a value in this system runs out, the first process buys the lock and begins producing fresh value.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing in collaboration with IIT Pravartak, a technology innovation hub of IIT Madras. This online advanced certification in DevOps and Cloud Computing by IIT Pravartak will help you gain expertise in DevOps, access management, DevSecOps, Terraform, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.